Foreign Affairs. So I was quite surprised when in your earlier submissions you sought to take me on. But, Mr. Chairman, on a more serious note, if the Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was alive, his response to this your question would be, I told you so. Remember that when he led the Casablanca group, he wanted a more integral, united African states, a strong political force. He added that we must have a standby force, military force, we must have a bank, we must have a common currency, we must remove all trade barriers, trade tariffs, artificial borders, which are relics of the Berlin Conference when Otto von Bismarck called his friends in Europe and shared Africa amongst themselves. But unfortunately, the Monrovia group prevailed, and they said, let's have a loose union without an Africa standby force, without a bank, and all of these, political structures that the visionary Kwame Nkrumah put forward. So I think at the heart of this perception of the AU is about continental Africa unity and how we must go back to the original Nkrumah blueprint, as was espoused by the Casablanca group. And I am glad that already those talks have begun within the AU. There are massive reforms going on. Indeed, some countries have even said that they will not pay their full access contributions unless they see greater reform and see the AU become more, transparent and more, beneficial to the African people. So it's good that those discussions are continuing. President Paul Kagame is leading the reforms, and President Mahama has already struck a very good, chord with him, and I'm sure that they will continue to champion those reforms. But ultimately, you may call me an Nkrumahist, but ultimately, we must go back to Kwame Nkrumah's vision of the United States of Africa. That really will make the AU strong and thank you very much. More impactful.
I will proceed to give the floor to my follow-up, please.
Your follow-up on this.
Very well. Mr. Nominee, let me take you on to social media, because you are a key player in that particular area. Social media has become a source of misinformation and disinformation, undermining the ability of leaders in West Africa to mobilize public support for its decisions and development agenda. You are one of the leading politicians who uses social media a lot to get your message and interest across. Looking at the generality of the situation and the concerns across the political divide, what are some of the initiatives that you will promote to overcome this dangerous development?
Well, thank you very much. I take the view that social media is a double-edged sword. It can be a force for good, and then if it's misused, it can be weaponized and used as a destructive element. I think that African leaders should become conscious of the new age, new media, and we should encourage more transparency. My view is that if African leaders and African governments adopt an open governance architecture, if they are more transparent, they are more accountable, then the people will know. Knowledge is power. It will not be easy for the people to be misled. Unfortunately, in Africa, you struggle to get information. If you are not an interceptor general, then God help you. So, Mr. Chairman, I really would say that let's have more open governance. The RTI has been passed in Ghana, but in terms of its success in implementation, there is much to be desired. And then our regulatory bodies should clamp down on those who are misusing social media for disinformation, misinformation. They create fake accounts. And unfortunately, even some governments on the continent are responsible. They have these fake news factories. They pay people to just, put out fake news. Will you believe that on my way to this vetting, few days in the run-up to this vetting, there was fake news all over that I have started deleting my Facebook messages, my Facebook exposés. All over, people were sharing it. And some people believed it, that I'm indeed deleting my Facebook post. Why would I? I'm not a coward. I'm not one to, I stand by my convictions. I'm a conviction politician. So fake news is a real problem. But I think that as for social media, it's come to stay. Let's encourage more open governance, more transparency, and we should be fine with social media.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Hajala Diayamba, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Ablakwa. You've worked hard. Right from when I was Deputy National Women Organizer, Europa came, you worked hand in hand with Fifi Kwete and all others. You have never rested on your OS. Thanks to Almighty Allah, we came to Parliament at the same time, and you have always soared high. I like the energy and the way you have always been able to work. And I would say, indeed, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has done exactly what is expected to him, because he has rewarded hard work for not only the party, but Ghana as a whole, and for all of us. Now, my question is, there is an acronym that has now become an international song. When even people say it, others will begin running. Someone wanted to say helter skelter and said skelter skelter. So, and the acronym is ORAL. Operation Recover or Loot. I know you wouldn't belong to any team that will be doing anything adverse. So far, my observations and what I've seen, it has been good. Because I've listened, I have watched. Now, sooner than later, ORAL as a team needs to have a way forward. What is ORAL going to do so that all the things that you have done, the time, and now that you are not even being paid, you are just doing a man's job, it wouldn't go waste. We would actually benefit from it. And then, can you tell us also, apart from the way forward, can you tell us also, this particular activity that you have undertaken, how much have you saved Ghanaians from these corrupt activities that has bedeviled the country and taken so much from Ghanaian taxpayers? Thank you.
Honorable Member, proceed to ask the question. But because we don't have any evidence of evaluation of how much ORAL has been able to save, proceed to answer the question minus that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. And let me commend my big sister for her question and thank her for her kind words. She's been one of our mothers. We all go to her for advice, and she's always generous with her counseling and guidance. Mr. Chairman, as I said in my introduction, one of the jobs that I am so proud of, and I'll remain ever so proud of, is this sacrificial job to chair ORAL, Operation Recover or Loot, which is a major plank in President Mahama's anti-corruption drive. The establishment of ORAL is such a masterstroke, and President Mahama ought to be commended. I can reveal to you today that since ORA was established, just by the establishment of the team and we receiving information from the general public, we have saved this country 20 bungalows, which were going to be demolished. 20. And I can provide the list. Bungalows that were being occupied by staff of Research Department of the Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Gender, the CSIR. Bulldozers had moved in, but because they called the ORA Secretariat, and we then called National Security to take action, they were able to protect these bungalows. I have not added the Du Bois Center, the NDA lands, which were about to be captured. So President Mahama has saved this country a great deal with the establishment of ORA, and all of us must support ORA. Now we are having an international discussion. Many people forget that ORA has international dimensions. I need not remind our colleagues here that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has been an ORA champion in the international arena. Why do I say that? He has been advocating for reparation. That our colonial masters who looted Africa, they should bring it back, return our monies, our artifacts, return the loot. So I'm so shocked that our friends who started ORA even before President Mahama won the election in the international arena, when they come home, they don't want to hear about ORA. This is quite remarkable. You know, and I would have thought that charity will begin at home. You want the Brits and the French and the Dutch and others to return the loot. So let's see some ECOWAS protocols, the AU Charter, a major plank. According to the World Bank, Africa is losing about $88 billion every year. Money, if it stays in the continent, used for the development of the people's welfare, how our continent will look like. So as for ORA, all of us must support it. And if you look at what has gone on in this country over the last 8 years, look, I have a tall list of monies that can be retrieved. SkyTrain, we can get our $2.5 million back. Ejapa, we can get our $12 million back. National Cathedral, we can get our $58 million back.
Honorable member, these are projections.
Yes.
Are these projections?
Projections.
Honorable member.
Projections.
Honorable
no,
member.
but I think that it's important to contextualize so that, you see, when we talk about ORA, people discuss ORA in abstract terms. This House, Mr. Chairman, and it's unfortunate that the ranking member is not here. Mr. Chairman, if you pardon me.
Honorable member, is there a document that you want to refer to?
Yes, please, and to also table the document.
You need to seek leave to refer to it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I want to first secure the document, and then I will table it with your permission. Pardon me, I have quite a number of documents here.
Please, just conclude your answer on this, then we can make progress. Honorable member,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
we have a very tall list today.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have found it. It is a report of this House. Your report, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect. A report of the ad hoc committee to investigate the procurement contract between the government of the Republic of Ghana and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed Dalmouk Al Maktoum and SL Global for the supply of Sputnik V COVID-19 vaccines. Mr. Chairman, this document, submitted to Mr. Speaker, adopted by this House, August 2021, signed by the Honorable Alexander K. Afenyo Markin, Chairman of the Ad hoc Committee. This was their conclusion. Paragraph 12.4. Quote, with your permission, Mr. Chairman. The committee urges the Minister for Finance to take steps to recover the money due to the Republic in respect of the amount of $2,850,000 United States dollars, so $2.85 million, equivalent at the time to 16,331,640 Ghana cedis, being the cost of the Sputnik V vaccines that were procured wrongly. Adopted by this House. So, Afenyo Markin, the Honorable Afenyo Markin, signed this report.
I was part of that committee.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Yafo. Yes, I'd even forgotten that. So, even as a House, we have been doing oral with the support of Honorable Afenyo Markin, signing documents, also concerned about monies that have been looted that we cannot find. So why will you fight President Mahama when you have some of these reports that you yourselves have signed, urging retrieval from a finance minister? So, as for oral, it has come to stay. The second part of a question about the future of oral. Let me place on record that our job at this point is just to collect the information.
Member, just limit yourself to the scope of the question.
Yes, yes. She asked about the future of oral. It's important. And many Ghanaians have been asking since my appointment. Many Ghanaians have been asking. The way forward for oral. The way forward for oral is that all the information that have come from patriotic Ghanaians, we will be handing over our report soon, in the next few days, to His Excellency the President, the appointer. And then he will decide with his Attorney General on the second phase of oral, which is the execution phase, the retrieval phase.
Thank you very much.
So that is the future of oral. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable nominee, I am a lady from a constituency and an MP that has two countries that border us. That is Burkina Faso to the north and Togo to the east. There are a lot of concerns about the unrest that has two, that especially is coming up from the Burkina side. We have a lot of unapproved roads, and because of where we are coming from, you cannot tell who is who immediately, because we look alike. Basically, we speak the same language. We are afraid of spillovers because of the, people will say Boko conflict, and I will say the Kusag conflict, because it entails a whole lot. Will you take it on yourself with the two countries, although Burkina Faso has opted out from ECOWAS, but we are well aware that there is some leverage that we should work hand in hand with them. Will you work with them to ensure that we bring an end to these issues? Because those who are there and causing these problems, which can readily escalate, are also human beings and need to be listened to. Will you do that? Thank you.
I can assure you, Honorable Hajia Ladi, that will be pursued. It is a priority of President Mahama. That's why he's appointed a special envoy to the Sahel in the person of Lieutenant Colonel Beflo Latte. And you are close to the challenge, and I'm glad about how eloquently you speak about it. I mean, those who think we should leave them to be on their own, no. I mean, when the violence escalates, we will be the immediate harboring point for refugees, for even some of these, extremists who will come in with weapons. There are small arms and sophisticated weapons that will, be brought into our jurisdiction. And don't forget, we are already having challenges in Boku. So it presents such a toxic mix. And so if we do not help to quench the fires in these our neighboring countries, we are at real risk. And there will be no stability. And what we have going for us is our stability. Without peace and stability, nothing else can be achieved. It is so fundamental. And so you have our fullest assurances that my marching orders from President Mahama is to support the special envoy to make sure that we are able to pursue peace and get our three neighboring countries, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, back into the ECOWAS fold, and we'll remain committed to that.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have any further questions. I just wish you all the best, and I do my heart off for you. Thank you, and take care.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I will recognize Alasan Uma.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. Minister nominee, congratulations, my brother and comrade. Having listened to you and your answers regarding the oral, I know how I could tell the selflessness and patriotic ideals and your initial left-centered ideology. So I want to find out how, now that you are a foreign minister or as a foreign minister, how do you intend to marry the two? Because on the resume, you are the chairperson or chairman of ORA. And you are also becoming, God's willing, the next foreign minister. How do you intend to marry the two? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. A very brilliant
Thank you
question.
very much, but let me place on record that you are not yet a foreign minister unless you are giving the nod. Thank you. Proceed to answer the question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A very brilliant question. And as I indicated earlier, Oral's mandate will continue even from this first phase of information gathering into the second phase of actual retrievals, recoveries, prosecutions, when the Attorney General decides that there is basis for that. Now, your brilliant question about how I can also continue to support the process. Within the international arena, we have mechanisms of recovering loot, which have been shipped to various, havens and destinations. If you take, for example, what happened to the Abacha loot in Nigeria, they needed international collaboration. And the World Bank was very supportive to help Nigeria recover hundreds of millions of dollars of the Abacha loot, particularly from Switzerland and other destinations. So I see my role as a role that will help. I'm not going to say that Oral is behind me. No, even though the next phase, the Attorney General will be leading the effort. But when he calls on me to bring in the international dimension, facilitate how to work with international organizations to retrieve loot in other jurisdictions, certainly I'll be more than happy, relying on the Nigerian model, how they use their international partners to retrieve the Abacha loot. I think that we can also use that to retrieve loot that is hiding in all manner of places for the development of our people. Our people need that money for roads, for schools, for hospitals, for good water, and we have to help them retrieve their money.
Thank you. Any further question? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm satisfied with the answer. My second question is, and this is due to, I don't know how to call it, is it brain drain? Our youth and Ghanaian domestic workers who ran to the Gulf have been abused severally. We see pictures, we see photographs or videos. Want to find out, do you have any plan or what do you intend to do to stop this kind of abuses?
The priority areas His Excellency President Mahama has asked me to pursue, how to make sure that we use our foreign policy to create jobs, but in creating jobs, we make sure that we have bilateral agreements and ensure that these jobs are safe, properly done. So it's not just some agencies who are exploiting, vulnerable Ghanaians because they want jobs. So be rest assured, we are not only going to be verbally condemning what has happened, but we are going to take concrete steps with a new economic diplomacy outlook that seeks to create jobs for our young people in other jurisdictions. Sign proper contracts, bring all of these people within a regulated space, and make sure that our young people benefit. That is the surest way of ending all of this exploitation and the violation of the human rights of our people.
Chairman, I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you. I give
much.
the floor to Honorable Vincent Asafua.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me use this. My question to you, Honorable Nominee, is that, and I will try to give a certain background. On the 4th of September, 2021, you granted an interview on Newsfile, Joy FM. You stated that traveling on a private jet jeopardizes the president's security, and that we need a presidential travel policy to regulate how president of our republic travels. Now, just a few days after the president of the republic was sworn in, specifically on the 17th of January 2025, His Excellency the President, President Mahama, used a private jet to travel to Gambia. He also used the same private jet to Senegal. Now my question to you is, will you condemn this action of the president, as you have done in previous times, when presidents use private jets, the nod to become the Minister for Foreign Affairs? When should we expect the presidential travel policy that you proposed to the people of Ghana?
Thank you very much. The first question is, will you condemn, then when you come to office, the travel policy?
Well, thank you very much. It is important for us to put this matter in the proper context. And let us not compare, apples and, if you like, pepper. Because you just can't compare them. My campaign against the non-use of the presidential jet, which this parliament approved $37 million at the time for the purchase in 2008 under the President Kufuor regime, was largely about protecting the public purse, a cost-saving concern is what I had. That why do we have a functioning presidential jet in pristine condition, and we will be spending 20,000 euros an hour renting luxury jets? That is the matter I raised. And I have the Hansard here, the Hansard of 16 June 2021. I filed an urgent question. And Mr. Chairman, if you come to column 012 with your permission, I'm not going to read. I'm just summarizing. I know that time is of the essence. You see here from column 012, the Minister for Defense at the time, the Honorable Nitiwo, coming up with all kinds of excuses that you couldn't even shower in our presidential jet and all of that, which we found bizarre. So, put my concerns in proper context. It is about wastage, profligacy, the dissipation of scarce resources. That's the fundamental concern. Now, in the case of President Mahama, President Mahama is using his brother's private jet without paying for it. We are not being charged 20,000 euros an hour by the celebrated entrepreneur and business mogul, Ibrahim Mahama. What the presidency has explained is that in the initial days of the presidency, they asked the Ghana Air Force to present a report, conduct an assessment and present a report on whether the presidential jet was fit for purpose. The Ghana Air Force had delayed in their submission, and in the interim, his brother stepped in. We didn't pay for it. There was no financial loss to the state. I can confirm to you that since the Ghana Air Force presented its report, I remember that on the floor of this house, the former Minister for Defense told us that he can confirm that the jet is in great condition. And I found that very revealing, because when I was on this campaign in 2021, he was telling us the jet wasn't fit for purpose. But suddenly, under a different president, it's such a great jet which can be used. So we are glad that there's been a U-turn. Honorable Netiwo has confirmed that the jet is in good use. And I can confirm that President Mahama has since resumed the use of the Falcon 900 EXE, Ghana's presidential jet. Now, on the second aspect of your question about the travel policy, this is a matter that I feel strongly about. And if given the opportunity to sit at cabinet, I will propose that Ghana formulates a presidential travel policy. If you take the United States, for example, when the president uses Air Force One for campaigns, for private use, he is made to reimburse the American taxpayer. So every campaign, they have an independent committee that monitors. If you use the presidential jet for private business, private fundraising, for campaigns, you pay back the fuel, the cost of using it, and all of that. So, and then they also have clear guidelines on who can use those jets and how it should be maintained and all of that. We don't have that. So it is important to pursue that policy. And I can assure you that I remain committed to it, and I think that it is time for Ghana to have a presidential travel policy.
To the former president of Tanzania, President John Magufuli, on the floor of Parliament. have said that government must stop facilitating car loans for members of parliament.
Honorable Asafwa, that particular statement. And you proceed to ask your question.
Very much so.
Ask your question.
Very much so. So, my first question to you, Honorable Nominee, did you make that comment in an interview that you granted to City News? And if yes, did you receive the car loan? And did you also use that money, if indeed you received it, to purchase a car?
Well, thank you very much for that question. I'm very happy that you bring this up. And I have always maintained that we need to review the car loans arrangement for members of parliament. I am not saying that members of parliament should not be entitled to cars provided for by the state. But the model, how it is done, government going for a loan for MPs, which is then deducted from their salaries. Our colleagues in the executive, our colleagues in the judiciary, there's a car pool where you have access to those cars. And then when you are done with your term or you are being moved to another place, it is left behind for the next person. So I was advocating for a different model because this model, this approach, did not sit well with a vast majority of Ghanaians. And that is a position that I still maintain. Why do we have different regimes? Those who serve in the executive, those who serve in the judiciary, they have a different regime. Nobody is going for a loan.
Walking, he will be able to walk from.
There's a car pool where you can access vehicles for use. And then those in the legislature have a different arrangement. That is what I was opposed to. Now, the second leg of your question. Yes, I received the funds, but I didn't use it for a Land Cruiser. I used it to buy a combined harvester for the rice farmers in my constituency, and the records are there. So you can check that for yourself.
Well, I have a follow-up question.
Any further
I have a
question?
follow-up question. You were advocating against the model of granting car loans to members of parliament, in your own words. In another breath, you say that you took the funds, you took the car loan, and used it to purchase for a combined harvester. Where is the principle? Something that you advocate against? Something that you advocate against? You go ahead to take it. My question to you, did the farmers pay back that money to you?
Honorable Nominee, the question overruled. Please go ahead and ask another question.
My last question to you, Honorable Nominee. I have had the opportunity to listen to you a number of times, and one of them, I shared a platform with you on TV3. In that interview, you had an opportunity to make a presentation to the people of Ghana, about 30, 40 minutes presentation, where you indicated that there is a supposedly $84 billion. That is a culmination of a number of corruption scandals. That, in your estimation, you think that Oral need to pursue that amount of money, $84 billion. Inclusive of that allegation, is a drip component that you mentioned. I was a deputy minister for local government, and there was a contract between DACF and JA Plant Pool. Now, as part of the 84 billion, you included in that 84 billion that there is an aspect of it which is a drip component, that you have included it as part of corruption scandals. Now, the contract amount of that drip contract is about $173 million. Now, with that $173 million that you have included in the $84 billion that is supposed to be, or take that for the people of Ghana, how is that a corruption scandal, or how, in your estimation, how is that termed as corruption in your own definition?
Thank you very much. We'll take a short break for just 5 minutes whilst we remain seated. Honourable members, you are welcome back. Honourable nominee, do you want the question to be repeated, or you go ahead and provide the answer?
Well, Chairman, I'll go ahead. I remember the question
Very well, very well.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, the figure I put out in that why oral presentation on TV3, and I subsequently did same on Joy FM's news file. The figure is $18 billion. I selected just about 30 of the scandals that plagued this country. So it's 18, not 84 billion dollars. And then CDs, I should say, 18 billion CDs. And then let me also state that in the work that I did as part of my oversight constitutional mandate into the District Road Improvement Project matter, I discovered a number of infractions. First of all, I discovered that the procurement law was violently breached and mutilated. It was single-sourced under the emergency provisions of the law, which is clear abuse of the law, a clear violation. Then also the pricing. I discovered that the unit price for the drip equipment were outrageously inflated. Because what I did as part of my oversight work was to send an email to the company and to ask for quotations. And when those quotations arrived, it was clear that in some instances, some of the equipment had been doubled, the value of those equipment. So the conservative estimate from the oversight work I did is that Ghana could have obtained those drip equipment if we did it competitively and there was competitive pricing without the inflationary pricing that took place. We could have got them for about $75 million and not the $187 million that we were billed with. And I still maintain that Ghana did not receive value for money so far as the DRIP project is concerned. And finally, let me say that I found the Vice President's conduct in this affair quite problematic. In opposition, he was vehemently opposed to single sourcing, and he did put out consistently posts that single
you
sourcing.
Said the Vice President.
Yes, the former Vice President.
Former.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who says that he is the drip champion. He says this whole drip thing is his idea. That's what he told the country. And he indeed asked all those who were trying to take credit, including members of parliament, to back off, that it is his idea. In the course of my oversight work, I found his conduct not consistent with what he promised the people of this country, that he will make sure that projects are competitive, that sole sourcing, inflationary pricing will be a thing of the past. It is regrettable, to say the least, that he was not consistent. And when he had the opportunity with this, his flagship DRIP initiative, he departed from what he assured the nation he will do as Vice President. So those are the concerns that I have about DRIP, and I am hoping that Ghana will be able to retrieve some money. Fortunately, only 25% has been paid. Not all the liabilities have been met. So I have encouraged the new Mahama administration to renegotiate the DRIP initiative so that we can save money, because my conservative estimate is that it's been inflated by more than $100 million. And there is a need to save money. $100 million can do so much for an IMF bailout country. There's so much that we can do with $100 million. And I'll encourage my colleague, the Honorable Asifwa, to get close to me. I can share some of the work we have done on this with you. And when you see yourself, I'm sure you'll become an advocate. You will join me that we should renegotiate the DRIP intervention.
Thank you very much.
I have a follow-up question.
You have a follow-up on the $84 billion, as you said, that he is saying it is 18 billion cedis, and the DRIP.
The follow-up stems from the fact that, one, he indicates that the pricing, in his own words, was outrageous. And it was inflated. And he has done some work, and because of that, in his estimation, the pricing was indeed outrageous. Now, he said he has done some work, and I have also done some work, and I'm happy to share that with you. Honorable nominee, in my hands here is the contract itself, and maybe I'll go into specifics. Government bought a tipper truck for $78,000. So if you say it was outrageous, inflated, now the big question is, what is the market value for such an amount? Now I will take you to Zonda. Zonda is one of the well-noted agencies who
Honorable
sells
Asafwa.
tipper trucks.
Honorable Asafwa, with all due respect,
My question stems from
he
what
said he has done some work,
and he said it's
and
outrageous.
you have done some work.
Yes.
Now, the amount being outrageous was based on the assessment of the work that he has done, but not your own. So the way you are going about the question, that is what is calling for worry.
Honorable
Because the
Chairman.
work that you have done is not the same as the work that he has done.
Honorable Chairman,
Your indicators may not be the same as his indicators.
respectfully, I am saying that in the contract, government bought a tipper truck for $78,000. I am also referring the honorable nominee to Zonda, an agency that deals in tipper truck. When you go to Zonda today, Zonda sells a tipper truck for about $82,000 or $83,000. And government bought a tipper truck for $78,000. With this background, how do you term this as outrageously inflated contract? Because I don't see it.
Well, I don't know whether Zonda is the cheapest in the world, but I would ask the nominee to provide a question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, clearly my good friend, the Honorable Asifwa, has to do more work. As for this work he has done, with all due respect, it leaves much to be desired. For Zonda's trucks, they pay duties. You imported your trucks free of duty. I did an RTI request and I asked the DACF administrator. Zonda is respect. The oversimplification of matters it's not helpful. And I am willing and ready to submit the work that we did. I say procurement breaches, no value for money, inflationary pricing, and it's a fact. I'm so convinced that Ghana could have saved $100 million. And you should stop comparing vehicles that have been imported with duty and those that you are buying without paying duties. It's not helpful, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you very much. The questioner said he is also involved. Are you involved?
With the greatest of respect, Chairman, please let me be.
Recognize Honorable Shaibu.
Chairman, let me thank you very much for the opportunity. Sami, congratulations.
Thank you very much, my good brother, who supplies me smokes.
Sami, a well-deserved nomination. I wish you very well in this new role. Sami, let's move away from this corruption, oral, and whatever, and get to Pan-Africanism so that you can cool down a bit. A movement that has come to stay, a movement that has taken the whole world. I note that in the last 2 hours, you have mentioned Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Tell us briefly, don't go to your involvement. What's your motivation on Pan-Africanism? Thank you.
Pan-Africanism is the only way the African continent can be liberated. As the Osagifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said, nobody will care about our fortunes and our destinies more than ourselves. The reason why we are the most endowed continent in terms of resources, and yet we are the poorest, is because we have not taken control, the commanding heights of our economy, as President Achampong will say. The Pan-African agenda is for us to take control of our resources, to chart our own path, not to be pawns, not to engage in proxy wars with others. That is the key to our emancipation and our liberation. And I see in President Mahama a leader who believes in Pan-Africanism. And if you look at his priority areas, even the first countries he has visited, as president, he's yet to go to Europe or Asia or anywhere. It should tell you immediately, you know, where his priorities are and how he remains committed to the Pan-African agenda. And to conclude practically, I think that we should take a second look at our negotiation skills and abilities as a people. And it's one area that I'll be seeking the assistance of a lot of agreements that we get into. And it's clear that we could have gotten a better deal if we had really put Pan-Africanism at the center, looked at the continent's interests, and subjected all other secondary interests, you know, out of the window. We can then get better. And I don't want to go into specifics because of how sensitive these matters are, but really at the core of our retarded development is the fact that we have not really imbibed, you know, the philosophy of Pan-Africanism as the likes of Du Bois, Kwame Nkrumah, Padmore, and others espouse. And I think that the time has come for us to really trace our roots, you know, to genuine Pan-Africanism.
Thank you very much. Any further question? Then I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Jerry Shaib.
Congratulations.
Thank you
well
very
done.
much.
Before asking the question, I've made an observation. I just want to run by you. First of all, I've watched you over the period, and I think you have grown very well. And I also think that people have watched you, and you've done very well for yourself. Save that today, before the process started itself, my observation was that you were a bit upset. And throughout the vetting process, you've also used a word like, I don't give a hoot, which I do not think that for a diplomat. Now to my question. I feel that Russia currently has presence in the region, in the region, and the strategies Russia use include the social media propaganda and cyber terrorism. Several media houses have reported cyber attacks to their online portals, which were traced to Russian origins. What's Ghana's foreign policy in reference to Russia wanting to have regional control or influence? And especially against the backdrop that my foreign minister nominee has been in Russia recently to help His Excellency the President launch a book on my first coup d'etat.
Well, thank you very much. And your foreign minister nominee has also been to the United States recently, has been to France recently, has been to the United Kingdom recently, and has been to Ukraine recently. So let's place all of that on record. And I would like to proceed with caution that I do not think that, looking at how sensitive this role is and how, our foreign policy, which enjoins us to pursue positive neutrality, to be friends of all and enemies to none, I do not want to single out any country in this engagement for condemnation. For obvious reasons. I mean, when it comes from some other people, it depends on how it will be taken. But if it comes from me, even if I'm responding to a question, it can be taken as a position of the new government, and it can create a diplomatic row or a tiff, or even escalate into something else which we do not want. So I will plead that, Mr. Chairman, you permit me to stay away from condemning specific countries. If you want me to answer generally,
permitted.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Any further question?
That is my foreign minister nominee, and I like the response. My second question, I actually had the opportunity of asking the same question to the transport minister nominee, and it has to do with the third-class treatment Ghanaian passengers face. It's a situation that for me is worrying. We are made to pay high fares, plane fares. We are given third-class planes or aircrafts. We are given terminals that are virtually unused or abandoned. And in fact, we are even served food on planes, which one can easily decline taking those. It's the foreign minister nominee. Any assurances as to how you are going to ensure that vis-a-vis what the Nigerians use, what the South Africans use, you are going to have Ghanaians use get similar treatment? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Member, for this question. And it's a very important matter. And you will recall, if you go through the Hansard, you will see that this is a matter that I have raised on a number of occasions. And it's a matter we have to address as a country. And it comes back to the earlier point I was making. Our negotiation skills, our negotiation abilities, these airline operators are not doing us favors. They are here for business, to make profit. It's a commercial entity, and it has to be a win-win situation. You see other countries demanding high standards. Even the fleet the quality of the service, and we've had situations where you have airline operators even bring in aircrafts that pose security risk, that are not safe for the use of our passengers. So one of the things we are going to do when given the nod is to collaborate effectively with the various sector ministries. What I like about the foreign service is that we are there for all, we serve everybody, we facilitate everybody's priority and everybody's engagement. So the transport ministry, the various ministries that will be responsible for negotiating some of these terms, including the finance ministry, we will facilitate and help in the coordination. And if we are invited to be part of those meetings, we will state clearly that Ghana deserves better, and we are not going to accept this discrimination. Related to that, another matter I'm very passionate about is how our visa applicants are treated. It's a matter I'm going to address strongly and forcefully. I mean, you apply for visa and you are treated as though you are some slave. Even a decent place, a waiting area. I mean, I see sometimes senior citizens, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of our country, and they are just abandoned there, the vagaries of the weather. They don't care if it's raining or if the sun is so scorching. Nobody cares. These missions don't seem to care. We will not accept that. And we are going to engage with our ambassadors that there ought to be respect for our citizens and for our people. So be rest assured that in all of its, variants and features, we will stand up for Ghana and insist that Ghanaians' rights are protected. And it's going to be a major area that we'll focus on as a ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Yes, just a follow-up. I was still going to indicate the issue of visa acquisition. And to still ask, I've seen that you have a broader knowledge of what the issues are, but I didn't see you adduce or give any solutions, because you just behaved like me. I know these are the problems, but what are the solutions? One of which is, are we even considering to expand or extend our visa-free countries?
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been trying to manage, the chairman's restriction of the time and also providing solutions. That is why you may not be hearing a lot more, but I can really give you greater detail if I will be allowed by the chair. On visa acquisitions, yes, I believe that we should have more visa waiver agreements. I'm an advocate of that, so that we can waive visa restrictions. I am also in full support of permitting Africans to travel to Ghana without requiring visas. And it's one of the final decisions that President Akufo-Addo took. I can commit that after discussions with President Mahama, it's something that's going to continue, because as a Pan-Africanist, he believes in that. We will just have to make sure that we look at all the security aspects so that it doesn't become a medium for all kinds of, unwanted elements coming into our society to undermine the peace and stability which we enjoy. So the ministry is currently looking at the implementation, how to make sure that it works in the best interest of our people. So be rest assured that visa waiver agreements, you are going to see more of that. The last time we approved that of Colombia, South Africa, and I know there are quite a number in the works. We are going to work on a lot more visa waiver agreements.
Thank you very much. Any further question? Your last question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So, Honorable Nominee, I've listened to you quietly throughout your submissions, one of the things I picked was your consistent conversation on unity, and basically narrowing it down to African unity. But I also observed that in the president's release, the EI, there was no consideration for Ministry of Foreign Affairs and regional integration. And against the backdrop that the focus is now to some extent on the Sahelian issues, and I don't know, I'm confused. Do you want to expatiate on why we do not have regional integration? And have you had the opportunity of talking to my very senior sister, Honorable Shelley Ayokoboche, on all of this?
Well, thank you very much. You are right that the new EI simply refers to the ministry as the ministry remain a priority area. But the thinking is that let's not limit the scope of the ministry. That name suggests as though the ministry has one focus, even though regional integration is important. So we'll still maintain the Regional Integration Bureau. We are still going to be champions of African integration. Everybody knows that that is Ghana's forte. We are the foremost nation since the days of the Osajefo to advocate for an integrated, united union of African states. So that will remain a priority, but it's just a simple nomenclature issue. On engagement with the Honorable Foreign Minister, you do know, have continued to engage with the minister and her deputies when I served as ranking member. Sometimes because of the oversight, you will understand that relations may not be as great because of the oversight, and how passionate I have been about protecting the public purse. But it is definitely without malice, and I would put on record that we have great working relations. I have enormous respect for her, and I'm going to support her at the Commonwealth, where she has become the Secretary General. And you do know that our flag bearer at the time, President Mahama, put out a formal statement on our behalf, our collective behalf, celebrating the Honorable Shelley Ayokoboche on her electoral victory as Commonwealth Secretary General. So I have nothing against the former minister, and we'll work together within the Commonwealth.
Thank you very much. Very well.
Yes, I'm excited to know that there is a very good working relationship. I want to find out, flowing from that, if you want to be seen to be pushing for such very enviable positions. The Secretary General, I think I remember Honorable Anatetekpora, and Honorable Ibn Chambers, and then now my venerable sister, Honorable Shelley Ayokoboche, and Kofi Annan. I want to see Honorable Okudzeto. Are you going to assure us that it is a path you are going to push?
Honorable member, the question is overruled. You have to determine whether you can do that or not, and it's not a matter that you should be disclosing to the whole world. Thank you very much.
How is that?
I will give the floor to Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafamako.
Chairman, Chairman, ma zamonu popo ma da pe gbogbo na mi o dupe ola John Dramani Mahama. Abe ale na otiamiefu. Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa be na foreign minister na Ghana dukonene. Mio tonto batoto evoduko voter regime mi dakpo gbogbo na. Togbeje klepli o duko fi o tu bato o dakpo gbogbo na. Ta wizo.
Mr. Chairman.
Babiare Kamala Sinyo. Babiare Kakwe la Sinyo nyabe.
Translate.
I will. Let me land. I'll translate it perfectly for you. Nyababia kwenyabe na scholarship ya na chotu bubu made ale la wena wa camion of yosu. To wit. Congratulations. The entire voter region, the town citizens, especially the Bato citizens, they are very proud of you. And Togbe Jekle and his entire chieftaincy council, traditional council, they are proud of you. So you are welcome. Very simple question. How will you make easily available to Ghanaian young men who are desirous of studying, especially postgraduate programs in other countries, scholarships accessible to them? I thank you.
Yo anyaha madapa no. Majiba amashaba na nyaba edoya mikata miawe na waja amashaba nu na miava duplola His Excellency John Dramani Mahama we Ghana tokata wakpo jijo ba adwa miewe ye miewe ni pa akpanao. To wit, thanking my brother and assuring the president and the nation that we will work together, we will work hard to make sure that we do not disappoint the country. Scholarships is a very, very important matter. There are many times I've attended diplomatic engagements and I am approached and told that, oh, we had this 200 scholarships, we had this 400 scholarships. You people are not coming up. The window is closing. What is happening? So I think that moving forward, we need to really pay attention to these bilateral scholarships that many countries provide. And I recall as Deputy Minister in charge of tertiary education, I negotiated the Hungarian bilateral scholarship, which every year 100 Ghanaians are accepted in Hungary for postgraduate studies. That is a sure way of reducing the burden on Get Fund, on Scholarship Secretariat, GMPC and others who are struggling with a narrow fiscal space to sponsor scholarships. If we really revamp our bilateral scholarships and we make it available, practically what I want us to do is to have a dedicated website where all of these scholarships will be published. The criteria will be provided, and we are actually going to have dedicated officers who will assist our citizens to access these scholarships. There are too many of these bilateral scholarships that people don't know about, and by the time they even get to know, the deadline is over. You know, I know that countries like the UK, the US, China, Japan, South Korea, many of these countries, we have bilateral agreements with them. They have scholarships that often we are not able to take full advantage of. So it's a matter that is going to receive urgent attention. We'll demystify it, have a dedicated website for all of these bilateral scholarships, have dedicated officers who will facilitate the process. And the other innovation that you should also expect is that I want us to look at the passport fee regime again, so that we will create some dispensation which will omit some categories of Ghanaians particularly brilliant but needy students, from paying passport fees. It should be possible to have them subsidized so that the frequent travelers in the business category, entrepreneurs, the rich applicants, they can pay a little more for expedited service to subsidize the vulnerable, poor visa applicants. I don't understand why that cannot be part of the package that you receive as a student when you are going on scholarship abroad, because you are classified as brilliant but needy. So why should you be struggling to pay passport fees? I think we can take a second look at the fee structure and exempt our needy students. So these are some of the interventions we will be doing in the area of scholarships.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yes, Chairman. You and Southern, we have very close relationship. So on behalf of my people in Southern, especially in Tongo, Germany, they send their gratitude and they wish you all the best. Germany, talk Akbar.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking good care of them.
I then proceed to recognize the deputy minority leader and the deputy ranking member of the committee, Honorable Patricia Piaget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I seek to yield to the former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in the person of Honorable Mavis Nkasa Bodu. Thank you.
Honorable Mavis Nkasa Bodu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And let me join the other colleagues on congratulating the Honorable Member. Honorable nominee, let me take you back to the appointment of Lieutenant Colonel Devlolate as a special envoy to the Alliance of Sahel States. I want to find out, as the individual earmarked for this ministry, did the President confer with you before making such an appointment?
Very important question, and thank you, Honorable former Deputy Minister. The sequencing, or that I had not been named as Foreign Minister. We were all wondering what will happen. I know the President kept his cards close to his chest. We didn't know which ministry we'll be serving in, or if we'll even be considered for appointments at all. So it was very early, and I wasn't a Foreign Minister designate. So I couldn't have been consulted.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So that brings me to my question.
Well, then the one you asked, what is it?
Honorable, I was just...
Please, treat that as your question number one. Proceed to question number two.
That will be a follow-up, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much. So then I want to find
follow-up flowing from the answer.
Yes, please.
That at that time,
yes,
he
definitely.
was not
in regards
nominated.
to his appointment as the special envoy to the Sahel States. Yes, so then, Honorable nominee, I want to find out from you, can you take us through the step-to-step mission of this special envoy, considering the fact that all these three states are headed by military leaders, and the intervention by ECOWAS, their exit from ECOWAS, and our continuous membership with ECOWAS? Thank you.
If I heard you accurately, is it about his mandate? His mandate. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, Lieutenant Colonel Devlolate is a good uncle of mine, and so if you are probably concerned about working, when he was National Security Coordinator, I was Deputy Minister for Information, and we worked together. So we have had a long-standing, very cordial and warm working relations. And I can proudly say he's one of the people that I look up to and I admire greatly. In terms of his mandate, as the statement issued by the presidency indicated, he is to help in restoring diplomatic relations, in helping with the efforts by ECOWAS and all of us member countries to bring them back into the fold. And then also to look at the security implications of their breakaway. Remember that Bevolate is a security expert, former AU envoy on counterterrorism, and so he brings a lot of expertise to bear to help us, because everybody, all the experts are saying that the terrorism is coming down south from the Sahel, and if we don't act fast to stem the tide, we will be consumed in no time. And that's why under President Akufo-Addo, you initiated the Accra Initiative, to deal with the threat of violent extremism from particularly the Sahel. So his mandate is to open dialogue, and in diplomacy, dialogue is key, is really fundamental, and to help in bringing them back to the fold, whilst at the same time addressing the security challenges that the Sahel is posing to us as a country. So that's his mandate.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This will be my second question. Honorable nominee, let me start by saying that there's no malice intended with this question. I just want you, I'm sure a lot of Ghanaians would want to know. So then, some Ghanaians, the population, have described you as someone who is a populist. Some have also said that you're a propagandist. Others have said that you are quick to come out with information without verifying. I want to find out if the international community is supposed to go by this narration of you. What would you do, or what would you say today to put them at ease? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. If these are qualities that saves a country billions and billions of dollars, then we should encourage more of these qualities. And I'm sure the international community will be happy to know that there is a potential foreign minister from Ghana who is committed to meeting UN goals, AU goals, the goals of the international community in combating, corruption, waste, state capture, and that integrity, is a quality that we all should really encourage and aspire to. And I can also place on record that in all of the work that we have been doing, we have not injured anybody's reputation. We verify, we make sure we validate. And you know me, that if I have not intercepted the right documents, done the right analysis, I don't put out what is, just imaginary or conjecture. I make sure that it is credible and unimpeachable. So please be rest assured that our foreign policy and the foreign ministry will be well regarded by His Excellency John Dramani Mahame's appointment.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. So in a nutshell, what you are seeking to tell Ghanaians is that you are taking off a new leaf.
Honorable member, he's answered the question that if that description will fit into his international relations, then it's good for all of us. So it doesn't suggest that he's taking a new leaf.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You couldn't have put it better.
Okay, so then it's the old Okudzeto Ablakwa that we know. All right, so Honorable Chair, that will take me to my last question, which will be to find out from the Honorable Nominee. So then in the past, your predecessor, Honorable Shirley Ayoko Boche, has showcased made in Ghana goods and services and products. I want to find out, and she has done that through diverse ways, and one way is through the bazaar. I'm sure you're very much aware of it as a ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I want to find out if it's something that you plan on continuing. Thank you.
I can assure you, Honorable Nominee, Honorable MP, pardon me, that this is an area that will be pursued. Cultural diplomacy is really important. Kwame Nkrumah talked about the African personality, that we must be proud of who we are and showcase that to the world. And Ghanaian culture is always talked about in the international arena. When people come to terms with our culture, they are always enamored, always out, and it really projects us positively. So please be rest assured that all of those initiatives and more will be pursued, working in close collaboration with the Ministry of Creative Arts, Culture and Tourism. And I'm glad that Mamaga Jifagomashi herself is here to offer full support. And we have great working relations. We'll work together to promote cultural diplomacy.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Kweku Rickett Hagan. You have a follow-up question on whether or not you will pursue what the predecessor well, then that is a different question you want to ask. Well, go up with your follow-up. And if it is not a follow-up, you know the consequences.
So the Honorable, thank you very much for your answer. I wanted to find out, since we are talking about exports and our local producers, I want to find out, leveraging on our trade blocks, I want to find out how you promote these exports and also in turn bring in foreign exchange. Thank you.
Two pillars will be utilized for this. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, I think that we really have to leverage that. And then President Mahamad's 24-hour economic policy. You know, he's appointed the Venerable Guzi Panel to coordinate the 24-hour economic vision of the president. And this is aimed at industrialization. And to industrialize, you must add value to what you produce. And so the 24-hour economy and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Remember that President Mahama has said that he will chair the Africa Continental Free Trade Area objectives himself. And so these will be the two pillars which are used to promote our trade and how we add value and diversify our economy.
Thank you. So, Honorable Vice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa, my brother, congratulations. I'm so happy that you are going to be doing this work. I got people call me because your work on anti-corruption has earned the admiration of a lot of people, of us, including His Excellency the President. And we believe that it's as a result of that this whole aura was created, and you were the one in charge of it. Leader, we don't ask questions like that. And people are beginning to wonder, when you got your new portfolio, that you have become the face of aura, and you are going to move on to foreign affairs. But I think you have said something today that I believe people who are listening to you, that the fight for anti-corruption actually has a lot of tentacles, and that there's actually a foreign angle to it. So you are now going to be placed, Aura is now more or less gone global. You are going to be placed at a position where you will be able to explore the foreign angle of it in terms of properties outside. People have purchased ill-gotten wealth, in terms of monies stashed away elsewhere. All these things are going to come, you know, and I think that Aura will actually be stronger for the position that you have. You've done a lot of work that I think you should be celebrated. I remember our fight on the sale of SNIT asset. The National Cathedral is one of them, air travels of the executive, and actually purchase. All right, just forget about the distraction. And the purchase of actually properties, you know, for foreign missions outside that obviously did not go the way it should. And I think that we should take this opportunity to actually thank you and celebrate you for the good work that you have done for this country in not only protecting the national purse, but in your case, you're actually saving the national purse. And you must be commended for that. Actually, you know, my sons admire you, and they send their congratulations. Now, the first view I want from you is to do with our foreign mission properties outside, and which has a fiscal implication on our budget. Under President Mahama I, a work was done in basically doing an inventory of all our foreign properties outside, the ones we own outright and the ones we lend or lease. And I think these things will be at the ministry when you get there to see what was done. And that we have a lot of money or properties that we have bought that are very expensive. These things started on Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah when we gained independence, where our foreign mission properties were actually bought in prime areas. And these properties actually cost millions of dollars. Now, over the years, some countries' activities we do there are not as busy as we do elsewhere. So the question is whether some of our properties elsewhere should actually be sold to buy properties, permanent properties, where we are actually very active. And to be able to save money, because we have a lot of litigations out there where we have properties. Mr. Speaker, as leaders are giving time to, yeah. As this is a very important one, because there's a lot of money that is being spent out there that comes from our budget. I mean, on recurrent expenditure, we spend about $1 billion a year, across 71 or so foreign missions. So some properties we rent, and actually we have properties, because I was part of that work, was
beim Edeka unendlich punkten mit dem besten Payback aller Zeiten. Jetzt Starkcoupon sichern und bis zu 15-fach auf deinen Einkauf punkten. Nur bei Edeka. Wir lieben Lebensmittel.
Finde ein tierfreundliches italienisches Restaurant in der Nähe zum draußen sitzen und sende es an Luca. Dein persönlicher AI-Begleiter.
And some properties we rent in some countries, we should actually be buying those properties because they go and find. What is your view on that in terms of making sure that we streamline our portfolio across the world and make sure that the properties we have are used efficiently and in places, and they need to be accommodated to make sure that we have adequate accommodation for our people on a mission outside. So I want to take your view on that before I continue. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, for your very profuse words of praise and encouragement. I'm really encouraged. In recent times, it's as though those of us rather who want to protect the public purse, we are becoming public enemies. People want to come after us, and they've left the looters, to enjoy their loot. So I really want to thank you. This is really not common in our country these days. On the substantive question of inventory and our assets abroad, I am glad that you are part of the team that did that work, and I will be happy to ask for the report and to study it. As ranking member, budget cycle, raising on the floor, that if you paid regard to how much we were spending on rent, if we had purchased properties, it will have saved the taxpayer. We will have, in terms of the economics, it makes more sense to own rather than be renting. So on the other suggestion of selling the assets, you know my position on state assets. I'm currently promoting a protection of state assets bill. I've brought it back to the 9th Parliament, and there are a number of colleagues on both sides supporting me in that quest. And so I certainly cannot be seen, selling any diplomatic property. I can make a pledge here that under my watch, no diplomatic property will be sold. They will rather be protected. And I think that if you look at the analysis, we need more. There are too many foreign service officials who are renting and are being harassed by landlords across the world, and we have to look at that. You make a genuine observation about countries where we no longer have diplomatic presence, but we have purchased items. The history is that this occurred during the economic crunch in the 1980s, when the Dr. Obeda Samoa era under President Rawlings, they did a realignment and to cut down on our expenditure on our missions abroad. But even though we do not have diplomatic presence, we can fashion out a way where those assets are not just allowed to rot. They can be put in good shape and rented, and then it raises money, good IGF for the ministry. So it's just about being innovative. So I would rather that we should, because you see, today you don't have diplomatic presence, but tomorrow, the need will arise. The exigencies of the time will ask you to rethink and re-establish diplomatic ties. So I would say let's keep all our assets. We don't have enough. We need to even build on what we have inherited. But certainly we'll look at the report and then see how we acquire more assets and then reduce the annual expenditure on rentals. It's really killing this country, and it's something we have to deal with. In conclusion, I must also point out that we have observed that there are some of the assets that we have even lost. If you go to the UK, for example, poor record keeping has led to some of our diplomatic assets being lost over the years. And it's one area that I want to pursue strongly to recover what has been lost, even if we have to wage, a strong legal battle to take it back from the encroachers. We need to do that. And as I said earlier, as for selling of these assets, please be rest assured that it's not something I believe in.
Let me follow up on this. And I think I do agree with you, though selling is an option, but I know your position on that. Perhaps what we can do, as it's been done in other places, is to rent the property at the prime place to get something somewhere else in the same country that is cheaper, so that the rent we earn from there can be used to pay for that property and actually get a balance out of that and save money. Now, my next question, as part of the follow-up, is actually to do with our trade attachés. You have defense attaché, trade attaché, and all the others. Now, what happens is that these officials come from their various ministries, like defense, like trade, and they are posted to London, US, and other places to help the mission over there to either promote trade or in the defense, the least say about it, the better, about what they go there and do. We know they do very important work there, but because of the sensitive nature of it, I wouldn't, Now, what happens to them? Because they draw, the foreign affairs or the mission draws their salaries, goods, and services from your ministry through the national budget. And these attaches also draw theirs from their various ministries. Now, when they get to London or US, they come under your mission over there. And then many of times they are not looked after properly in terms of looking for a place to stay and all that, or they don't even have adequate budget like you make provision for all that. So I think in the future going forward, we should look at how we can work together to make sure that the people we sent out there, if they don't belong to your mission and they are coming from elsewhere, they are able to fuse them together to make sure that they have adequate resources to do the very important work that will support you as being the ambassador out there to bring investment and trade and all that home. This you can take as an advice. The third one, and that will be my final one, is to do with, as you mentioned, and His Excellency the President. I'm very glad he had made that he's going to take the African continental trade under, his own leadership. The headquarters of the African continental trade sit here. We have done agreements, various agreements that we've signed around the world, but we don't actually prepare, especially in terms of the diplomacy side of things. So we go and sign all these agreements that in the end doesn't benefit us, but it benefits the people we've signed the agreement with. AGOA is one example. African continental free trade, as building themselves up to be able to take advantage. But we have been slow at it because the diplomacy has also been slow. The trade side is there, but the diplomacy should lead everything else. We have some African countries around us, especially our neighbors, who have moved from democracy to military rule after their ratification. Some have recently left ECOWAS, which means that relationship with them needs to be re-energized, and that requires some foreign diplomacy, and that is by yourself when you get the nod, not if. So I want to know from you how you are going to make us a leader through trade diplomacy on the African continent, through the Pan-Africanism that we talk about and the development of Africa. We do about 2 or 3% of trade among ourselves. We have now created a single market, and that single market requires diplomacy to nurture it before the trade actually comes in. So I want to know your view on that, in how you promote the trade diplomacy to be able to feed into this, so we can actually take advantage of having the headquarters of the African Continental Free Trade here and lead it to make sure that we build trade. And the problems we have in this country, debt is swallowing us, Ghana is almost broke and all that. These are some of the things that we need to do, including all the other things that we plan to do in 24-hour economy and all that, for us to be able to grow our economy again. But I should end by again congratulating you. God bless you. I know you do a fantastic job, and I know that the international tentacles of ORA will still keep you on the ORA job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ricketts Hagan. And let me state that I've been really impressed with your lecture. It was not a question, it was a lecture. And I'll make a special appeal to His Excellency the President that when we are putting together the Ministerial Advisory Board, if you wouldn't mind serving on the board, I would like you to be close to me, so that as a country, if you look at how we are struggling currently economically, then if you consider other factors, the ILO, for example, and the IOM have all confirmed that in 2023 we saw the highest rate of deaths on the Mediterranean. Young Africans who crossing over to Europe are dying, about 150,000. And those numbers are, according to the experts, even conservative estimates, because there are many who die and they are not even detected. You know, so we really have to prioritize trade diplomacy. And that's why in the NDC manifesto, we have said that we will make that a priority. There are many of our missions without trade attaches. We have said that we will send them and occupy those positions. But most importantly, we will also retrain them, build capacity. And then earlier I talked about KPIs. They will also be given clear targets. So you are not just posted, you know, and we don't know what you are bringing back home, what we are getting from you. Many people have not averted their mind to the inward-looking policies that we are witnessing now on the global arena. If you take, for example, the recent Donald Trump executive orders, if you begin to quantify the impact on our continent, the last time I was engaging officials of the WHO, in terms of even the Global Fund, which has been a major player so far as our health priorities are concerned. The analysis showed that the WHO will lose about $450 to $500 million every year. If every month, I think I was told, if this executive order remains in force. So what that means is that we can no longer continue to be relying on handouts and aid from other countries. We must really take our destinies into our own hands and forge a path that is self-reliant, that will really lift our people out of poverty. And that is where this trade diplomacy comes in. And the literature is clear that over the decades, aid hasn't worked. What we really must promote is trade. Trade, not aid. So these trade attaches will now take a very serious look at it, build capacity, make sure that there are clear KPIs, and within the larger ambit of economic diplomacy, where in our manifesto we talk about formulating a blueprint for the first time in our country's history. We will do all of that with clear targets so that trade diplomacy will work for our people, will help to improve the living conditions of our people and create jobs for our people.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Minority Leader.
Honorable nominee, you took the leave of chair to make some preliminary observation, largely on my press conference, and referred to how you felt about it and how your wife felt about it. I think Chairman largely addressed the issue in another way, which was acceptable to me, because we're all having our own challenges that we couldn't have communicated. But I think the effect of my political statement was to the effect that our side had no proper understanding of yesterday's arrangement. However, let me unconditionally apologize to your wife for how my press statement conference came about. I mean, how she felt about it. I mean, I'll feel bad if somebody said something about my own wife, and it's fair. All right, these are not ego matters. So I'm sorry to your dear wife, and how my press conference was carried out, you felt. I also say sorry to you. I would have utmost respect for you. I will be the last person to run you down. Okay? So I'm sorry. And I'm sorry to your wife one more time. Is that okay?
Yeah, very okay, and we are grateful. Thank you very much.
Very well. That's settled. You have expressed concern about the state of the public purse, the state of the economy, and the need for us as public officers to be mindful of costs. Can you, without prejudice, assure the nation that true to those values you hold dear, you will to fly economy and nothing more?
In my private capacity, when I'm traveling, I fly business economy because of the state of the economy. I am happy to do that, and if I can top up with my own resources, as I have been doing already in my private travels, I do travel business, not first class, business. I'm happy to do that. But as I said earlier, in this discussion, we must be more nuanced about it. I believe we can even achieve more savings with the size of delegations, with frequency of travels, with even the kind of airlines,
Please,
that we use.
Honorable nominee, you know, in the past, this whole perception that leader keeps nominees for a long time. I would try to be very specific. So limit yourself as well, so that you don't create more room for follow-ups, which would make your guests uncomfortable and your party members may think I have some personal agenda. So please pay attention and let's have a good conversation. So just to rephrase it, would you want to take a personal decision to fly economy, even if government policy is for you to fly business?
I don't see what that achieves. It's totally unnecessary. I would save costs on travels using other mechanisms. I'll watch the size of delegation. I'll make sure that there are many ways that we can save money, and those are the matters I'll pursue, and we will save even more money for the country. I really don't see where this economy discussion is going to.
You have become aware that the President of the Republic, our President, recently traveled to Gambia and the Republic of Senegal by using his brother's private jets. You become aware of that, correct?
Yes.
you are aware you have a strong view on. Do you think that although there is no for the President of the Republic to be flying on official duties with his brother's private jet?
I have long advocated for the need for Ghana to have a presidential travel policy. And I've said that even in cabinet, it's a matter that I will pursue. And so the ideal situation, if we have a presidential travel policy, in some countries they've even, passed them, enacted them into law, where there are clear guidelines and the do's and don'ts. But now, it doesn't exist. And any day, the good people of Ghana will go for a free, brother trip as compared to 20,000 euros an hour chartered jet where the Ghanaian taxpayer suffers.
So you agree with me that though the state did not pay for the president's travel by use of his brother's private jet, it costs his brother money to fund the trip of his brother to Senegal and the Gambia. You agree with me?
Air travel comes with costs, aviation fuel, landing rights, all kinds of fees you have to pay. So yes, it definitely comes at some cost.
In view of that, it is inappropriate for a brother to bear the cost of the president's travel. You would agree with me that it's inappropriate, given the circumstances.
If you can clarify your question, I don't see why you say it's inappropriate.
I will clarify. Just
Honorable members, the question is whether it is inappropriate for a brother to sponsor a trip. Honorable members, as for a gift from a brother, you can hardly reject. So to ask the appropriateness or otherwise, I have a difficulty about the question myself.
Mr. Chairman, the nominee wanted me to provide clarity. I will provide the clarity to the question. So the foundation is, in your own words, it is not proper for a president to travel on a $20,000 an hour jet. We need a policy to guide presidential travels. But for the time being, there is no policy. According to you again, the president traveled to the Gambia. That is President John Dramani Mahama, our president, private jet. Which travel came at a cost to his brother. You've given a breakdown: aviation fuel, the cost of landing, all those associated costs, salary, allowances of the pilots. the air hostess, all those who are hosted, not only the president, all those officials in the aircraft, his brother bore that cost on the president's behalf. Me, I have a patience to tolerate. You don't. You don't. You can't accommodate me, but I can. Don't you think that the actions of Mr. President in the circumstance as available to us was inappropriate?
I do not think so.
Respected colleague, you have told this committee that you used your car loan to buy a combined harvester for the farmers in your constituency. Yes. You had a car loan in 2013, 2017, and 2020. Please share with us which of them you used in buying the combine harvester. Is it the 2013 one? Each parliament, an MP is given a car loan. So I want to know from you which of them you used to buy a combine harvester for your farmers.
I was making specific reference to the 2021.
In fact, the question was specific reference to 2021.
So, may I know from you that 20 give the name of the automobile company that you intend to buy from? You provide the name to Parliament, and then Parliament will issue the check directly to the automobile company, because the check is not issued in your name. Now, let me ask you, the letter you wrote to Parliament in respect of you drawing this amount for your car loan, how did you draft the letter, and what was the content?
This procedure you talk about is a procedure not known to me. I'm aware that there are a good number of MPs, majority on your side actually, who have used their car loans for other matters. You are aware of the reports under former Speaker Okwe, those who use it to pay their children's school fees, you know, children abroad and all of that. And I don't know how they then drafted their letters to automobile companies when they used those monies for school. I don't really see. And my farmers, my rice farmers are really grateful. So I really don't know about this procedure you're talking about.
Honorable member, and I'm happy that we're having this exercise, and I just want Chairman to pay attention to this. Honorable member, I am being very specific to you. If you say I am aware, at this point I am not on oath. If you say I'm aware some people used their monies for children's school fees, other things on my side, you see, then we'll be getting into a certain arena. People may not appreciate when I want to now delve into it, provide evidence of those people, then they also come and defend themselves. So I would plead with you.
I'll be happy to provide.
No
I have the list.
Okay, that's fine.
I can provide.
That's all right. Then I'll be happy to know. I'll be happy for you to provide. But for the time being, let's deal with you. And then if it pleases you that because you are not the only guilty person and that there are other accomplices, that's fine. Because you are saying that people use it to pay their children's school fees, you use yours to pay for buy a harvester, so blah blah blah. So I am dealing with your situation. I am dealing with your situation. I don't know of others. So I want to know how you procured the
minority leader. I will again plead with you. I have a cause to even make an appearance for some members of parliament before the office of the special prosecutor. So if we can veer from this and make progress, it will be in the interest of the entire parliament of the Republic of Ghana.
Chairman, with respect, I would be very, very firm and I would not allow any attempt for a scene to be created. I'm very guided. I'll respect you. I know what I am doing. I'll be very respectful. Please allow a process to go on. Honorable nominee answered. I'm not bringing this up. He said that in 2021, he used his car loan to purchase a combine harvester. I'm not vetting any other person apart from him. And I'm limiting myself to him, and I'll show him utmost respect as our chief diplomat. Honorable nominee, this combine harvester that you purchased for your people, with your car loan, they access that money. Please share with us the process you undertook to access that money.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to provide that. You do know that in our offices, our RAs are responsible for all of these administrative enterprises. So, Mr. Chairman, if you will allow me, I'm on oath. I do not want to make statements because I don't have those documents here.
Nominee, let us all tread cautiously. Be brief in your answers.
Honorable,
but Mr. Chairman, I'm seeking your your ruling. Am I allowed to submit that later? Because I don't have those letters here.
No, I don't mind.
Yeah.
To make it available to us
because
later.
I didn't drop those letters.
That's all right. So, Chairman, can you talk to your people? It would make the thing mad. Can they be quiet? You. Honorable nominee, whilst we give you time to furnish us with the letters that you wrote to the clerk of parliament, did you in the letter state, to the best of your memory, did you state to the clerk that your money, instead of using it to buy a car, which was why the state grant?
I've been very open and transparent about my dealings, and I do not want to engage in guesswork. I have said that I will submit all the necessary documents on this particular transaction. So I will not engage in any guesswork. But I volunteer this information. I've talked about it time without number. Everybody comments to you. But for now, I will not engage in any guesswork because I don't have the documents here.
2013, your car loan, did you access it?
I must have done that.
Can you share with us how you access that?
Again, I'll have to retrieve those documents for you.
Chairman, with your leave, I would stay questions on that to enable our respected colleague to bring documents in respect of how we access his 2013 car loan. Meanwhile, in 2013, you were a Deputy Minister of Education, correct?
Yes, I was.
In your work, you had access to an official saloon car and an official four-wheel drive as a Deputy Education Minister, correct?
Yeah, correct.
At the same time, you had a four-wheel drive purchased for you by Parliament, correct?
That's a car loan, so I don't know
yes,
how you are
very
defining that. It is deducted from our salary, so I think that it has to be, the context has to be, the context has to be.
Yes, I would, Honorable Nominee, don't worry. I would be fair as much as possible. Car loan, that's why I use the word car loan. So the ordinary meaning of a loan is that you will pay back. And we know that the car loans that we access, they deduct from our salary within the 4 years. So I will get to that point. Now, when you served 2013 to the Ghanaian public that you had access to an official four-wheel drive, had access to a saloon vehicle, and then on top of it, another four-wheel drive, which was a car loan from Parliament. Now, when did you get the opportunity to purchase it?
I didn't put in an application to purchase it. That was available as an option, but I didn't avail myself for it. So I left it behind. But under this policy is
emphasis.
So for emphasis, all my
emphasis.
official cars were left behind. I didn't apply to buy any of them.
So as at 2017, the only vehicle available to you was your four-wheel drive that Parliament bought for you, which there was deduction, correct?
Honorable Minority Leader, the nominee keep on saying it is a car loan, and you are using the word Parliament bought for you. Let's not create a different impression in public. So let's restrict ourselves to a car loan before the impression is created in public as if Parliament buys the car for us.
Let's come to 2017. Again, you won election and you came to Parliament. 2017, again, the state made available a car loan to you. Did you access that car loan for your second term in Parliament?
Yes, I did.
Did you buy a four-wheel drive with it or some other cars?
Two salon vehicles, but I stayed within the parameters. I didn't exceed, yeah. Because you know that some people do pickups and all of that, yeah, so.
Honorable member,
yeah, for clarity.
Yes, with respect to you, please help me by limiting it to only yourself. Because when you say other people, that's where chairman doesn't want me to go there, so that we don't introduce whistleblowers and other people's rights. So it's you now for the time being. Is that okay?
No, it cannot be okay. It's important to put things in proper context. people must know that there are these options available to all of us. People are taking different decisions. Some are doing a pickup or two pickups, or a pickup and a Land Cruiser, or a salon car, and all of that. So it is important to put things in proper context so that the wrong impression is not created.
So for 2017, you used your car loan to buy 2 salon vehicles. You've just told us that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which salon vehicles are you referring to?
A salon vehicle is a salon vehicle. I can provide the details and my CAN number, but I don't.
You wrote to Parliament? Which letters you use in accessing those funds to the
keeps very good records. And I'm sure all of that. If Chairman,
let me straighten the record.
Yeah.
That we've all been beneficiaries of the car loan. Sometimes the automobile company will bring a list or will have a paper, and all those who want to procure the vehicle from that automobile company would indicate their names. So it is not necessarily you writing a letter to that effect. We've all used the procedure. You see, and this is including leadership.
Yeah, so Chairman, if you, I'm willing to follow your direction, Chairman, but I'm happy to provide all of these documents. My RA is a good record keeper.
Honorable nominee, do you know Rukayat to Al Hassan, a chartered accountant who works with? Honorable member, do you know of Louisa Osei, who works at the Department of Public Invested Lands Management Division at the Lands Commission?
No, I don't think I know them.
You'll be surprised if these individuals say they have a close relationship with you.
I'll be very surprised.
Now let's come to Ora. And you indicated, I'm bringing you there because on your CV, sometimes people may not appreciate why we're asking certain questions. If you come to page 1 of your own CV, you stated profile, Member of Parliament for Norton, 4th term. Then your operation recover all loot. So it's on the basis of what you have put on your CV that amount. I know it was publicly announced that the respected Domlevo is a member of your committee. The respected Kofi Boachi is a member. And then Mr. Martin Pebu, a respected lawyer. Sometimes people may have their own disagreement with him, but he's also playing his role in our democracy, and I respect him for what he's doing for his country. We can't always agree. Now, tell us, in very clear terms, what the mandate of this ORA has been.
our mandate is exactly what Article 41F of the 1992 Constitution speaks of. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll read Article 41F. Article 41F provides,
Please do.
the exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations. And accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen, F, to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat misuse and waste of public funds and property, unquote. So our mandate is to really be patriotic citizens. And I'm so proud that His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama found me worthy to chair this eminent committee, which has the eminent patriots you have listed. Our mandate is simply to serve as a vehicle of information gathering. We've put out hotlines, we've put out emails, we have a website, and we are receiving information which we are compiling in a comprehensive document. We also carry out field visitations, because we don't want to be an armchair committee that just, puts together a report that we cannot verify, which we cannot validate, which is not credible. So we carry out field visits. We've been to a number of places across the country to be sure that the information that people are giving us are indeed accurate, so that we can present a credible, comprehensive report to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. So that is what we have been doing, making sure that we prevent the looting, the misuse, the abuse of public property.
Now, you mentioned that earlier, that people have been coming to your secretariat with information. So where is the secretariat?
The secretariat, which is really a makeshift secretariat, and we have to express our gratitude using this platform to Her Excellency the Vice President, Professor Nana Jenopoku-Agyemang. We share her office with her. She generously, because she also believes, so passionately in oral, in protecting looting and protecting public assets. She very graciously allowed us to use her office for this work. So that's the secretariat we are using.
You mean her office at Jubilee House?
No, her private office.
Where is this office?
In Cantonment.
Cantonment, okay.
Yes.
Now, this her private office in Cantonment, is it an office that she, because cantonment lands are state lands. So now, this is a private office in Cantonment. Is it an office that she owns or she has rented? Is it something that you know?
Honorable member, the question is overruled. The essence is that she is not the owner. The place was made available. The person who made the place available has been mentioned. How would he, the user, be able to know whether the place is owned or it was rented?
Mr. Chair.
Well, Chair, I can Chair, if you don't mind, just make your work simple, because I have information.
I'm very mindful.
I have information.
I mind.
It's rented. She doesn't own it. It's rented. So, Chairman, if you don't mind, so that we don't even create any unfair impression in the minds of Ghanaians, because I work closely with her, and I know the struggle to pay the rent.
The person, Professor Nana Opoku-Agyemang, is the tenant.
Yes,
she is a tenant.
Absolutely.
Okay, because that place is a dollar-rated area. So, I mean, yes, cantonment properties, you pay dollars. We know that as a fact. So, I'm happy to hear that the Vice President is able to afford a dollar, rent in in cantonment. It means that we can't, we being in public service doesn't mean that we should be poor. That's fine. Anyway,
well,
so,
Chairman, I'm also happy to observe that the honorable minority leader is aware that cantonment lands are dollar rated. So when some of his colleagues are paying 42,000 cedis for a plot of land in cantonments, he must join my crusade against state capture. So I'm very happy. I'm happy you are introducing dollars into this discussion. Very, very happy about it.
My respected colleague, not to worry, would go there gradually. We'll go there gradually. Now, the lands in cantonment, you are telling us that some people have been paying 42,000, whatever you call it. What? Have you been able to find out from the Lands Commission whether they have a standard pricing regime for lands that they sell to the public? Have you found out?
Honorable Minority Leader, if you can expatiate your question. Standard regime how?
So, to enable one to determine whether a land is being sold at a very low price or a high price, one must pay attention to valuation. So the entity in question, whether it has set its own pricing ceiling, so you pay grounds rent, the actual lease, so, and if so, per acre or per plot, how is that determined? I just want to know from you whether as part of your work you've been able to find out from the Lands Commission whether state lands that they sell, they have their own standard pricing for it.
What I've discovered in the course of my work is that it varies depending on the area. So cantonments varies, range varies. I'm even looking into your own acquisition in Winneba. I have the document here. It also varies. So it varies all over. I have documents from Tamale as well, which vary. So I don't think there's a standard rate. It varies depending on the place.
Honorable nominee, because you have brought me in, I'm able to find out from you about my properties in Winneba that you know. I want you to share with the public.
This specific one is a lease between you and the government of Ghana on 22nd March 2023. The name Alexander Afenyo Markins for 99 years. This is in Winneba. Yeah, so official Lands Commission document, yeah.
Honourable member, did you say 99 years? Yes. Because I know as a fact that government land, the lease will not go beyond 50 years. By law.
If I can read verbatim, and this is signed by Justice A. Asanguna, Principal Lands Officer in Winneba, and the official search certificate indicates that the search applied for against the land edged red on the plan attached has been made with the following results. 1, the site is not a state land but vested by virtue of LI 206 dated 21st November 1961. 2, the site also is covered by a lease dated 22nd March 2023 between the government of Ghana on one part and Alexander Afenyo Markin on the other part for a term of 99 years. So that is what the search certificate states.
Honorable nominee, just by way of public information, because you provided the airline, now I'll give you a background to Winneba and Gomwa. Winneba and Gomwa have had a long period of land disputes. It went all the way to the Gold Coast Supreme Court. So the entire Winneba land, Kwame Nkrumah, just to bring peace between the people of Winneba and the people of Gomwa, came up with this executive instrument. There are two instruments. So in Winneba, every land is vested. All the villages and the Gomwa enclave as well. So I'm happy that you read. The state. Yes. Oh, come on. But the person read, Roxanne, we are doing a serious exercise. I mean, if you guys want us to go the path of partisan politics, we would go there. No. I have been very gentle and respectful. Chairman,
members, let's
Chairman,
have
you
some
need
order.
to talk to your
Let's
people.
have some order.
Because
Please,
when we
I beg
react,
you.
then they will take offense.
I beg you. Let's
If
have
they
some
do,
order.
We have a lot of things to do. I've been calm, quiet, gentle, respectful. They've been doing, I've been keeping quiet. Please, I have patience, but not to a point that a man cannot tolerate. So, honorable nominee, I am happy that sitting there, you've gone digging me. And I'm happy that you brought it here. That Winneba, I want to provide information. Winneba and Gomwa enclave. The chiefs, their lands were all annexed. And they are vested lands. So I'm happy that you read it. And even when the Asafo companies, the Asafo own that area called Ponkwechi, that's Dentifo Asafo. And the Twafo also own the Komfo-Ade Kojobedu areas. And some chiefs own their lands. But because of the Kwame Nkrumah EI, even if you buy from the chief, and the chief gives you an indenture, you can't register at Lands Commission because of that EI. So everybody in Winneba would have to go and register through a lease with the state. So I'm happy you brought it up, and then I've just explained to you. Now let us go back to your oral work. You have indicated that you are seeking to recover state lands that have been wrongly appropriated. You call it loot. Now, are you looking at all state lands that were appropriated by individuals since 1992, or you are going way down to the 80s, 70s, or you are limiting yourself to recent years? Can you share some light on your mandate? Because you are seeking to recover, which is very patriotic.
Honourable member, I believe this will be in the mandate of
Yeah, so you should share with us.
Ora. The nominee before us is being vetted for a position of a foreign minister. So, how relevant is the mandate of Oral to the position that the nominee is being vetted for?
Chairman, don't start. I hold you.
We are ready. They can go ahead and call your people.
Chairman, you have, the nominee himself spoke about Ora. The nominee himself stated in his CV, and I'm asking him questions about it. Then you say it is not relevant. Chairman, I'm pleading with you. I'm according you every respect. Let's have a smooth inquisition. Let's have a smooth inquisition. Honorable nominee, your work aimed at recovering state assets, lands that have been looted, etc. Which period are you looking at?
His Excellency the President has made clear that looting is looting, And it doesn't matter when it occurred. Once information emerges that it was an unconscionable transaction, we should document it. Remember that I have said that our work is with phase 1, information gathering. When we have presented our report to the president, phase 2 will kick in. That's where the Attorney General will take control, and we'll be looking at the recoveries, the actual retrievals, and if there has to be even prosecutions. Because remember that Oral's work is not only about properties. We also have the financial aspect, the causing financial loss to the state. So it's a more broader concept than often it is made to look.
Now, let's leave Oral for a moment and come back to your CV. Page 1 of your CV. You provided your address, PO Box AD45 at Ablakwa, Accra. Is the address owned by you? Is it your own postal address, or is a family postal address that you are using?
It's a family postal address.
And how long have you been using this family postal address?
About 10 years.
Now, you've also indicated you have 2 email addresses, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Then you have indicated home address, number 1, Wilshire Boulevard, Airport Hills. This property at Airport Hills, how long have you been living at Airport Hills?
About 8 years.
Is it your own property?
No, I am renting. I'm a tenant.
Airport Hills is dollar rented zone. Are you aware?
Honorable Member, can we have a clarification of dollar rented? Because in Ghana, we use CD. So I don't understand a dollar rented property. Does it mean you pay the rent in dollars?
Not necessarily.
I mean...
Okay. Okay, Honorable Member. So your rent, do you pay it monthly or you pay it annually?
Well, it depends. And Chair, I don't know if you want me to share the tenancy agreement with you, even though I'll have to
don't proceed.
Seek the permission of my dear wife, because we do it together.
Don't proceed. It is not in the interest of the company to be demanding for your tenancy agreement, let alone determining how much you pay as rent.
Okay. Well, I mean,
that is personal.
I like to be transparent, so
but that is personal.
But I respect your ruling, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, you see, we are in this public enterprise together. This is a nominee who, desirous of protecting the public purse, holding people accountable, is able to inquire into how people earn their salaries, especially public officers, how people acquire properties and all. I think that it is only fair. For instance, in this inquisition, at least he came as prepared as possible with my own land that I have owned for over 25 years, which is good.
And that's not only what I have, by the way.
No, provide, honorable member, I am happy. I'm happy for you to share with the public all that you have on me. Read them aloud. No, please read them aloud. Honorable members, I want you, because you brought it up, I want you to share with the public all the properties that I have that you have uncovered, including my bank account. Share with the public. I'm happy for you to share. No, I want you to share because I want it to disclose. I am right here. No, I am right here. I am right here. I want you to disclose to the public all the properties that I own that you have.
Honorable Minority Leader, remember, I am the chair of the committee. If you ask a question that relates to that, fine. I can even overrule the question. So please, you are not allowed to mention the others unless the need arose. Proceed.
Honorable member, as part of your inquisition on me, did you discover some other properties that I own apart from what you have already mentioned? Which search result you shared? Are there others that you were able to uncover?
Is there inquisition in the first place, or you just gather information?
Don't worry, I will put it right if I should use gathered information.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I will disclose what I have at the right time. We are following our strategy. You have a strategy, I have my strategy. So let's stick to our strategies.
So good. So, honorable nominee, as part of the information you've gathered thus far, the ones that you have gathered about me, can you disclose them to the public apart from what you have discovered?
I cannot at this point.
Honorable nominee, this property at the Airport Hills that you say you rent, and you've been renting it for 8 years, do you pay in cedis or you pay in dollars? Your rent, your tenant rent, do you pay in cedis or you pay in dollars?
In cities, we always pay the city equivalent.
Do you deduct withholding tax from your rent at source? Because every rent, there's a withholding tax element, and then you give the receipts to the landlord. Do you deduct at source and pay to GRA, or you just pay your rent and it doesn't matter how the landlord goes about it?
Honorable members, this is a legal question. It's in two ways. The landlord can choose to pay the rent, and the landlord can agree with the tenant for the tenant to also pay it. And it depends the duration.
So he's opening it up for clarity. So choose the part you would want to answer.
I'm not allowing you to answer that question.
Chairman, please say so for the records. I didn't get that you have
question overruled.
That's okay, no problem. Honorable member, on your CV, you have indicated on page 2 Page 2. Are you there with me? We have former managing director, Savvy Solutions. Now share with us when you registered this company.
Yeah. This was in April 2018.
Are you the sole shareholder of this company, please?
Yes, I am, but it's defunct.
Honorable member, the fact that you are a managing director of a company does not suggest that you are even a shareholder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let alone being the sole shareholder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the question is overruled.
Are you a shareholder of the company?
The company is defunct, so I'm no longer working or operating this company.
Were you a shareholder of the company?
Sole shareholder.
From which year to which year did you operate this company?
It was just about a year. It was short-lived.
What was the nature of the business of the company?
So it was communications and PR firm, and because I was appointed Deputy Minister for Information, I saw that there will be potential conflict, and so I decided to wind down to avoid a conflict of interest situation.
Honorable Member, you served as a Deputy Minister of Information between 2009 to 2013. A moment ago, you said the company was registered in 2018. Please, can you bring clarity? Because you said 2018.
No, I meant 2008. Thanks for the 2008. So let the record be corrected. April 2008.
Please kindly take the leave of chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, with your leave.
2008.
2008, not 2018. Yeah, 2008.
Now, you do not own any other company, correct?
I'm a director in one company which is yet to take off. It's a farming arrangement that we are working on. I and a number of people, but it's just been registered, but we haven't fully taken off. We haven't fully started operations. And that's, if Mr. Chairman, you want me to provide the name, that's Volta Clenam Farms. We're going to go into massive cassava production. We want to produce starch from cassava. But it's still in the gestation period. We haven't taken off yet. So we've just registered a company, and we're still holding talks with potential interest parties.
So if you say you've just registered the company, you mean you've registered it as a Registrar General's Department, correct?
Absolutely.
And you are the sole shareholder, correct?
No, I'm not. There are others. I don't think I have their permission to go public with the identity.
Okay, so you agree with me that to go public with information related to people, you necessarily will need their privacy, correct?
It depends on the context and the circumstances. Yeah, it depends.
That's you have drawn the distinction that their consent and permission is not needed because it will be in the public interest, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
But if they are private individuals, putting out their names will require their consent and authorization, correct?
If they are not politically exposed. Sometimes you can have politically exposed private individuals. So that's why I say it depends on the circumstances. I mean, in these matters, you have to look at all. You have to look at all the parameters.
What I'm saying is that, so let me rely on your words. So you're saying that if these people are politically exposed, there is no such requirement for their consent before you put out their names. If I got you right.
I have stated that it depends on the circumstances. So case by case, you make a determination.
But you are aware that per the Companies Act and then the anti-money laundering law that we passed, we amended to Act 824 something. Yes, Act 824. These individuals that you jointly own shares with in this company are politically exposed by virtue of the association with you. You'd agree with me?
Honorable member, the question is overruled. This is purely a legal question, but the statement is not correct.
Now, you say you are going into cassava production in commercial quantities. You have acquired the land already?
It will be a cooperative, so we will not acquire the land. We've discussed an interesting concept where the community owns, say, the community will contribute land, the youth will be involved. It's part of next initiatives I want to introduce as a member of parliament in Northton, so it's all geared towards job creation and promoting agriculture amongst the youth. So that's the kind of concept we are looking at, more of a communal approach where families who own land will bring it, young people volunteer, and then the proceeds will be shared amongst those who sign up for the cooperative program. So it's quite an interesting concept. That's what we are looking at. So we haven't bought any land at this point.
So, Honorable Foreign Minister Designate, in your constituency, do you own any property there? Like the way I own a property in my constituency, do you also own a property in your constituency?
Yes, I do.
With us, how long you've owned this property?
It's a property I use about 10 years to build. Simple 4-bedroom, 1 kitchen, no boys' quarters, no swimming pool, no tennis court. It's a simple structure. I've seen a lot of propaganda out there that I own a $3 million mansion in my constituency, largely fueled by propagandists in your party. But I don't own $3 million in Afenyo. I mean, absolutely preposterous and ridiculous. Those who attended my dad's funeral saw the property. Very simple property, built over a 10-year period. So if you want descriptions, that's what I can give you.
The land, how did you acquire the land? So, example, in my case, I buy it from the chiefs and the ASAFO, but I still would have to go and pay again at the Lands Commission because their title, their document they give, you can't register because of vested land. Do you have a similar situation in your area?
No, mine family land. So, and because I'm member of parliament, they were very, very generous. It was largely a donation, just a little token to show appreciation. You know how people are very happy to reward people who are serving them diligently in their communities. So it was within that spirit.
So, like you're saying that it's a family land, but it was given to you.
Order.
You are saying that the land upon which you built was a gift to you from a family because of your hard work as a member of parliament?
That's not what I said. I said it belongs to a family. It's not a government land. It's owned by a family. And I'm saying that they didn't really let me pay a commercial value. I mean, I have to be grateful to them, and that's all I'm doing. So a little token, a little appreciation, really, but nothing significant.
So you have a lease to the land? You have a lease?
Not yet. Not yet.
So, as far as you are concerned, that simple property, as you've described it, in your constituency is the only property you own, correct? Or you own some other properties?
Mr. Chairman, I think the Vice Chairman is engaging Mr. Chairman, so. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll need your guidance on that question on the properties I own. Because I've declared my assets, so if you want to get a copy of my asset declaration from the Auditor General, but Chairman, I leave it in your hands.
Referring to the Assets Declaration Act, it is for a stated reason that you file it and the envelope is not even open. So in that vein, I would disallow the question.
Okay, Chairman, so let me get clarity. So on this table, what you are saying is that the nominee is not obliged to disclose the properties that he has. I mean, just so that I'm guided, if you're saying that a nominee getting into public service, who is a public-spirited individual, who gathers information as to what people own in public life, how politicians live their lives, in this case, he's not obliged to disclose. I'm fine. That's okay.
Let's do what the law requires from us. The law requires that you file your asset declaration.
Man, I'm not talking about the law. I never went into asset declaration. I asked a very simple question. He said at the Airport Hills, based on the information here, he says that he's a tenant at Airport Hills. He's lived there as a tenant for 8 years. Then he himself disclosed that people have been making all manner of propaganda. He owns this, he owns that. However, in his constituency, just as I do, he has a simple house, and that simple house has a 4-bedroom, no boys' quarters, no swimming pool. I have a swimming pool in Winba. In fact, I have two. My beachfront and my White House. I have two big swimming pools. I have them. I have a boys' quarters, yes, and I have had them for years, which is different from you. Yeah. Well, the fact. So I want to know from you whether you have other properties.
His disclosure clearly is a voluntary disclosure, but what you are seeking to do is for him to disclose his assets publicly. The law says that you declare it, they keep the envelope, they don't even open it. As to whether that is right or not, that is apparently the law.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I've placed on record that I'm happy for the committee to engage with the Auditor General to have a copy of my asset declaration, if you so wish. I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but I can state on the record that I have never purchased a government land, if that is what is of interest to the minority leader. I've never bought a government land, if that is, or a public land or a state land, if that is where he's headed.
Well, sorry for the interruption. That's an issue we have to deal with.
Now, Honorable Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I just want us to put this matter to a peaceful rest so that we are all clear. I understand that as a requirement of law and by law, we are to make an asset declaration sealed in an envelope deposited with the Auditor General. Are you therefore saying that in view of that law, nominees that appear before us are not obliged to make a disclosure of properties that they own? If so, I will respect it. I just want clarity as to your ruling.
Yes, by imperative of that law, you cannot publicly ask anybody to publicly disclose his assets. That is why the disclosure of the access in the wisdom of the framers of the law is confidential.
Honorable nominee, let us deal with this combine harvester that you used your car loan to acquire for your constituents. So the use of the combine harvester, do the farmers pay for the use of it?
So the Afenyo rice farmers have a cooperative, and they make it's heavily subsidized. So they make a little contribution which they use to service the combine harvester, to buy fuel and all of that. So it's their internal arrangement for servicing and buying fuel.
So, honorable nominee, are they in the process paying back the facility?
No, they are not to pay back.
Are you getting the information on WhatsApp?
So, my respected colleague, let's go to April 8th. You publicly demanded on Twitter that former President Akufo-Addo should submit an annual presidential staffers report. And I'm quoting you. We demand the annual report now. Unquote. However, official records show that this report had already been submitted by the presidency to Parliament on the March 25, 2024, and formally acknowledged by the Speaker's office on March 28, 2024, nearly 2 weeks before your demand. As someone who is being nominated as our chief diplomat, this office requires meticulous attention to facts and careful verification before making public statements. Can you explain, 1, what steps you took to verify your information before making your demand public? That's the first one.
The Clerk of Parliament, Mr. Jethro, will confirm to you that I called him to find out if the presidential staffers list had been submitted, and he responded that it had not been submitted. And you need to recall that consistently over the 8-year period is one of the items my caucus asked me to specialize in, and consistently I have had to. It's been really a difficult struggle to get the presidency to comply with that act, and you know that most often it is submitted after the March deadline. In April 2018, I thought that consistent with that track record, they had also missed the mark, and indeed I did verify from the clerk at table, Mr. Jethro, before I put out that tweet.
But you subsequently became aware that indeed the presidency had submitted the search information ahead of your publication, correct?
So I saw a tweet, an X post by counsel to the president responding to my post that they had submitted it earlier. So I took steps to follow up from the Speaker's office, and I can't place on record that I have been pursuing that document since. Strangely, I haven't seen it, despite my pursuit, and it's not been laid in the House, which is really strange. I don't know what happened to that document in transit, but we don't have copies. No MP has been given a copy, which I find really strange.
The fact is that the Speaker's office confirmed receipt of the said document way ahead of your publication.
I wouldn't know that. President, Speaker communicating, writing letters to each other directly, they don't copy MPs. So I wouldn't. I did my check, diligent check at the table office. Mr. Jethro told me it had not been submitted. And I then reminded the president that he has to comply. And if you check consistently, has not been complying with the law on this matter.
Well, for me, I believe that the recipient of said communication is the Speaker's office. And to be fair to the president and all presidents, not only Akufo-Addo, our current president, once the communication is delivered to the Speaker's office, I believe that it would only be fair that even if our initial diligence search could not reveal the delivery of such, once we become aware, it is only fair that we acknowledge same and take note. I think, in all fairness to President Akufo-Addo, he did not break the law. But if you don't want to acknowledge that fact, I won't press you on that. I will just move to my next question. But the fact is that at the time you put out your information, the document has already been ferried to the Speaker's office 2 weeks earlier, and you can always verify. Let me move to the next question. In March 2021, you resigned from the appointment committee, citing personal and principled reasons. You chose to act independently rather than to align with the collective decision process of your caucus. Now, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, that is when approved, you will be required to represent and defend Ghana's collective cabinet positions, even when they might differ from your personal views. Now, how do you reconcile your past actions with this fundamental requirement of cabinet collective responsibility, and what assures this committee that you would uphold this principle if confirmed as minister?
Well, thank you very much. I am a conviction politician. I have certain principles and certain standards. And the principle of collective cabinet responsibility, inherent in that principle, is that if there's a cabinet position you don't agree with, you resign. If you stay on, then you must defend that cabinet position. So if it's a matter I feel strongly about, I'm not one who finds it difficult to walk away, to preserve my convictions and my philosophies.
Thank you. Thank you. I refer you to a publication by graphic.com.gh on 12 September 2017, where former Attorney General, Mr. Martin Amidu, documented several instances where you allegedly engaged in confrontational exchanges with senior political figures, including your interactions with him on Isophoton case. Now, let's hear from you. Did you engage the former AG with a view to facilitating the payment due Isophoton at the time?
Well, thank you very much. At the time, I was Deputy Minister for Information, and I received a petition, came to the ministry, and I'm glad that former ministers of information are here. I see the Honorable Mahama Ayariga. It is key to the mandate of the Ministry of Information to receive feedback and ferry that information to the relevant quarters. So in this case, there was a petition from the director of Isophoton, and all I did was to forward that. And if you, Mr. Chair, you give me the permission to read from the current Ministry of Information's website. I have a printout here, a statement introducing the ministry, signed by the former Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatima Abubakar. And she states here, and Ghanaians who are watching can log onto the website of the Ministry of Information, which is appears to be now defunct, by the way. The Honorable Fatima Abubakar writes, quote, "Our goal as a ministry is to empower the citizens of Ghana through information dissemination, to ensure transparency and accountability in public policy cycles. The mandate of the Ministry of Information is to," this is President Akufo-Addo's Minister for Information, and that's all I was doing in the Isophoton matter.
Okay, so if so, why then would he describe you, I mean, from what you are saying, public office holder, you received the petition, you are asking for payment through your ministry,
various government agencies. So please receive this. That was dictate to the Attorney General on what to do. So
now, members, let's make progress.
So if you only ferried the letter to him, why would he therefore describe you as uncouth and somebody who has been insulting elders, because he stated so. I mean, if there was no verbal engagement, but just a letter you wrote, how would he give you such a description?
Well, first of all, I would like to see that publication, because
it on the 12th September 2017. It's still online, so you can peruse it. That's why I wanted clarity, that what was the mode of interaction. And you have said it was through a formal letter you sent to his office regarding the petition you received from Isofota, meaning you didn't phone him to talk to him. So if you didn't do so, how he gave you this description is why I want to know your view on it.
I mean, fortunately, I've been
Honorable member.
I've been in the public space.
Honorable member, hold it. The question is a bit nebulous. How somebody have a view about you, you may not have control over it. So the question is either rephrased or overruled.
Chairman, you reserve the sole right on admissibility. I will respect that always. Honorable nominee, I'm sure you become aware that the new president of the United States, through some executive orders, has been very tough on immigration and all. Obviously, without being hypothetical, there may be Ghanaians in the United States who don't have documents. How prepared are you for possible mass deportations, considering the situation we find ourselves? Share with us some strategies you intend to put in place to warmly see our compatriots safely back to Ghana.
This is a matter that is of concern to a lot of Ghanaians. And since my nomination, I have diligently inquired from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs what the status is. There have been publications that about 6,200 Ghanaians will be affected. But from the brief that has been shared with me from the officials at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they allay fears that the numbers are not that high, and that currently the official communication the ministry has received from Washington is 156, not 6,200, 156 Ghanaians who face imminent deportation. And indeed, they indicate that about 40 of them have been asked to be, they've asked our mission in Washington to process those people expeditedly to be deported. It's clear that President Trump is really serious about this, his executive order. If you follow what happened to the Colombians, when the Colombian president refused to accept Colombians who were being deported, we saw that immediately President Trump announced trade sanctions, and Colombia has had to retreat. So I think that the strategy that we should deploy as a country is to ensure that our missions abroad extend consular services to all of these persons. They are our compatriots. We must be concerned about their welfare. And if we have to give them legal assistance, that's why earlier I talked about the consular fund, we need to quickly populate that fund. And I'm happy that the distinguished Minister of Finance is here as we work on the 2025 budget. It is a line item I will really be appealing to his ministry to approve, so that we would have a consular fund for the first time, so that that fund will be available, legal support, consular assistance. At least let's do our best, so that if they have a case to remain in those countries, they stay. And then if they have to be received by us, it is also done in a humane way that respects their rights. So we are not going to leave them there to struggle on their own. We will let them feel and know that the government of Ghana, the people of Ghana, care about their plight, and that we are doing our best to extend to them consular assistance.
Chairman, with your leave, I want to apply for a post-trade break, 5-minute post-trade break.
Leave humbly granted.
Is the house at there? This is the second one.
No, we had a small break. Chairman.
Order. Let's make progress. Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Honorable nominee. Please, do you have a Ghana card?
Yes, I do.
At what point did you acquire a Ghana card? Can you tell us the dates you first acquired a Ghana card?
I'll need to refer. I don't have it here. I'm on oath, so I have to be accurate.
Do you remember publicly condemning the policy of the Ghana card?
Which aspect of the policy? Can you please?
Auction of the Ghana card.
I don't recall. I don't recall.
You don't recall?
that.
Okay. That's fine. The Ghana card that you have acquired, do you find it useful, and will you recommend to all Ghanaians who have not acquired Ghana card to acquire one?
I said earlier in response to a question on passport reforms that I'm even seeking to collaborate with the Ministry of Communication so that those who have Ghana card who already have their biometrics in the system should not have to go back to the passport office to take their biometrics, that we need to have our systems synchronized. They have to integrate, talk to each other, and instead of these silos that we are promoting. So clearly, I believe in having a national ID system, and this has been in the works for many, many years. I recall that Professor Mills, President Mahama, and even before them, all governments have played their role in making sure that we have a national ID for our country. So I don't see how anybody will oppose a national ID system.
Honorable nominee, my next question to you, I'll come there. My next question to you has to do with my next question to you has to do with your tax. Now, Yes, honorable member. Now, pay attention to the details thereon. Your 2023 and 2024 tax clearance certificate. Now, on your CV, you indicate that you haven't had any gainful employment in the private sector since you left school, from the CV you provided. The CV you provided, you've done any private work, you've not been in any employment outside of your political appointment. Do you maintain that?
It's not factual. I'm wondering if you have the right CV. Do you have my 10-page CV? Because
I've been, let's do step by step, please.
So that is not factual. You're
Okay, please don't worry. Kindly, since you have perhaps the correct one before you, let's go. Take us to the gainful employment component of your CV.
If you come with me to page 7 of my CV, you see that as a student at the University of Ghana, I was the campus manager of Carrera Computers Resource Center at the University of Ghana. It was above Ekwafu Hall, the Ekwafu Hall JCR, and my mates know that I did employ some of them as campus manager. This was a campus job. And before that job as well, I taught computers at Cosmopolitan Computer Systems in Koko. Some of my students are here doing national service. I meet them every day. And then we talked earlier about service solutions. So it is not accurate to say that I've never worked in the private sector.
Thank you very much.
So the campus job, you were a full-time student at Legon, correct?
Yes, I was.
This job you were doing on campus was a part-time job, correct?
Yes, I mean, I've always loved to work. Yes, I believe in the dignity of work. And let me also add that during vacations, I took on vacation jobs. My mates will tell you that I was part of the work abroad squad on summer holidays. typically in the United States during summer holidays. So I've always believed in the dignity of work.
Okay, work abroad squad. So share with us the periods that you went to America. Did you take that J1 visa that allowed you to work as a student during that short period? Was that the visa you were on?
I want to believe so because I was allowed to work and I had no issues.
We would want to give you the benefit of sharing that visa with us. We know you don't have it here.
Yes, I'm happy to share that.
Since you consider that you were
very
doing
happy
work
to share
abroad,
that. Yes,
you'll be sharing that with us.
Absolutely.
Okay, can you share with us the various works you did abroad, the work abroad, what specifically you did?
Yeah, quite a number of jobs. One in a hotel called Doyle. I also worked in the dollar shop, and then I also worked in CS. Depends on the year and what openings are available.
Now, in Nkoko, you say you taught at Nkoko for your national service. National service cannot be described as gainful employment. It's not employment, it's national service.
I never said national service. So in Nkoko was the 2-year break between secondary school and university. I thought that I made good use of the time. So I joined an uncle who was running a computer firm in Coleman International School. I'm very proud of that job I took as I must have been, 19 or 18.
Which year did you take up?
This must be between 1999. I left Presec in 99. So between 1999 and 2001.
So you mean this was before university?
Absolutely. I've always worked. That's why when I hear people say I've never worked before, I laugh
Sir
at them.
Ablakwa, please pay attention.
No, it's
about what
important.
somebody has said.
No, it's
that is
important.
not why we, please.
I believe that's what's informing some of these questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Because despite having my CV, you said that I've never worked.
The nominee must learn to reciprocate respect.
Honorable nominee.
You should learn to reciprocate
Honorable
respect.
minority leader.
Respect.
If the nominee in his answer indicated clearly that the gap between SS and university, so clearly that will be before going to university. So the question whether it is before going to university for me is unwarranted.
And absolute respect to you, can you withdraw the word unwarranted? Please. Chairman.
Then let me substitute it to say that it's not needed. Because the answer has been provided that I did that work between my SS and the university. So it cannot be that he completes university before doing that particular work. It is stated in the answer.
Honorable nominee, you referred to page 7 of your CV. Is that where the Nkoko school is stated?
When I referred to page 7, I was talking about Carrera Computers at the University of Ghana. That's what I said.
But this one that you said you worked between 1999 and 2000, you said the 2 years prior to going to university, you did some work, gainful employment. Do you have it on your CV?
No, I didn't think that I should add that.
So I wasn't wrong when I said it was on your CV, and you said
No. You said I've never worked in the private sector. Carrera Computers is not owned by the government.
Yes, in your,
with all due respect.
In your answer, you brought in this Nkoko school.
Yeah, and work abroad, which is all not here.
Yes. So you would agree with me that I am dealing with what is before me, and I can't speculate.
Except that you are not dealing with what is before you properly. You didn't see Kyra computers and concluded that I had no private sector work experience, which was unfair to me.
Honorable nominee, you said that the work you did, which you did not document in your CV, was gainful employment. My question was anchored on gainful employment. You are saying that you did some work 2 years before going to university, gainful employment. Let us stay there for a while. Let's stay there for a while. This gainful employment, were you being paid salary month on month?
For the record, there have been many gainful employments that are listed here, and so it's important to set the record straight. Yes, I was being paid monthly.
Were you contributing taxes?
My employer was.
Was there SNIT contribution?
I believe so.
Given the opportunity, would you be able to furnish us with those details of taxes that were deducted at source and your SNIT contribution for that period?
Very happy to do that.
Would you take the leave of chairman to amend your CV to include the employment details you just spoke about?
That is if the nominee he decides that he wants to do that. If there is a need, but if there is no need, as a result of which he didn't put it on the CV, so be it. Let me also place on record that for the purposes of taxes, we have the tax clearance of the nominee before us.
Honorable nominee, Savvy, the company that you said you registered and you were the sole shareholder, you said you did some work. You had some contracts, and when those contracts terminated, you decided to fold it up. It became defunct, you said. Now, for the period that the company worked, you executed some jobs. Did you pay taxes to the state?
Yes, I did.
Did you have employees apart from you?
Yes, 3.
Did you pay their SNIT contributions?
Yes, I did.
Did you pay their taxes?
Absolutely.
Given the opportunity, can you furnish this committee with all those details?
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. Now, between 2013 and now, have you done any work apart from your politics? Have you done any work, and I'll break it down, as in consultancy work that has earned you an income, or engage in some other business that you've earned some income apart from the politics?
Full-time politician.
So you have no other source of income apart from your earnings as a member of parliament?
Well, apart from little savings, investments, and the support of my dearest lawyer wife, as I call her.
Thank you very much. I recognize Honorable Mahama Yarga, the leader, majority leader, for a follow-up question.
Mr. Nominee, Is there a job such as a politician?
Well, it's public service, and we receive little compensation for it. So it's more of public service.
So you've been a public servant, serving in specific publicly established offices.
Yes, please.
Can you name some of those offices?
The Deputy Minister for Information, office I occupied. Deputy Minister for Education, office I occupied. Member of Parliament for 4 terms. So these are some of the public offices I have occupied over the period.
Established under the Constitution?
Rightly so, Majority Leader.
So there's no such thing as a politician, working as a politician?
We work as public servants. I mean, we use it loosely that we are all politicians, but I follow your guidance, Majority Leader.
Yeah. You know, anyway, fair enough. So, honorable nominee, on your CV, where did you stay? Where did you write you were born? So you'll be surprised for anybody to suggest that you were born in Afenyo Battle.
No,
if they said so.
Yeah, I'll be surprised. That's my hometown, but I was born in Accra, in Kolebu.
Now, Chairman, let me, with your leave, nominee, please, respectfully, this has nothing to do with you. I just want to bring a matter to the attention of the chair of the committee and to all of us. Mr. Chair, the rules of the House provides in order 2171 2171. And I read, the appointment committee comprises the first deputy speaker as chairperson, minority leader as ranking member, the deputy majority leader as vice chairperson, and the following other members. A, deputy minority leader. B, majority chief whip. C, minority chief whip.
But it's the same thing. No. It's the same thing.
Wait.
Order.
Mr. Chair, we are standing order. There are 2 prints. So the one you are holding with this color, that's fine. Fortunately, I also have the same thing here. The appointment committee comprises the first deputy speaker as chairperson, the minority leader as ranking member. It's the same, don't mind them. It's the same, don't mind them.
Please proceed.
If you are not firm, they will confuse you. I've been in this game for long. You can't confuse me on rules. The deputy majority leader as vice chairperson, the deputy minority leader as deputy ranking member, and the following other members: Majority Chief Whip. B, Minority Chief Whip. And 5 other members selected based on the numerical strength of the parties in Parliament. Two, the chairperson and the ranking member and 2 other members of the relevant subject standing or select committee shall join the members of the appointment committee to consider persons nominated by the president for appointment. Those follows, and I will read them as Chief Justice and Justice of the Supreme Court, Ministers of State, Deputy Ministers, the Administrator of the Judicial Assembly's Common Fund, the Special Prosecutor, and other persons specified under the Constitution or any other enactment. Mr. Chair, I have been informed that a moment ago, Mr. Speaker has made certain orders to the effect that this committee has to be reconstituted. I would want to bring such orders of Mr. Speaker to your attention in view of the certain developments on the House floor. I do not know whether such development has come to your attention too. But since Mr. Speaker has made consequential orders and it has just been brought to my attention, I believe that we may have to be guided by the orders of Mr. Speaker. And he went further to say that we should proceed according to my first deputy whip. He is further directed that we appear before him in his office. So I'm just bringing this to your attention, and he, with emphasis, according to the first deputy whip, that leadership should come to him so that this appointment committee is reconstituted. I believe that when we appear before him, he would give the directives as to how this can be done in accordance with our rules. So I'm just bringing this to your attention, for your guidance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for bringing it to my attention. I will give the floor to Honorable Mahama Yariga, the Majority Leader. Then I will make categorical pronouncement.
Chairman, the Minority Leader started reading Order 217. The Minority Leader started reading Order 217. But he didn't conclude on why he was reading Order 217. I don't know if he was reading Order 217 with a view to raising the question of quorum, or he just enjoys reading Order 217. So can you tell us why you read Order 217?
Okay, Chairman, Leader, thank you very much. The reason I referred to Order 217 was that the information from the first deputy whip was to the effect that Mr. Speaker has made certain orders at the plenary, and he consequentially added that this committee, as presently constituted, must be reconstituted. 1. And 2, that this committee leadership of this committee should meet him in his office. I did not go into details as to the orders, but I only had to refer to the 217 because we know from what the first deputy whip just told me that there are certain developments at the plenary. So, and I felt that I should bring that to the attention of Chair.
Thank you. Yes, I was at plenary when the Speaker made a formal communication to the House. In the Speaker's communication, he did not suspend the sitting of the Appointments Committee. He did not suspend the sitting of the Appointments Committee. What the Speaker said is that the Chief Whip of the minority and the Chief Whip of the majority, who are members of the Appointments Committee pursuant to Order 217, 1A and B, have been suspended from the House for 10 days. You know the quorum. Sorry, 2 weeks, not 10 days, 2 weeks. You know the provisions relating to quorum. And when you read the composition of the Appointments Committee, I thought that you probably were entertaining a view that if the majority chief whip and the minority chief whip are suspended, then we will not have quorum to do business. But if you look at the numbers involved, clearly, even if you take out the majority chief whip and the minority chief whip, just 2 people, you will still have 9 members, and so you will have quorum. Even if the minority walks out, you need just 4 to form a quorum. And I'm assuring you that you will get the 4 to constitute the quorum, to transact business. If you break the microphone, you will also be suspended for 2 weeks. So that's the first thing. That's the first thing. Then the second thing that the Speaker said is that the Committee on Selection, he didn't say the leadership of this Appointments Committee. He said the Committee on Selection should meet him immediately after adjournment for us to reconsider the constitution of the Appointments Committee, including the rules of the Appointments Committee. When he was leaving the chamber headed to his office, I followed him and said it will be difficult to meet now. So he rescheduled the meeting to Monday, 11 a.m. So the Speaker is not expecting you in his office because he's not even in the building. He has gone to send his wife to the airport. She's traveling. And he actually told us his wife is traveling, and the Speaker loves his wife. So he went to send his wife to the airport. So there's no problem. The Speaker is not requesting for your presence at any meeting now. And the Speaker has not suspended the proceedings of this committee. He's spoken about the reconstitution of the committee, and he's spoken about the consideration of the rules of the committee. So this committee is properly constituted, and this committee should continue working.
Chairman, thank you. I was in the chamber with the respected majority leader and the leader of the House. The Speaker, to quote him, he said that the committee of selection need to meet immediately to reconstitute the appointment committee. So what he is saying, Chairman, with your permission, I have the speaker voice. I can play it here to say exactly what he said. This is what the speaker said.
Today. Please.
Today. I disallow you playing that.
To reconstitute the appointment committee.
Please. Is disallowed. Appointment committee doesn't constitute the committees of parliament.
No, he said the selection committee to reconstitute the appointment committee today. That's what I have just played. That's what he said, and I have brought that to your attention. So if we move forward, it means that we are obeying the orders of the speaker. I just want to draw that to your attention.
Honourable members, let me place on record that the deputy whip is not a conduit through which speaker will communicate to the appointment committee. Article 102 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana is very clear regarding quorum. And this is a parliamentary business. Let me read. A quorum of parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all members of parliament. If you relate that to this particular committee, a quorum will be 4 out of 11. 2, Article 104 is clear on decision making, and you need 50%. So therefore, if 2 people, 50% of the members of the committee, if 2 members are suspended out of a membership of 11, we have 9 members of the committee. We form quorum, we can do business, and can as well take decision. So, honorable members, we are not going to countenance any attempt to delay the proceedings of this house. With due difference to the deputy whip, I think it is in the interest of Ghanaians that we proceed to conduct the proceedings of the committee without any interruption in any manner whatsoever. This is my ruling. I will proceed to give the floor to the minority leader to ask his questions.
Chairman, I understand your ruling. I just want to draw your attention to one thing, then you can proceed. Chairman, I want to draw your attention to Order 217, and then to emphasize on 2171 A and B. They said the appointment committee comprises, and I'm emphasizing on A and B, that says the majority chief whip, the minority chief whip, and C says 5 other members. Chairman, the A and B does not refer to a member, but a portfolio. Majority chief whip, minority chief whip. In this sense, if the minority and the majority chief whip are suspended and their name is mentioned under this order, so who is in this committee as minority chief whip and majority chief whip?
Indirectly, in your own wisdom, you are telling us that parliamentary proceedings will not go on because the majority chief whip and the minority chief whip are suspended for 2 weeks, because they are also members of parliament and they hold those respective positions. I beg to differ, and I'll submit on record that will rather amount to having a blurred view of the law. Can we make progress? Honourable members, I won't recognize any non-member of the committee. Honorable Minority Leader, if you are done, then we can proceed.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable nominee, do you know about the company Volta Clenham Farms and Industries Limited?
Yes, I talked about it earlier.
You said the shareholders include some other private persons, correct?
Yeah, I said that there are other persons in this arrangement, and yeah, 2 other persons are in this arrangement.
So I just want to be specific so that we can get specific answers. If you say there are 2 other persons in this arrangement, now, is it the directorship you are referring to or the shareholding?
The directorship.
Okay, so now let's come to the shareholding. Are you the sole shareholder of this entity?
Yes, I am.
But if it's the same company, you had earlier, unless you want to amend your answer, in your earlier response to this very company, you had indicated that there are other shareholders. That is where Chairman said that because they are not here and they are private persons, you are exempt from mentioning their names. So I want you to bring clarity to that.
Well, I'll be happy to see the verbatim report, but for the record, I am a sole shareholder and there are other directors.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, you know, my inclination is to exercise utmost respect. We are in leadership. If I disrespect you, then I'm disrespecting myself. But I need to make the point very firmly. From what has come to my attention from the Deputy Whip, I think that it was very clear in the language of Mr. Speaker on the need for us to immediately get to the committee of selection to proceed to reconstitute the appointment committee. I will repeat it to your attention that let us err on the side of caution so that we do the right thing. At least if you had even suspended sitting the hearing for even a minute to enable you to listen to the speaker's voice, private, I'm sure you will be able to at least appreciate the situation in a different light, or possibly call Mr. Speaker himself. We can suspend for just a minute to enable you call the speaker, but in the Honorable Majority Leader, just a second. Honorable Alasan Umar, please, the call is on all of us to show deference. If I talk, you talk, it doesn't help. So I would want to respectfully say that with what I know now, I would want to recuse myself in order not to be in breach of Mr. Speaker's orders. I can't force speak, Chairman. Chairman has his discretion, and I need to respect that. So I leave it at that to you, and then I'm sure we can take up other matters. Thank you so much, sir.
Honorable members, the information is clear from the Majority Leader that owing to the circumstances, the Speaker has rescheduled a meeting to Monday, at 11. We are proceeding with the vetting. Any member who wants to recuse himself is free to do so. After all, we are living in a free and a democratic dispensation. So, please, let's proceed.
Chairman, with respect, I am extending to you all courtesies. My language in the application was done in utmost good faith and with respect to you. If you use phrases like democratic state and freedom of whatever, I don't think that it helps the situation. I refer to Speaker. No, Chairman. I will continuously express my views and show you respect. I'm pleading with you to be measured in the language you use. I will not do anything to hurt you in terms of language use. The language you just use is in bad taste, and I believe it's unacceptable. If it pleases you, you may withdraw. If you say you are the chairman and what you say is final, it's fine. But at least I've made my point to you.
Honorable members, unless the minority leader has been able to point exactly to free or how free and democratic dispensation will be unparliamentary, I will be glad to withdraw it. But this is a phrase that we always use even on the floor of Parliament, and by our own standing order. It's not in bad taste, it is not unparliamentary, it is not insulting. So clearly, I do not know why we are even going on this tangent. So, honorable members, I beg, let's make progress. But from the indication of the minority leader, he has finished asking the questions. Then I will proceed to acknowledge our guests and consequentially discharge the witness. All members, we have Mrs. Nuhila Sedu Nuela. Then those who are typing the spouse of the nominee. Then we have Togbiga Patamia Jokli, President of Bato Traditional Council. But honorable members, it may interest you to know that because I know Bato, what is written here is Bata.
I promoted myself.
Honorable members, we have Mamaga Asieku, Paramount Queen Mother of Bato Traditional Council. We have Dr. Nana Edusei Echuniwa Ampin, the first, President of Tepa Traditional Council. We have Chief Damana Nafia Mustafa alias Nyaba and friends from Salaga. We have Mama Agbovi, Paramount Queen Mother of Dofo Traditional Area. We also have Togwi Ababio, Acting President of Volo Traditional Area. We have Togbi Misrobi III, Mankralo of Fojoku Traditional Area. We have Mama Aku Seme, Queen Mother of Mepe Traditional Area. We have Ambassador Ekuya Dansoa, former Member of Parliament and former Ambassador to Germany. We have Honorable Daniel Yao Domolovu and the rest of oral team members. We have Ambassador Cleland Ramses, Chief Director, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the rest of the Foreign Affairs staff. You are welcome. Honorable nominee, Honorable Dr. Obeda Samoa, former Attorney General and Minister of State. You are highly welcome. Honorable nominee, thank you so much for attending upon the committee. You hear from the committee, you are hereby discharged. The next nominee should take his seat. The clerk of the committee, please proceed to administer the oath. Environment. Our revered guests, please kindly take leave of us so that we can continue the proceedings.
I proceeded to do my national service, and I was employed. After the national service, I got a job with Unilever Ghana Limited, and I worked with that company for almost 7 years. And I proceeded to set up my own business. After a while, I also proceeded to the U.S. Western New England University in Springfield to do my MBA and a leadership certificate course. So, Mr. Chairman, from there I came back to continue my private enterprise until 2020, when I got an opportunity to serve my people as the MP for Nalergo Gambaga constituency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Haji Aladi Ayamba. Very well, very well. I'll give the floor to Honorable Shaibu Mama.
Mr. Chairman, I'm exceedingly grateful for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A very well-deserved nomination by the President. And trust that I have no questions about your ability to deliver. Just a few questions on two of them, actually. It's a new ministry that has been created. I mean, you would hear people say, there's a minister for environment, and tell us. I'm sure you have some briefing with the president or a representative. What is it about climate that you are going to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, this ministry or this position as a Minister of State is not a ministry, Minister of State. I see it's a very important intervention that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has initiated. Mr. Chairman, it takes a visionary leader to do Mr. Chairman, my role is not a duplication of initiatives seated in the various ministries. And the President thinks that he should nominate me to be the coordinating point where all these initiatives and programs are brought under one envelope. And that is going to aid us to prosecute the agenda and the objective of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. So I'm going to be a focal point at the presidency to rally all the resources, human capital, to support all these ministries, so that at the end of the day, we can all move and work towards the vision of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shabu. Please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. My last question will have to do with some initiatives that you may want to propose to critically address the issue of climate change. Please tell us, share with us. And on that note, let me congratulate you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me say that climate change is in very ordinary terms, because people look at it and it looks like, what is this climate change all about? We have to bring it down to the ordinary understanding.
And for me, I look at it as a shift in temperature and weather patterns. Okay? Now, Mr. Speaker, if you look at our current circumstance, we are bedeviled with unpredictable rainfalls, floods, disaster, diseases. And these diseases and floods and heat and all those, things that I'm talking about are occasioned by climate change. Invariably, we want to say that the world is very, very sick. Mr. Chairman, the world is sick. There's too much heat. Everybody is feeling uncomfortable. Those days we used to say that we have a Accra sea breeze. Where's the sea breeze now, Mr. Chairman? Kumasi, we used to say Kumasi is the garden city. Where is it now? So primarily, the whole world is challenged. So what do we do to address these challenges? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, now you realize that these challenges are to a large extent influenced by the threats of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now proceed to give the floor to Honorable Sowa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to congratulate my brother for your nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I want to find out what specific programs will you prioritize to combat climate change in Ghana when given the opportunity?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what I will do if I am given the nod is to support the existing ministries to come out with initiatives that will target the perennial floodings that we have. Mr. Chairman, we need to have climate-resistant initiatives so that we can target the vulnerable institutions that we have. The vulnerable sectors of the economy is the agriculture sector, we're talking about the energy sector, we're talking about forestry. We need to come out with climate-resistant initiatives, and that is the way to go to address climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, Honorable nominee, I wish you the very best in your appointment, and I believe and know that having worked with you in the 8th Parliament, you are going to deliver to the best of your ability. I wish you God's blessings.
Thank you very much.
Chairman.
Thank you very much. The indication is that the rest of the members do not really have questions for you. I will therefore proceed to recognize your revered guests. On my list is Alhaji Hassan Ligby, former Managing Director of Metro Mass Transit. Honorable Alhaji Mohammed Muniru Limuna, former Agric Minister. Mrs. Vida Elham Isifu, spouse of the nominee. Tamata Isaka, Narelugu Gambaga Constituency Women Organizer, NDC. Dauda Yakubu, Chief of Zablugu. Baba Seidu, Senior, brother of the nominee. Chief Suleimana Adam, leader of the Yangbong Ura's delegation. Chief Akara, leader of Nairi's delegation. Chief Wundana Chimisi, member of the Nairi's delegation. Langbisi Kabona, warrior of the Nairi. Thank you very much for coming. Honorable nominee, you hear from the committee, you are hereby discharged.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Honorable.
Another one? Yes. There's more coming. Including my regional minister. They are not going anywhere. We'll finish up.
Next nominee, please take a seat.
This particular vetting has taken really brief period and it has ended. The minister designate, the Minister of State in charge of climate change and sustainability hasn't taken really long because the NPP MPs have currently recused themselves from the committee. I don't know what exactly to refer to this, whether it's a boycott or it is something else, but we will see. The new nominee is the minister designate for the central region, Ms. Gardner.
Oath of a witness. I. Please put on the mic. Sorry. Oath of a witness. I,
Charity Gardner,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God. You didn't hear me. Then what's the problem?
Honorable nominee, kindly proceed to tell the committee about yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for the honor done me for nominating me. Mr. Chairman, my name is Mrs. Charity Gardner from Ahafo region, Kenyasi to be precise. Mrs. Charity Gardner is a young lady, a politician, a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, and a businesswoman. I hold master's degree in strategic human resource management from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. I'm a private person and I manage my own business. I am the director for Freematch Limited Company. Previously, I've worked as a constituency executive member in a Sutifi North constituency. I have also worked as Deputy Regional Secretary for Ahafo region, and currently I am the Regional Women's Organizer for Ahafo region. Mr. Chairman, I am married to Mr. Frederick Gardner, and we have 2 kids. I worship with ICGC, Kenyasi Peace Temple. We have 2 kids. Mrs. Gardner is teachable, and I'm ready to listen from all angles. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I proceed to give the floor to Haji Aladi.
Thank you, Chairman. Mrs. Gardner, a nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable.
I'm so happy, at least, to have seen a colleague woman being nominated. And I believe that your competence cannot be underestimated. That is why you have been nominated by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who has made it a point that at least 30% women would be in his governance. With this, there are so many young girls around, not only within where you live or stay. Our schools, especially, most of them are going to look up to you because they would wish to be like you. What will you do to ensure that you encourage the girl child in school, and those women in the market who sell morning to evening and sometimes will not make it even any money for the following day. What are the few things that you will do? Please don't go too much. I just want something small to give me that message. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think all we are talking about is empowering women. And women empowerment is something personally I'm so passionate about. That is why I've set up a Charity Gardner Foundation to support the children, women, and the youth in my region. So when I'm giving the nod by the grace of God from this honorable committee, I'll use the foundation and also leverage on our Women's Development Bank to empower the women in my region. Mr. Chairman, there are a lot of women out there, market women, entrepreneurs who are looking up to us. It will interest you to know that there are women who have ventured in so many businesses and they are making losses because they didn't take their time to assess the business before they ventured into it. So when I'm given the opportunity, I will use this high office to educate them on how they can keep records, how they can manage their businesses so that they don't make losses. I also leverage on the Women's Development Bank so that they can have financial support to empower their businesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please, any further question?
Yes, Mrs. Gardner, the free distribution of sanitary pads to the girl child was an initiative that the NDC government took up, and it helped most of our girls, especially those who cannot afford. Will you consider, especially now that you are running a philanthropic business, will you consider continuing or reinitiating that program to help the girl child? Thank you. And that is my last question. I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned earlier, this is something I'm already into it. I've supplied a lot of sanitary pads to the people in my community. So when I'm giving the nod, I will continue so that the people in my community will also continue to benefit from the work I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Honorable George Kwaku Ricketts Hagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable.
I'm sure you will do well. The President selected you in his wisdom to do a job to help his government, and I'm sure you will do well. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are extremely grateful for you attending upon the committee and providing answers to questions. You will hear from the committee, but before discharging you, let me proceed to acknowledge your revered guests seated behind you, giving you moral support. We have Nana Jan Ketechie, Apeseman Kahini of Ntotrosu. We have Nana Ya Educhumwa II, Oma Hima of Kinyasi #1. We have Nana Mintayebua, Oma Hima of Trensua. We have Honorable Yao Ochre, Regional Chairman, NDC Ahafo. We have Honorable Asanaba Imoro, Regional Secretary, NDC Ahafo. We have Honorable Alaji Collins Dauda, our Senior Member of Parliament. We have Honorable Eriko Opoku, Minister responsible for Agric. Honorable Charles Kwesi Asiedu, Member of Parliament, Honorable Haruna Mohammed, Member of Parliament, Honorable Ebenezer Ado, Member of Parliament, Nana Ama Sewa, mother of the nominee. And we have Mr. Anthony Kofi Gardner, father of the nominee. You are most welcome. Honorable Minister Designate, you are hereby discharged.
Thank you.
Another nominee has currently taken the chair for the vetting to be done, but just gone by Mrs. Charity Gardner, the minister designate for Ahafo region, and then there was also Isifu Seidu, who has also been vetted. The next nominee is Salisu Beawuribe Isifu, is the minister designate for Savannah region. He is about to be vetted, but the process is quite moving very expeditiously, because the NPP MPs who asked a lot of questions have left. They've left, and that has meant that the NDC MPs have very little questions to ask, and the process has been moving with the speed of light. And this is the third nominee in the last 30 minutes. This is the third nominee. And if the speed at which we are going is anything to go by, it could mean that by the end of this evening, the committee will vet almost all the other persons who are left on the nomination list. But we will see how it goes. The clerk to the committee is awaiting the instruction of the chairman to administer the oath to the minister designate for Savannah region. You see, Abu Jinapo has walked in. He's from Savannah region, so perhaps to come and exchange pleasantries with who will be his regional minister. So he's saying that, yeah, Savannah region, Samuel Abu Jinapo, they're exchanging pleasantries with him and also to the chiefs. But the chairman has now asked that the oath be administered, and so Salisu Be Awuribe Isifo, the minister designate for Savannah region, is being taken through the oath now.
In the name of Almighty Allah, swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me Allah.
Order. Marcia, please clear the floor, the corridor for us.
Thank you.
Honourable members, let's make progress. I call on Honourable Hajia Ladi Ayamba to start.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, Mr. Nominee.
Thank you, Chairman. Please, let's go back. Tell us about yourself. Then, Hajia, you take the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Salisu Biawerbe Isifu is my name. I am a lawyer by profession, a graduate of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. For my first degree, I did land economy. I came back to the same university and studied law for the LLB. I came to University of Ghana, Legon, to do my master's in law. Indeed, I'm currently a lecturer of the University for Development Studies, Nyampala, a law lecturer at the law faculty of the university. Previously, I was a district chief executive for the Central Gonja District Assembly, 2009 to 2013. Subsequent to that, I contested as a regional secretary of NDC, and before that, I was also a deputy general secretary of NDC in the then larger northern region. After the separation, the division of the regions, I went to my home region, Savannah, and up to date, I'm still the regional secretary. I'm also a professional teacher, subsequent to which I went for my further studies. This is Salisu Biawerbe. I am married with children, and my home city is Kosovo in the Central Gonja District, born in Yapi.
Thank you very much, Hajia. You now have the floor now.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, Honorable Salisu.
Thank you, Chairman.
From your profile and the information you've just given us, means you've been around for quite a long time in the party. You have worked, taken up various positions, and I would say it means you have learned to at least do the work for the people. From your background as a lawyer, and then
our revered guest, do you really want your nominee to be vetted? Do you want the nominee vetted? If really you want the nominee vetted, take your seat in silence. Honorable Hajia Ladi, please proceed with your question.
Mr. Nominee, from your expertise, I am also someone from the northern sector, particularly the Upper East. And I know that the Savannah region has got a lot of areas that we produce so much food stuff. But the women, many a times, find it very difficult to acquire land in order to also do some farming. They go about looking for land. Sometimes they have to pay tokens to enable them farm. Sometimes they get these lands from their husbands or siblings or parents, but it doesn't stay long. They take it back. What will you do to give education to our parents or our husbands or our brothers and sisters to support women so that they would have land in order to also cultivate whatever crops they want?
Thank you, Chairman. In fact, in Savannah region, to be precise, we don't have issues of women finding difficulty in acquiring land. Land in Savannah region is an abundance, and I can say that, Honorable, if you even want land for purposes of farming, be free to come to Savannah region. It is not for nothing that the first president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, ought to bring people, our colleagues from Upper East, to Savannah because of the vast nature of the arable lands there. And as we speak, there are several communities who have got their roots from Upper East, but they are now indigenous in Savannah region, courtesy the policy of His Excellency Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
Mr. Chairman, my second question. I'm happy to have heard that you don't have any land problems and that even if I want, and I will surely come. Now,
you're more than welcome.
My pleasure. My second question has to do with cutting of food from farms or wherever you might have them cultivated and kept to the markets, because sometimes the food stuff that we produce are food stuff that we sell even in less than 6 months after cultivation, but we find it difficult to cut it to the marketplaces. Yam, for instance, that will not be so long if it is not properly stored. What will you do to support farmers to enable them cut their food stuff or produce, farm produce, to the marketplaces so that they don't have a lot of post-harvest losses?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has clearly stated that he has got a policy to support farmers. And as a regional minister, I will work in collaboration with my colleagues of other sectors to be able to see what we can practically put on the ground. For cutting of foodstuffs from the farm gate to the market is contingent on a lot of factors, one of which will be accessibility of the farm to the centers. Another is the means of carrying it. And as we speak today, indeed, courtesy these tricycles, motor kings, and the rest, if indeed there is resource for which some people or farmers can procure them, it will make the cutting quite easy with accessible rules. But we must equally agree that the yield are also very expensive for our farmers. Thankfully, we have got Women Development Bank and other policies that NDC has promised to put in place. And when we leverage that, I can tell you, every farmer will be happy, and farming will become much, much economical to the people of Ghana.
As an educationist, and myself also being a teacher by profession, I observed one problem: the education of the girl child. When they start from class 1 up to class 3, many times the enrollment, you find that the girl child, the girls in a classroom are more than the boys. But as they get into class 3, 4, and then above, they begin leaving school. And it looks like we are not able to control this factor. As an educationist yourself, and getting into this position, and having worked all this while, and a lawyer, will you make it incumbent on yourself to ensure that you give that education and support to the girl child and to the parents to support the girl child continue with education? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, by the grace of God, we will work together to give that massive support, because it's a policy of the NDC government and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Net enrollment ratio is always a challenge as you move higher. but they are also dependent on several other customary and other allied factors, one of which is the ability of the peasant farmer to be able to afford the education, and therefore the farmer would prefer to invest in the boy child, thinking that the boy child will not leave him, but the girl child may. But the practical experience is that even our women, when they get better education, they take care more of their parents than even we, the men. This is the practical reality. So the education will go deeper, and our people will appreciate it the most. And there are demonstrable examples that we can use. Haja Zura is here as my MP, a woman MP who has risen to the top for Savannah. And she's a shining example for a woman in Savannah, and we can use her as one.
Thank you very much. I appreciate, and I am really happy to have heard those responses. And don't forget, when I come and I'm talking about my land, don't tell me that I didn't say it. That's why I said it in public. I would come for farming, very big one.
We would absolutely give. Thankfully, you are not a Kasna or a Susara.
No.
Because they are playmates. For them, we would definitely settle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Alasan.
Thank you, Chairman. Alaji Swalisu, congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
It's not yet Alaji, just like me. Don't worry, we'll soon go there. I'm happy for you. I know you've worked for the party. We were in the big northern region together, and we supported your success, which you took to Savannah. I have a simple question relating to your former job, which is the district chief executive. As a district chief executive, you probably came across conflict between the district chief and the regional minister vis-a-vis your MPs. How are you going to transfer that kind of knowledge to be able to bring solution and friendship between yourself and your MPs as well as your DCs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Conflicts are a natural part of human behavior. And in many instances, when you identify the source or the cause of the conflict, it is easy to resolve them. And my attention is to identify what is creating this conflict. Some of the conflicts which exist are nothing but communication gap between the member of parliament for that area with whom the people voted and are always and all the time contacting. Then an appointed DC who might not have participated actively in even the decision-making process in getting the government and the MP elected, but yet administering the district. This, when you get that synergy, you can always see how best you can resolve them. But I can tell you that it is not always a problem of the MP or a problem of the DC. Sometimes even their supporters can create some kind of conflict without their knowledge, knowing very well that some of them will benefit from the conflict between the DC and the MP. So analysis of the conflict is a pure way to get the best solution for it. At the end of the day, we must work together as one party, one government, and ensure that the people get the best of the all development. This is the principal objective, and I will ensure that we will do that. More so, with my background in alternative dispute resolution, I would obviously be at the helm of affairs by the grace of God.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm satisfied, and thank you. I wish you well.
It's now the turn of Honorable Mahama Shaibu.
Mr. Chairman, I'm exceedingly grateful. Honorable nominee, Esipo, congratulations.
Thank you.
Good.
Mr. Chairman.
New region, diverse cultures, slow pace of development. Just tell us how you combine these three in accelerating the development of the region. Thank you.
In fact, it is true. We have in excess of indigenous ethnic groups in the area called Savannah, over 21 of them who are indigenous, and they are principally have no other place but Savannah. And I can tell you that they've lived together peacefully for all these years. Now that we've got a region, there are people who are now trying to infuse in other people some ownership that hitherto they were not exercising. You hear some people trying to create a paramountcy to which they don't usually customers have a paramountcy, but by the nature of things they are bringing those issues up. Others are also claiming land rights to which they were not having. All this must be documented and see to it being done appropriately, and the necessary advice and institutions will be made to do that. But if it is that of Savannah, I can tell you the people of Savannah are disappointed. We called for a region to be created, not a name change. We wanted development. Unfortunately, we have seen nothing of that. It's just changing the bottle, but the same wine. And that is the reality. We will make sure that we'll get the best. For example, in educational development, we are last in the country. In power, we are last in the country. In human resource development and governance, we are last in the country. A lot of the indicators are not giving us a good picture. And this is the 2024 report that indeed this level report is indicating to us. And this is a challenge for all of us to be able to see how best we can improve the lives of the people of Savannah. And together, we shall succeed.
Thank you so much. My advice, work closely with your MPs, and then you will be successful. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best.
Most grateful, Chairman.
I will now call on Honorable George Kweku Ricketts Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nominee, Honorable Salifu, congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
I just have a couple of questions here for you. First one, and then I'll do a follow-up on it. I'll give the whole question to you. Do you have boundary disputes between the districts in the Savannah region?
Chairman, yes, there are.
Okay, so would you tell me tell me those ones, and then tell me how you resolve them?
Mr. Chairman, it is true that as a country, after the 1988 district creations, there has not been a conscious effort to name the various electoral areas and communities which form a district. What we do have is to mention an electoral area. And the interesting aspect of it is that there is that challenge of people trying to assume that customary jurisdiction is coterminous with administrative boundaries. And this is creating a problem. In the creation of Savannah region, indeed the LI came, but there's no boundary demarcation of the Savannah region. So there's a tendency of people to live at some other jurisdiction and think that they are not part of the Savannah region, or they are part of Savannah region. And a typical example is that of Daboya. We have a community in Daboya where there's a principal speaking Mampurli population who are on Gonja land and have been in the territory of the North Gonja district. Some are claiming that they will not even want to be part of North Gonja district, but they claim their part that they settle is not part of the West Gonja, but that of Northeast, which obviously is a cause of the fact that there's no clear-cut demarcation. We have Boundaries Commission, and we have got Cadastral Mapping and Survey Department of the Lands Commission. If we engage them, we can appropriately delineate the various district boundaries. If need be, we can go back to the Lab 1 or Lab 2 the Lands Commission used to operate to get customer areas, delineate properly their customary boundaries. And with that, we can get a long-lasting solution to the issue of boundary disputes.
Thank you. My second question. I realize that revenue generation, by your district assemblies are quite low. So, as a regional minister, what would you do to actually support the assemblies to improve on their revenue generation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. It is true that if you don't have a proper identification of the revenue basis of your district, you record low revenue generation. If you also employ people who are seeing the revenue generation for the district assembly as not something that they ought to account properly as public funds, that in itself can get people collecting it. And we have instances whereby, indeed, people who claim to be party people or some other people have got their own camps collecting money somewhere, and they are not accounting to the assembly. We have also got some leakages which exist in trying to account properly for the revenue so generated. So my solution is to make sure that we leverage IT and make sure that the collection of the revenue is proper and duly accounted for. The second is to see other revenue generating measures. Remember that assemblies are not only to go and levy levies or taxes, they can also invest in productive businesses through which they can yield the dividends for the assembly. This is part of the issues that I'll put out to my assembly people and for them to adapt.
Mike. Mr. Nominee, welcome to the club of regional ministers past and present. I wish you all the best. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable nominee, are you called to the bar?
Mr. Chairman, I'm called to the bar.
Which year?
2022.
Which of the bars? Pito bar?
Ghana bar is what I'm talking about. You understand?
Senior understands. People are saying Pito bar. This is Ghana bar.
Very well, very well. We have a senior Ayariga here, so I won't mention my age at the bar. Honorable nominee, thank you very much for attending upon the committee and providing answers to questions asked. You've answered the questions very eloquently, and it is my belief that you will work very creditably and reliably for the responsibilities that are ahead of you. May I proceed to recognize your invited guests. First on my list is Seydou Kelly, Damango Urana, Damango Ura, Mankpaura Jakpa, the first. Mr. Adams, Young Bonras linguist. Alhaji Seydou Imoro, regional chairman. Lawyer Salma Adams, spouse of the deceased. Spouse of the nominee.
Chairman, outside life.
Statement withdrawn.
Chairman, I'm alive.
Statement withdrawn. Spouse of the nominee. Spouse of the nominee. Other members, we have Soku Yahuza, regional organizer. Ali Babakari Kasim, regional treasurer. Kansa Urache, Queen Mother. Oliver Hawa Yaya, lawyer Mohammed Amin, Gonjaland Youth President. L.A. Jalil, regional communication officer. Honorable members, forgive me, I just went through a letter of administration to be moved by my junior lawyers. So sorry. You are welcome. Thank you very much. You are discharged. You will hear from the committee.
Most grateful, Chairman.
Vetting for the Savannah Regional Minister nominee has just come to an end. We understand the committee will vet many more ministerial nominees before they will conclude for today. They want to take as many ministerial nominees before they close for today. That is the fifth fifth person that has just been vetted by the appointment committee of Parliament for today. After Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, four more have been vetted. We have had Charity Gardner, Sally Sube Awudebe, Isifu Seidu, and Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. That's 4, and about the fifth and sixth are about to be vetted. We are yet to be told specifically which nominee is about to take his seat and be vetted. This process is moving quite expeditiously because of the exit of all the NDP MPs. The rest. The vetting of ministerial nominees is still ongoing. We're yet to get an indication of which nominee the committee will be calling to vet next. After vetting 4, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa took the chair for 4 hours, and these nominees the ministerial nominees are coming in. A regional nominee has taken his seat in the person of Wilbert Petty Brentum, the designate for Western North region, and he is about to be vetted pretty shortly. The oath of affirmation will be administered to him, and then the vetting will continue.
Of the committee, administer the oath.
I
do in the
name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable nominee, tell us briefly about yourself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Wilbert Petty Brentum, a trained mining engineer by profession. I started my schooling at a village where I come from called New Yakase. I completed middle school and I went to Asenkegwa Secondary School. From there, I passed the O-level and then went to the Ghana Secondary Technical School, GSTS. I completed there and later went to the University of Science and Technology School of Mines at Takwa, where I trained as a mine surveyor. There I worked with the Ghana Cocoa Board initially. In fact, before coming to the university, after sixth form, I worked. But I came to the university, went back and taught in the Dwabosu Senior Secondary School. And in the process, I stood elections and won as an assemblyman. And while I was working as an assemblyman, I had a privilege to serve on a number of subcommittees, including a work subcommittee where I was the chairman, and automatically by the statute, I became the chairman of a technical evaluation team. I also served on environmental subcommittee and also member of the statutory planning committee. Mr. Chairman, I later went to do my MSc when the school now changed to University of Mines and Technology. After that, I had the privilege to work with the Ghana Minerals Commission as a staff in the small-scale mining department. After working for some time, I left and joined an international organization called Solidaridad. From there, I had opportunity to work, in fact, on global platforms because we attended seminars and workshops on artisanal small-scale mining. Mr. Chairman, on the side of the party, I've done quite a lot of job. In the 2020, I was the chairman of the Manifesto Committee in the Western North region. A job I think I performed with excellence. I was also a member of the campaign team and was in charge of security. I was the secretary to the security for the elections. So in a brief, that's what I have to say about myself. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I'll give the floor to Honorable Mama Elga.
Let me congratulate you on your nomination to the post, if you are approved by this House, of Regional Minister.
Thank you very much.
Western North, Western region, the forest belt generally, our major challenge now is how to deal with illegal mining activities, especially in forest areas, forest reserves. Can you tell us your appreciation of the problem? What is causing this urge to mine in forest areas or forest reserves? Why are we unable to deal with this problem? Or do you think that we can deal with this problem? And what are your proposals, since you are going to be a regional minister and that whole territory will be under you? And President John Dramani Mahama has made a clear commitment to deal with the problem of illegal mining, especially illegal mining in forest reserves.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think as a country, we're not doing so well on managing small-scale mining activities. And I want to say here that our failure is not because we have not been able to stop artisanal small-scale mining, but our failure is the fact that we have not been able to manage it well. Mr. Chairman, artisanal small-scale mining contributes to the economy very well. And from where I sit, if I want to talk about the type of mining that has benefited Ghanaians, I would say is a small-scale mining. Small-scale mining contributes about 30% of the all gold that is produced in Ghana. Unfortunately, as a country, coming to your question, we've not been able to solve the small-scale mining problem because I think we don't understand them. And it is important we understand them, sit down with them, and they themselves can come out with the solution. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to be misquoted as countenancing the illegality in the mining sector. We have all come to agree that...
Mr. Nominee, you are from the Western North region. You've lived there most of your life, I believe. You have related to or with people in the small-scale mining industry. You say we don't understand. Do you understand? Do you understand them? And if you understand them, can you help us understand them?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Small-scale mining or artisanal small-scale mining is a livelihood issue. And in tackling them, we need to be a bit tactical. That's all what I'm saying. Once you understand somebody, you can sit down with him and they will be part of the solution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you understand the regime that covers small-scale mining? Is there a legal pathway to doing small-scale mining legally? Is there a legal pathway? Is it possible for small-scale mining to be done legally? Is it possible to register, to get a license, a permit, and then to mine under the supervision of the EPA? Is small-scale mining allowed legally in this country?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's allowed.
So why do you think the young people are not doing legally allowed small-scale mining?
I think that, Mr. Chairman, there should be incentive to the formalization and legalizations of the operations.
What kind of incentives do you think we should have?
For instance, in the previous regime, I'm not being sounding political here, but if you place a blanket ban on small-scale mining without recognizing those who have registered and are indeed doing well, what will be the motivation for others to follow? So we should make formalization or legalization less expensive. That will attract people to actually legalize or formalize their operations. There is a law to that. The Small Scale Mining Act 2006, Act 703, spells out, the modalities for the acquisition of mining licenses. And through the Minerals Commission, the same, statute require them to provide extension services to, the small-scale miners. Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, let me say one thing. That as a former employee of the Minerals Commission, in our extension service provided, we had nothing to do with the illegal miners. But they are the major people causing the problems.
So is it your view that the supervising authorities, let's say Minerals Commission extension officers and EPA officers, should deal with all mining activities on the ground, irrespective of whether they are registered or not, so that at least at the barest minimum, we can ensure that they are mining according to the standards of mining, whether they are registered or not? Is that something that you think is a wise decision?
Mr. Chairman, that is what I will recommend, because they are causing the most of devastation. Let me draw your mind to something. In the
so we should separate questions of legality and title to the land where you are mining from the question of whether or not you are mining properly using the proper processes. We should separate those, and Mineral Commission supervisors, EPA officers on the ground should be blind to the question of whether or not you properly have title to the place and focus on anybody who is mining and ensure that they mine according to accepted standards. Do you think that that is a smart thing to do?
That I'm looking at a stepwise approach to get rid of the illegal miners. So we deal with them and then find the best way to get them out. You see, that's what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman.
So what I understand you to be saying is that one of the faults in our system is that Minerals Commission is blind to people actually on the ground mining simply because they don't have proper licenses to mine. EPA officials on the ground in a district will see people engage in small-scale mining, and they will not guide them to mine properly based on appropriate environmental standards, simply because those people don't have licenses to mine their sites. So if we had a regime where any of them, Minerals Commission or even EPA, could step in and supervise them to mine properly, at least we will be ensuring that they mine according to environmentally appropriate standards. Is that a position that you share?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, exactly what I'm saying.
Now, what do you think is the major challenge of these young people to access land? Because I was a Minister for Environment, and I toured the country, and I found out that many of these people that we say are engaged in illegal mining actually want to have permits to mine at the sites where they mine. Is that something you discovered yourself also?
Yes, I think there are limitations to where they can actually acquire licenses to mine.
I'm not saying I'm not asking, do they have a desire to have
permits to mine the areas that they
yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
You also discover that if they had easy access to permits, that they will mine in an environmentally appropriate manner. Did you discover that?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
You also discover that they are happy to invest in their site if they had proper permits to mine at those.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But what is causing them not to have access to permits to those sites? Is it because there are no officers for the Minerals Commission in those locations? Or is it that people at the Minerals Commission have already mapped out all those sites and plotted the names of companies, and when these young people go there and they want permits, they are told that the site is occupied, and then they also then decide to resort to illegal, so-called illegal mining? Is that something that you found out?
Yes, actually the Minerals Commission, Mr. Chairman, have blocked out areas for small-scale mining, and most of these miners go outside the blocked out areas, and that is what brings about the illegality in the first place.
Do the Minerals Commission people carry out prospecting to ascertain the existence of adequate deposits in the area that they have blocked out? Because if you go and block out a forest that is full of rocks that don't have minerals and say I should go there, and then I see another location where people are mining and obtaining a lot of gold, you think I'll go to where you have blocked out that has nothing, and then I will not go to where people have been mining and getting gold?
Mr. Chairman, the Minerals Commission doesn't take up that responsibility because I think of the risk that you're talking about.
So Minerals Commission just blocks out places and say you can go here irrespective of whether there's gold there or not?
They require you to submit a site of your area of interest. So how that place becomes your area of interest is left to the miner. And I think the miners have ways of doing their quick, checks to see whether it is mineable or not.
So the Minerals Commission blocks out areas and says small-scale miners, you can go here, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But they haven't done any studies to determine whether there's gold where they are directing them to go?
Not at all, Mr. Chairman.
And then the miners then discover that there's gold somewhere. And when they go there, they tell them that those areas have been blocked for large-scale miners.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that happens.
What will be your own natural tendency? Will you go to the place that doesn't have gold, or you go to where there's evidence that there's gold?
Of course, I'll go to where there's evidence, Mr. Chairman.
So do you think this observation gives you a clue how to resolve the issue of so-called illegal mining and galamsey?
Mr. Chairman, to begin with, I think to curb this small-scale or illegal small-scale mining menace, we need to get the miners organized and then work with their leadership. I think to an extent that will solve the problem. And then we can lead them to assess areas that are of, potential in terms of mineralization.
The point I want to make is, do you think that any effort to solve the problem of small-scale miners and encourage them to go to a site must necessarily involve the state investing in some basic reconnaissance prospecting to establish the existence of deposit there before you direct them to that location?
Yes, I think, Mr. Chairman, that would be of help. Because if we get state-of-the-art equipment to determine where mineralization is, and you put the small-scale miners there, it will go a long way to help us solve the problem.
Then the investments that we make in soldiers to go around and then be chasing these young boys up and down, the investment that we make, that investment, do you think that if we devoted a fraction of that investment into buying some of the equipment that will actually help them determine the existence of deposits at sites that we are directing them, do you think that would be a more appropriate use of state resources instead of investing in soldiers to be chasing them?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's a very good step.
After all these discussions that we have had, when you are regional minister, briefly tell me what you will do about small-scale mining.
What I will do about small-scale mining is, in the first place, assess the level of illegal mining in the area. And then based on the various localities that I find them, I will work with stakeholders to actually come out with a roadmap. Mind you, all the areas may not have the same problems. They have site-specific issues that can be dealt with. I've been galvanizing all the experience and knowledge using the Minerals Commission, the EPA, and then as a regional minister, facilitating a process. I think we will go a long way to minimize the bad effect of illegal mining.
Thank you very much. Any further question, or I should take the floor and ask him questions? Honorable nominee, I will ask you just 2 questions. What will you consider to be the responsibilities of a regional minister? A position that you are designated, and if approved, you will be occupying.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The regional minister has a number of responsibilities. First of all, the regional minister, you serve as the link between the central government and then the region that you lead. You also have administrative responsibility because you have to coordinate, monitor and evaluate the performance of all the district assemblies under your jurisdiction. You are also in charge of security. For example, as you're talking about, small-scale mining is gradually becoming a national security issue. So you have a responsibility in terms of security. You also have a responsibility to ensure that district assembly's development plan are aligned to that of the national government. You also have a responsibility to ensure that emergencies, are responded to. And what, as a regional minister, I will do is to have an emergency preparedness or emergency plan so that we see how we can manage them in the first place before they even arrive.
Thank you very much. My second question has got to do with some perennial problems between the MCEs or DCEs and the MPs in every region over the use of what is called the MP's share of the common fund, which is 4.5%. The MP is the one who is to authorize the use to which that money is supposed to be put. However, the MP is not a signatory to the account. Many a time, they would do the authorization, but the MC would refuse to sign the disbursement form, leading to the DCD and MFO writing the check. How do you intend to solve that problem in your region when given the nod?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our performance at the regional and the district assembly levels should be measured by the people. And that is saying through elections. So if you are a DCE and you are not supporting your MP to implement projects through his common fund, and the DC comes to tell me, the MP comes to tell me that you are sabotaging him, then I think that is something that is worth looking at. Because you are DC or MC, you have to make sure you collaborate very well with your MP. Because at the end of the day, if we are doing well, it will be measured by the resource percentages that we have in elections. So I will not countenance that. And what I will also advise is that the MPs should have good rapport with their MCs or the DCs. And I think if that is done, I'm sure with my able supervision and sometimes advice, this will not happen in the Western North region.
Thank you very much for displaying your knowledge. We are grateful for you attending upon the committee and answering questions. You will hear from the committee, but before I discharge you, let me have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Michael Edu, NDC Regional Chairman, Western North Region. Mrs. Esther Ejapoma Brentum, spouse of the Regional Minister nominee. Beima Tando Ben Buem II, our Win Mahini, Oko Ahiko Kojo Mpan Ababio, Konti Hini of Chirano Traditional Council, Western North, Nana Enoku Penny III, Chief of New Yakesi, Mr. David Kwa, Regional Vice Chairman, Western North Region, Comfort Nyako, Regional Women's Organizer, Western North Region, Nana Opompenyi III, Chief of Omanpi Divisional Area, Omape Divisional Area, and Tufuhini of our Win Traditional Area. Nana Tano Kaba II, Chief of Kwewu and Ekwamuhini of our Win Divisional Council. Dr. Joseph Yensu, Regional Executive and Senior Lecturer, Kumasi Technical University. You are welcome. Honorable nominee, you are hereby discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Western North Regional Minister Designate is in the person of Joseph Adai Akwabwa, Minister Designate Bono Region. He is just about to take his seat for his vetting to happen, and we understand the NDC on the committee intends to vet every single one of these nominees today and conclude it. John Mahama has nominated 42 ministerial nominees so far. If the NDC are able to conclude all of them today, that would be historic. That would mean they would have vetted almost 10, if not more, ministerial nominees today, and they are still on that path to ensure that they vet every single one of the person to be vetted. Joseph Adai Akwabwa has taken his seat. He is the next person to be vetted, the next ministerial nominee. It's a marathon vetting happening today, with Speed Mahama Yaraga in charge, coordinating, ensuring that supporters are getting out and new persons are coming in, so that the vetting process will be expedited. And I'm getting the indication that all the persons that have been listed for today will be vetted. Today, the committee is expected to vet 9 persons, excluding Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. If you add him, that's 10. If they're able to do all of that, they would have concluded the entire vetting today. And after Joseph Adai Akwabwa, it will be left with 3 regional ministers designate: Bono East, Central Region, and then Upper West Region. And then Felix Kwachi Ofusu, the Minister of State in charge of Government Communications, will also be vetted this evening, and the entire process would have been concluded.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. The chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, joy and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies. Chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Kapremu eya enutire me tufu se abibere o tadia unsa nkoto no umprelu na me kanfo SCP ama SCP ewo tema shahel e na factory kese no esi enye na apɛ pavement blocks ankasa na die edition game biara no okɔ shahel SCP ebe ma obi se o pese o siw dan na pese o gu concrete enya fina koto cement akɔpa bo akɔpa nwia o frɛ SCP a the concrete ya messing the with quality cement warm on ba be good kama amount so whatever afienya dodo wa aflawo pon any impatem ho nyinara the office I was Printers Road the Papaya restaurant in the DPD
for SCP was 0501 672 608 and our toll free number 0800 626 262.
This year's Valentine's Day falls on a Friday. That means double the fun. Musically yours on Love 99.5 FM presents Vows Night with the Stars. Featuring Sarkodie.
Yes, already number one.
Yes, yeah.
I'm happy to note that His Excellency has indicated that that sector will be reset. Same has been echoed by the sector minister.
Charles Edufojo, Regional Organizer, Samuel K. Bolu, Regional Vice Chair, Madam Charles Otua, Regional Vice Chairperson, Rav Setofia, Regional Deputy Secretary, Madam Gladys Ajin, Regional Women Organizer, Madam Mariam Planch, Regional Deputy Treasurer, Alhaji Mustafa Idrisu, Regional Youth Organizer, Ebenezer Essien, Deputy Communication Officer, Mariam Ajayi, Women Organizer, Mrs. Naomi Nelson, spouse of the nominee, Mr. John Century, USA, Hakim Mahama, Deputy Youth Organizer, all constituency and branch executives, you are accordingly welcome. Honorable nominee, you hear from the committee. You are discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
God bless. God bless. God
schmeckt auch im Tal der milde Gipfelkäse von Bergader.
Say goodbye to Slack because chat's here and it's inside ClickUp. Everything you need in chat is here.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The office of the regional minister was created by Article 256 of the 1992 Constitution, and it gives the regional minister two responsibilities. The first responsibility is to represent the president in the region. The second responsibility is to coordinate, harmonize, and supervise the districts in the region and the agencies working in the region so that their activities can be coordinated and to develop the region for and on behalf of the president. So I think that my basic responsibility is to coordinate the district assembly, harmonize their activities, and also supervise the activities of the district assemblies and the agencies operating in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. I will now open the floor. Honorable Mama Yarga.
Thank you very much. I believe that you are familiar with the terrain in your region.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
To what extent is chieftaincy and chieftaincy conflict a challenge?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we sit here, we have about 27 chieftaincy petitions pending before the Regional House of Chiefs. So chieftaincy is a little bit problem in the Bono region.
A serious problem or a little bit of a problem?
Mr. Chairman, I will not say we have a serious problem of chieftaincy matters. Once there are petitions pending at the Regional House of Chiefs, I believe that people want peace. That is why petitions have been filed at the Regional House of Chiefs for solution or resolution. Thank you.
And how is that affecting development in the region?
In fact, I would say that it hasn't affected the region economically, with the exception of, let's say, one particular chieftaincy. Other than that, the rest of the chieftaincy matters have not affected the economic situation of the region. Thank you.
So how will you treat these matters that are before the Regional House of Chiefs? Are you in any way interested in helping to facilitate mediation, or do you have an attitude of hands off any chieftaincy matter? It's not the domain of the regional minister, and let them sort themselves out at the Regional House of Chiefs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what I will say is that even the Constitution of this country has given jurisdiction in matters affecting chieftaincy to the Regional House of Chiefs, National House of Chiefs, and the Supreme Court. You see, if you try as a regional minister to meddle with chieftaincy matters in your region, you are going to create problem for yourself. So what I will do is that I will urge the houses of chiefs to pursue matters before them and bring solutions to them. When the chief has been declared by the House of Chiefs as the chief for a particular area, I am going to give him all my support to be the chief of that area. I am not going to meddle in chieftaincy matters, even though in practice I have led some chiefs from the Houses of Chiefs, National House of Chiefs to the Supreme Court, but I will not meddle in chieftaincy matters as a regional minister, because I want peace in my region so that I can pursue the development agenda of the region. Thank you.
And you don't think promoting reconciliation, promoting mediation equally leads us to peace?
Mr. Chairman, ADR is good, and that is the alternative dispute resolution. And now that is what we are promoting. In a situation where mediation or settlement or whatever will be appropriate, I can assure this committee that I will explore that step to resolve the matter. But as I've said, I will not meddle in Nanamo affairs. But if there is problem, once I'm the head of the RESEC, I will make sure that there is peace. And the Houses of Chiefs should resolve their issues. Because even the courts, apart from the Supreme Court, do not have jurisdiction in matters affecting chieftaincies. So me as a regional minister, if I'm giving the nod, I will already make sure that there is peace by using the RESEC, and where I can mediate, I will do that, but I will not go deep because I've handled Nananum and I know how. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Is your real reason for not wanting to engage in mediation a fear that you will deprive lawyers of income from litigation?
Mr. Chairman, you are seniors, and you know that always the bar must prosper. So even though I will not encourage litigation, but if they come, lawyers should prosper and get good money out of it. Because I have made money out of chieftaincy litigations.
So thank you very much. That definitely is good caution that you are giving to ministers.
Bono is region. Bono region. I'll be coming to Bono. My favorite food is eto. What is this list?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You will get a lot of eto when you come.
Thank you, with pleasure. I welcome everybody behind you, traveling all along from Bono to Accra to come and give you moral support. Our revered chiefs and queen mothers, you are mostly welcome. Party executives, regional and constituency executives, as well as the branch executives, you are warmly welcome to Parliament. Your nominee will hear from the committee. With that, I'll proceed to discharge him. So you are
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I've now received the list, so remain in silence. Odeneho Dr. Afram.
Yeah.
Bono Regional House of Chiefs. Nana Ya Koko Sechiwa Doma. What is this? Anko Biahini. Ankobia Hima. You see, the handwriting is very terrible. I should have avoided reading it. Osajifo Ampim. Anye Tabrako III. Bono Regional House of Chiefs. Wen Manhini. Nanaya Ansua, President of Bono. Bono something association. You are welcome. It's not well written. Nana Akosua Enum, the fourth from Drobo. And all the rest, you are welcome. I recognize my classmate and former Deputy Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Honorable Alfred Tuyayeboa. You are welcome. Honorable Kojo Mafu, Nyamiche Mafu, I recognize you. You are most welcome.
Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Tell us about yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Francis Osu Entry. A native of Atibubu in the Benue East region. I was born on 6th March 1979. Mr. Chairman, I'm married with 5 children. I started my educational career at Atibubu American. After taking my late entrance, I proceeded to Atibubu Secondary School. From there, Mr. Chairman, I advanced to Kwadaso Agricultural College. And from there, I furthered to do my degree in marketing at Valley View University, Techiman. Mr. Chairman, I advanced in education by pursuing my MBA at Valley View Techiman campus. I am a Catholic, and Mr. Chairman, with the greatest of respect, this is all I can say about myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Muhammad Shaibu.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
New region, vast potential. One of the busiest markets you'll find in Ghana. In this sometimes market fires have been a troubling issue. Please tell us how you deal with market fires in your...
To the extent fire can cause havoc. Mr. Chairman, that can cause havoc. Mr. Chairman, if given the nod, I will make sure all the market centers in the region are provided with CCTV cameras. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I will also make sure that fire service will provide services together with police administration to make sure they provide security. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I will make sure education is given to our people so that they will appreciate and understand the extent fire can.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love. Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
So cool!
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Finally, Chairman.
My brother, you are asking the fourth question.
Very well,
please go ahead.
Finally, Chairman. I wish the nominee the very best in your new region. I pray that you will lift it to a level that the chiefs and people will applaud you. Thank you so much.
I'm so grateful, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hajia Ladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, Mr. Nominee.
Thank you, Chairman.
I've known Atebubu to be a very big food basket, especially in the production of maize. In the bumper harvest time, you could buy a bag of maize that would, even if you want to put it, let's say that you divide it into the 50 kilograms bag, two being put as one. You realize that women at that time will be running around and doing business, but they don't have the resources. Will you consider supporting the women, whether the bank comes on time or not? I know the bank would come, inshallah. By the time we have the bank, will you support the women to enable them purchase the maize or food stuff, store them, and be able to make better profit when it's in the lean season? That's my first question.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, when giving the nod, this is exactly under the value chain approach. The value chain approach, Mr. Chairman, has to do with, at the time the maize are supposed to be bought at their cheapest price, if they don't have the capital, you can give them credit education so that they can visit the available institutions in the region to go for a loan, buy the produce, and store, awaiting price increase before they pay back. So, Mr. Chairman, this is what I can share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. That is a laudable idea. My second question is, when you go into, especially the regions where there is a lot of food production, and you go into hinterlands, many a times there are no schools. And where the closest schools are, the one who suffers mostly is the girl child. And I have realized that most of our brothers and sisters who migrate to such areas, they come back without any education to their children. What will you do to support them, to enable these children get to school, and those that have dropped out or are not in school gain skills such that they don't become dependable on things that we even cannot think about? Excuse me, like maybe running after men when even they are not ready, because they will be young and they are compelled to take care of themselves, and what to support them so that they can get education or skills. And if you respond to that, I will just say, I wish you all the best, and that we need more maize to ensure that our Kenke and Banku and TZ is always available and on table. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, if you give me the nod, I'm going to make sure community engagement is prevail. We have to educate our people on the need for people to be educated. If you give them the benefit of education, Mr. Chairman, I think they will buy into it and implement it. On the other side, youth empowerment, Mr. Chairman, it boils down to the same education. So we are going to educate them, meet all the stakeholders, tell them the benefit that education can bring to their people. Thank you.
Any further question? Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Designate for Bono East Region. I will proceed to acknowledge our revered chiefs, opinion leaders, and executives behind. First on my list is Nana Ohimpom, Dr. Yebua Esiama, President Atebubu Traditional Council. Nana Owusu-Sechi, the third, President Bono East Regional House of Chiefs. Nana Krutechi,
Mr. Chairman, it is Felix Kwachi Ofosu.
Felix Kwachi Ofosu.
Yes.
I am going to ask you 4 questions.
All right.
1. What is the difference between your designation as a Minister of State, Government Communication, and the erstwhile Minister of Information?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is an important question. It's one that I've had to contend with ever since my nomination was made public. In terms of function and output, the two are one and the same. But in terms of structure and approach and the vehicle that is to be used, there's a substantial difference. In the case of the Information Ministry, where I've had the privilege to work under the Honorable Majority Leader when he was Information Minister, there's a whole ministerial setup involving all manner of directors and agencies that work under it. It has been the view of His Excellency the President that government communication machinery can be managed effectively and efficiently without having an entire system run along ministerial lines. So you would recall that sometime in June 2014, we woke up one day and by the stroke of his green pen, he had merged the Ministries of Communication and Information. That is how come I became Deputy Minister for Communication. This time round, he believes that the Ministry of Information should be collapsed as a ministry and their functions and operations put under the office of the President. However, he believes that for purposes of putting weight and gravitas on what emerges out of government's information machinery or communication machinery, there has to be a minister who will lead a lean and mean team to coordinate, manage, and disseminate government's information effectively. So if you ask me, this in summary is the difference between the two arrangements.
A follow-up question. Does your mandate ends with the communication for the president and the presidency, or it extends to other areas? Because the designation is government communication.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Currently, I'm the acting spokesperson to the president. Eventually, when I'm confirmed as minister, I will take on the role of substantive spokesperson to the president. In addition to that portfolio, I would have responsibility for managing all of government's communication, as I used to do previously my role as Deputy Minister for Information. As I've tried to explain, the only difference is that a different vehicle is being used. One that is more cost efficient and does not burden the taxpayer as it was the case in the past. So the president has spoken to me. He has told me clearly that he wants me to manage the entire government communication machinery in addition to speaking for him as his spokesperson.
Thank you very much. I am worried and I need some assurance from you. What would happen to the staff of the agencies under the information ministry?
Yeah, this is also another important question, Mr. Chairman, because since the designation was announced, I've been bombarded with concerns and queries from people who work within the information ministry ecosystem. Some are harboring fears that they may perhaps be sent home. I wish to use this opportunity to assure all of them and the people of Ghana that no such thing will happen. The staff of the agencies under the ministry, by and large, would be maintained. In terms of the civil servants, it is the political appointees within that framework that no longer are able to work within the system as we speak. But what will happen over time is that substantial cuts are going to be made with a view to achieving efficiency. For instance, if you go to the Information Service Department, which has the highest number of employees within the ministry, as I speak to you, there are over 200 or so district information officers who work within the district assembly structure as spokespersons for the assemblies. In the various ministries are PROs who also speak for these ministries. There are agencies that also have some of these people deployed. What my understanding is that over time, there may not be additional recruitment as used to be the case. But those who are there now will remain until they reach retirement age. The purpose of that is to have a much smaller, much more efficient unit that handles government communication. Because President Mahama believes strongly that all of the work that the Ministry of Information used to do, I beg your pardon, can be done by a smaller number of people. There are also other agencies like the GNA, Ghana News Agency, which by virtue of its credibility and reliability in terms of news reportage, is widely accepted as one of the most important news outlets that government has. The president has a vision at some point of merging that entity with the ISD and rebranding it and calling it, say, the Government Communication Office, for instance, so that they can deploy modern technology and they can be in tune with the times. In the past, if I wanted to issue a press statement, for instance, I needed to type it out, print it out, and roam the streets of Accra and elsewhere and hand hard copies of the statements over to the various stations. A time came when now you could do it via email, so you needed a tall list of email addresses, and at the click of a button, you send it. But now, one tweet or one post on Facebook reaches millions of people, and that is even much faster than the system we have. So what has become apparent, what has become clear, is that the approaches that have been adopted over the period are no longer fit for purpose. The ISD, for instance, used to have cinema vans. Now nobody will show up if you brought a cinema van to their community, even in rural communities. It means that things have to change, and we have to keep pace with the rate at which technology is revolutionizing information dissemination. So Mr. President has a vision of transforming the ISD and GNA, merging them into the Government Communication Office so that they will be able to deliver much better services at a more efficient rate. There are also other agencies like the Ghana Publishing Company, for instance, which is one of the foremost printing houses in Ghana. Unfortunately, things have not gone as they should. And so in terms of business dealings, they have been overtaken by other private entities. Their vision is to transform them, restructure them, and make them competitive so that they can take on more jobs that would then generate significant revenue into the government coffers. For budgetary purposes, entities like the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Graphic Communications Group, even though specifically speaking, are under the aegis of the National Media Commission, go through the Ministry of Information to have their budgets defended. And I have come to Parliament on a number of occasions in my previous guise as Deputy Information Minister to defend their budgets. All of these organizations need some form of restructuring and reforms to make them more efficient and more productive going forward. So if I were to sum up and give you a concrete answer, nobody is going to suffer any job losses, but over time we will reduce the numbers, and these agencies will be made much more efficient going forward. But they will be under my supervision, under the office of the president, instead of being under a whole ministry.
Thank you very much. Probably my last question.
Sure.
Depending upon the answer, I will see whether I can have a follow-up question for you.
All right.
The Information Service Department was very instrumental and active in the dissemination of government information. But they have become a pale shadow of themselves. Do you intend to revive it? And how are you going to revive that important agencies?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The ISD, or Information Service Department, is perhaps the most effective instrument at the disposal of government to disseminate its information. Unfortunately, in recent years, they have fallen on hard times. And so a combination of a lack of investment and proper policy making has ensured that their effectiveness has, as it were, reduced substantially. But they serve a very useful purpose. Indeed, when I was Deputy Information Minister, I learned to my pleasant surprise that they are an important feedback mechanism for government. On 2 occasions, based on reports that I received from information officers in some districts, we were able to avert potential bloody clashes in some communities where chieftaincy disputes were raging. I passed this information on to national security and they were able to avert it. And it was because of the way that the information officers had embedded themselves in the community and integrated themselves and built some rapport with the community. So they were able to pick up some of the things that the regular security forces miss in their day-to-day operation. But as I indicated, times have gone past them, and therefore we need to ensure that they modernize. So I am still in discussion with the President. At some point, they will be merged with the Ghana News Agency to form the Government Communication Office. And we believe that with the right kind of investments and the right level of human resource recruitments, we will be able to turn them around into an efficient government information dissemination vehicle.
Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To now be the turn of leader, Honorable Mahama Ayerga.
Thank you very much, Felix. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You've come very far from your days as my deputy at the Minister of Information. Essentially, you are becoming the Minister of Information. Well done.
Thank you.
President John Dramani Mahama is setting up government. Do you have a sense of the appointments made so far?
Yes, thank you very much. And I must indicate that it was a real pleasure working with you as my boss at the Information Ministry. You gave me opportunities that have led to my growth, and I'm eternally grateful for that. I think that for some reason, the lot has fallen on me to announce most of the president's nominations. And as I have listened to him and engaged him and looked at the various lists that he has given me, I see a clear pattern. What is clear is that the president is determined to ensure the right balance in his government. He is determined to ensure that there is a generational mix. So you find that there are very experienced hands that he has appointed. And then there are also young techs who, despite their relative youth, have shown capacity to deliver in their previous fields of endeavor. And by and large, the president's nominations have been well received. The president has also ensured that the age-old criticism leveled against Ghanaian governments over limited roles for females is addressed. In fact, only yesterday he swore in 14 new ministers, and he indicated in his speech that if you look at the office of the president, so far, apart from the fact that he has made substantial cuts to the numbers there is quite some equitable representation of both genders. He's made 27 appointments to the office of the president as we speak. That is including the office of the vice president. Out of that number, 13 are women. That represents 48%. It is the highest number we've had at the presidency. As of last week, if you look at the appointments that he had made, 27% of them, that is in terms of ministerial appointments, appointments to committees or commissions, CEOs of state organizations, and other such appointments, there was 27% representation of women. And he has indicated that so far he has made 42 ministerial appointments. There are 18 more to go. If you look at the specific promise that he made to appoint 60 ministers, and that he will use the opportunity of appointing those 18 to, as it were, tilt the scale in favor of women. And he has made that commitment clear. But this is a man who showed clear intent at the very onset when he nominated a woman to serve as his running mate. And for that reason, Ghana has its first ever female vice president. In fact, at the office of the vice president, out of a staff strength of 10, 6 are women. That is 60% women work within the outfits of the vice president. If you look at the list of appointments, every single region in Ghana is represented in government. Beyond that, he has been careful to ensure that a substantial number of people who belong to the National Democratic Congress, who subscribe to the social democratic ideology, who subscribe to the vision that he sold to the people of Ghana, find their way into government. At the same time, he has also appointed people with technocratic background who are not necessarily NDC. If you look at the Constitution Review Commission, for instance, almost all of them are people who are well known in civil society, academia, or other such fields, who are not necessarily NDC. Indeed, I dare say that some of them were fierce critics of President Mahama in his previous guise as president between 2013 and 2017. But the president has had no difficulty appointing them. In the last few days, other appointments have been made which reflect a certain thinking that it is not only hardcore members of the NDC who are going to be part of the government, but to the extent that he identifies specific talent and capacity in individuals who may not necessarily be partisan, he is willing to give them opportunity. He has even gone further to ensure ethnic balance in his government. There is Zongo representation in his government. It could have been argued that it was sufficient to remain at regional or even ethnic level. But he has gone down further to appoint people from certain communities in order to indicate that he is one who is willing to work with all. So I would say that so far the appointments have been impressive. And if the trend is anything to go by, we are going to have perhaps Ghana's most representative government ever. In addition to the fact that it will be the leanest government under the Fourth Republic. Thank you very much.
Do you think that going forward, before he finalizes his appointments, the diaspora of the NDC as a political party will gain some favor?
Well, at this stage, I cannot second guess the president. But given what he has shown so far, I will not be surprised that members of the NDC diaspora, or the Ghanaian diaspora for that matter, to the extent that they show capacity and competence, may find some place in his government. I think that he has broken every glass ceiling there is. There's hardly any section of society that has not found representation in his government. So I would not be surprised if it happens, except that I'm unable to state categorically that will happen. I will leave that to the president. And once he does that, I'm sure I'll have the distinct honor of announcing it to the people of Ghana in my role as his spokesperson.
Does he regret promising to appoint only 60 ministers of state?
No, he doesn't. President Mahama campaigned strongly on experience. And thus far, he has proven that experience counts. He remains unfazed. He's not ruffled by what he's met. He has remained stoic and has gone about his appointments in a manner that reflects a man who knows what he is about. He meant every word when he promised to have 60 ministers. He didn't say it in jest, or he did not say it to carry favor with the Ghanaian electorate. He meant what he said. In addition to having a lean government, he has also indicated that he is going to enforce discipline and proper conduct. Yesterday, he sent out a strong message that no member of his government will be permitted to engage in any form of small-scale mining. So forget about whether it is illegal or legal. No member of his government is permitted to engage in small-scale mining. He has cautioned us strongly that he will not countenance disrespect and arrogance and misconduct, and that we should always bear in mind that it is the Ghanaian people who employ us. He has indicated that modesty and prudence must be the watchword for every appointee. There are other restrictions that he has placed that he hasn't made public yet, but I'm sure when you find out, you will be pleasantly surprised. He intends to crack the whip and rein in deviant elements who may pop up within his government, for the sole reason that he believes that the mandates of the people of Ghana must be respected. It is not that we in the NDC are exceptional human beings, or we have extraordinary knowledge or expertise. It is just that the people of Ghana thought that the vision we sold found favor with them, and that they did not think that in the last 8 years the country has been governed properly. So the mandate has fallen on us. President Mahama does not intend to abuse it. He intends to use it judiciously to address the most pressing concerns of Ghanaians, so that in the end, some significant progress would have been made by the time that his 4-year mandate comes to an end. So he does not regret making that. There are more stringent commitments that in the fullness of time he will roll out to show that he meant what he told the people of Ghana. Because he is also wary of politicians making vacuous promises. He is fully aware that at a point, the Ghanaian electorate had lost confidence in real politicians because of what they perceive to be deceptive politicking over the years. He wants to lay down the marker that there are yet conscientious and scrupulous politicians around. And these are people who will keep their word to every extent possible. Thank you very much.
So, in your role, will you have an attitude of defending everything that is NDC and government, or you'll be capable of being independent-minded, fair, and acknowledge mistakes when they occur, whilst you also defend the rightful position of government in certain matters?
Thank you very much. Having been my boss in the past at the Information Ministry, I'm sure you are aware of that wall that has so many photographs of past information ministers displayed on it. It is a constant reminder that that position is essentially a revolving door, and that people go in and out of it. One of the reasons for that is that in this position, if you are not careful to conduct yourself in a manner that elicits the belief and confidence of the people, you are unlikely to do your government any good. So it is necessary that in this role, I be as honest and as principled as possible. I have a duty to sell the president's vision, explain the position of government on various matters. One can do that without necessarily being dishonest and untruthful and just towing party lines. Fortunately, I happen to work for a man who has demonstrated through his actions that he is not overtly partisan, despite being a bona fide NDC member and having gone through the mill. He still has the capacity to do what is right. There have been agitations by NDC members, some well-meaning, because they want the government to succeed. They don't want people who they perceive to be suspicious characters to find their way into government. And they have protested. Some have gone a bit overboard. But the president has stood his ground and insisted that in some agencies, some technocratic capacity is needed. He has not flinched. Even as he has given opportunity to an overwhelming number of NDC people, he has also been willing to tap people from outside the NDC. But he has not gone back on those actions simply because people within his party have protested. Again, he has a track record of taking punitive action against members of his own government. People you can describe as his close friends. He has taken punitive action against them. So it makes my job a lot easier. I'm not going to have to defend the indefensible because I trust the man I work for to, and indeed if you read his inauguration address, there's a line in there that perhaps we lost sight of, but which is profound. He said that as president, he will exercise sound judgment and make the right calls at the right time. That simply means that he is prepared to do good by the people of Ghana. There's a man who has seen it all. And perhaps you would have thought we would walk into the sunset, having given decades of service to the people of Ghana. But he has thrown his heart into the ring and has come back. He is on a mission to sanitize governance and ensure that government is run in a way that meets the aspirations of the people. Personally, I'm also a conviction politician. When I take positions, I consider them carefully. So once I take them, unless I'm shown verifiable evidence that I'm wrong, I stick to it. And often it may rankle a few people. It may rub off negatively or wrongly on some people. But to the extent that I believe that it is the right thing to do, I will stick to it. There are times when I have publicly voiced opposition to things that have been done by the NDC. Sometimes you face a backlash. But I believe that we all have to learn to put principle above everything. At the end of the day, what binds us is our collective desire to see Ghana progress. We should be bold enough to point out when things go wrong. Only last week I was on TV and I made it clear that I believe that all of us have to serve with a clean heart. We have to do good by the people of Ghana. We only are fortunate that amongst the millions of Ghanaians, we are the few who have been chosen to serve. It is a position of service. It is not one in which we are supposed to lord it over the people and show superiority of intellect or of knowledge of whatever it is that we think we have. But we have to be humble whilst remaining principled. So yes, I am not going to be an outlet for churning out disinformation or misinformation to deceive the people.
In the last 1 week, you've been responding to questions relating to the president's use of private jet belonging to his brother's company. Can you give us some background to that and the reason why the president used his brother's private jet?
Thank you very much. I think it's an important opportunity to clarify this matter. What it is that in the past, the concerns that the people of Ghana have had in relation to presidential travel are costs and propriety. Cost in terms of how much it is costing the state and whether or not there are cheaper alternatives. And then propriety in terms of the decision itself to choose a certain means of travel. These have been the two issues. President Mama has been concerned about both. In opposition, we criticized President Akufo-Addo's lavish display, where he rented an aircraft costing millions of Ghana cedis to the taxpayer. As Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, when he became president, one of the first things he did was to ask about the status of the Armed Forces. In the Air Force, there's a unit called the Communications Squadron, which handles presidential aircraft, led by the Air Force Commander himself. The president asked them for an update on the status of the presidential aircraft, because one of the ways that the MPP sought to defend what we deem to be waste of taxpayers' money on rentals of expensive jets was that the presidential aircraft was not in good shape. I think it is fair that on assumption of office, the president seeks to find out the state of the aircraft. In the last week or so, he has received an update. And that is why in the recent travel to Angola, Tanzania, and Kenya, he used the presidential aircraft. I happen to have been on it. I can tell you that it is in pristine condition and it is okay. Once President Mahama knows that it is okay, he will do so. But before then, the option left to him would have been to either rent a replacement aircraft or fly commercial. Both alternatives were going to cost us money. He decided that in the very recent past, during his campaign, his brother happened to have 2 aircrafts, which he made available to him to the extent that he needed to travel. He has been using it. So using it for a week more at no cost to the taxpayer was the best option out of the 3 that he had. And I, as a taxpayer, take me out of the equation as a member of this government. As a taxpayer, I would have no concern if the president makes a choice that costs me nothing, especially when we know the source of the aircraft and its record. Now, let me put it on record that President Mahama is not one who is given to flamboyance and ostentation. I've had the distinct pleasure of traveling with him a couple of times. There was a day that we were supposed to join a commercial aircraft.
So can I?
If you make me, yes, just 1 minute. He was willing to go onto that aircraft that had only 2 seats left without any of his aides, he and his wife. We had to meet up with him later. Another president would have insisted that because we were not finding space, he will rent an aircraft. I have also been with him in an aircraft that had only economy seats from Frankfurt to Accra. He sat in it as president without complaining. So he is not someone, he could have, as President Akufo-Addo did, rented expensive aircraft to ensure its comfort. But he chose to fly economy because that is what was available. So this is a man who will not waste taxpayers' money only so that his creature comfort is met. So I can assure the people of Ghana that once it has been certified and we have felt it, that the presidential aircraft is in good shape, this debate will be over. He will use it every single time that he has to travel, unless, of course, some circumstance makes it impossible. Even then, he will choose the cheapest option available to the extent that it is safe and can take him to wherever he has to go.
The use of the aircraft belonging to his brother, will the office of the president treat it as a gift to the office of the president, or will it be recorded as a gift to John Mahama himself, President Mahama himself?
In the immediate aftermath of the transition, there were many things that were not in place for presidential. For instance, we are supposed to work at the office of the president, but for the first few days, we had to basically hang around because the place was not in the best of shapes. The president didn't mind. He operated from his private office in Cantonments. In fact, on the first, second, and third days, he had to sit in some crucial meetings to take important decisions relating to sustainable power supply, relating to resolving challenges with feeding school children and what have you. He had to hold meetings at the Accra International Conference Center, pending some security sweep at the Flagstaff House and what have you. In that period, it became necessary to make some of these adjustments. Rather than go and rent an aircraft that will cost us or go commercial that will cost us, he decided to use the same means that he had been traveling with. Again, mind you, these aircraft belong to his brother, who has a long-standing reputation as one of Ghana's most prominent businessmen. He didn't become who he is because his brother was president. So it's not as though overnight his brother has come into some wealth and he is trying to use his aircraft. Again, if it were the case that President Mahama rented his brother's aircraft at state expense, then perhaps there could be an issue. At this stage, I think that in view of the lapses in the transition and some of the shortfalls in our arrangements, the arrangement he made was the best in terms of protecting the public purse. It was never intended to be a permanent solution to anything. It was a stopgap measure that was to fill in for the difficulty that existed at the time. But as I speak to you, it has been rectified, and there will be no problems going forward.
I perfectly understand that. I haven't adverted my mind to our policy on gifts. That's why I asked you, will it be treated in the records of the presidency as a gift? Because I think that there's something that has been gifted to the government of Ghana, because we received somebody's aircraft to use it for official trip, and we haven't paid for it. So in effect, it's a gift. Is it a gift to John Mahama, or is it a gift to the office of the president? In which case, legally, they receive different treatments. If it's a gift to John Mahama, President John Mahama, as a person, it has different tax implications. If it's a gift to the office of the president, it has different tax implications. So how will you treat what has happened?
I think that
going forward in the future, working at the office of the president?
Well, I would have to receive specific briefing on how to, but I'm certain, beyond any doubt, that whatever obligations arise out of any classification that is given to it will be met by the president. I don't think he has any difficulty at all doing that. But it is safe to say that it was the most viable option at the time. To the extent that the aircraft was safe and did not endanger him in any way. It didn't cost us anything. I, as a Ghanaian, would prefer that arrangement to what President Akufo-Addo was doing, to be fair. But as for the classification, I'm sure that the president has a legal counsel, so I'm sure that she can help in determining the classification. But if it is classified and any obligation arises, the president will have no difficulty meeting it, knowing the kind of person that he is.
So, if you listen to Ghanaians who spoke extensively about the matter, one of the things that, or an undertone, was a question of improper influence. Is that okay? That will, providing such a facility to the president, position the brother of the president in such a way that he would have improper influence over the president.
Well, thank you very much. I think that President Mohammed's track record is pretty clear. His brother's track record is also quite clear, as I indicated in the earlier answer. This is a man who has established, indeed, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Ibrahim Mahama had been a prominent businessman for over a decade and a half before his brother became president, even in his previous guys in 2013 and 2016. He's a well-known businessman. There's a man who owns cement factories and all that on his own volition, without having to rely on government. I do not think that the mere fact that he has assisted his brother with travel, and I must point out that this is an aircraft that the president has been using since his days in opposition. Immediately he was elected, he had not been sworn in, so he had not become president. He made some trips to some African countries. It was the same aircraft that he used. So he only borrowed it for 1 more week, if you like, to use for his travels. I do not think that merely on account of that, Mr. Ibrahim Mahama will wield some overbearing influence on his brother. If there's any influence, the mere fact of being his brother would suffice. He doesn't need to go over and above. And President Mahama is not one given to nepotism, at least of the sorts that we saw under President Akufo-Addo. He has not been minded to appoint relatives en masse. I don't think he will ever do that. He was for a long time, and he didn't do that. He's not going to start doing that. So the people of Ghana can have the firmest of assurances that nepotism will not find its way into President Mahama's government. He only means to improve the lot of the average Ghanaian, improve our institutions, and ensure that governance itself is reformed. And he has set in motion the processes to do that. But as I indicated, any obligation that arises out of using that aircraft will be met. But no influence whatsoever can be peddled on the back of this particular arrangement.
Is there going to be a relationship between government communication infrastructure and party communication infrastructure? Will you draw a line between the two?
The two are distinct entities. Government is government. The NDC will outlast the NDC government, as has been the case all this while. So the NDC as a political party has the right to decide to throw its weight behind government in terms of the way that it pushes the message out. And I believe that all of us have that duty. Once we wage the campaign on the ticket of the NDC, we are all bound by the desire for the NDC to succeed in government. But we are not going to blur the lines. Government officials remain government officials. They have a responsibility to ensure transparency. One of the ways of doing that is opening up and engaging the people through communication channels. The NDC party still has to carry on its politicking. And the way that it can sustain itself in power is to show that the government that it formed has met the needs of the people. So the communicators of the party would invariably be involved in disseminating this information, but they will do so under the structure of the National Democratic Congress, which is distinct from those who will speak. I am a spokesperson to the president, a spokesperson for government. I have a deputy who will assist me to do that. All the ministries, departments, and agencies have PROs and have management who also perform communication functions. So government has an entire machinery that it can use to put out information concerning its activities and does not need to, as it were, rope in members of the NDC in their role as communicators to do that. But the NDC itself, as I've indicated, must be interested in selling the message of the government. But they will do so under the umbrella of the party. So the lines will be distinct and will not be blurred in any way.
Thank you very much. I definitely am one of those who believe that you are up to the task. I just put you through a couple of tests. You slipped a little. I'm not sure people in this room noticed it. I'm not sure how many people noticed it. I'll tell you where you slipped outside this room. But overall, you did a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you. We continue to learn every day. So I'm more than willing to receive feedback from you to improve how I manage government's communications. Thank you.
Hajian wants to say something, so please let's.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. I recognize you now, Honorable Hajian.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, Honorable Felix. There is an institution or a group of persons who need very serious support when it comes to communication. That is persons with hearing and speech impairment. The unfortunate thing is that if you look at some of our areas, districts or regions, you might go into a whole region and you don't have a single institution where these individuals can have education. And it's becoming quite difficult. No matter how good they are, the opportunity is not there. What will you do differently to ensure that these persons are caught as early as possible? At least, if not in the districts, but the regions, so that they wouldn't be left out. Now, before we left governance in the last, His Excellency John Mahama's administration, I recall that there was the introduction of Braille, where a lot of material was supplied. After that, we didn't hear anything. Again, I do not know whether these people are being considered and that these materials have gotten to them. Because when you go to those institutions where they are, you realize that they don't have learning materials, and most of them are even from very poor families. Can you also tell us something about those materials, and if none, what will you do differently to enable them have teaching and learning equipment? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I would imagine that this will fall directly under the ambit of the Ministry of Education, but it is an important point. You would notice that it is a minor point I'm about to make, but it gives indication of the intent that the NDC has. You will notice that during the campaign, wherever President Mahama went, there was someone on hand to do the sign language so that those of our compatriots who have difficulty with hearing or have hearing impairment will appreciate what is going on. When President Mahama was president before, we had a visually impaired minister. I am certain that at some point, persons of that caliber will find their way into government. Yesterday, when he inaugurated or he swore in the 14 ministers, he gave the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, under whose ages issues like this or aspects of it may fall. He gave her the marching orders to ensure that the social protection sector is properly managed. I also do know that the Ministry of Education itself has its systems that it uses to cater to the needs of these people. So perhaps some collaboration between or among different government agencies to ensure the realization of this may be helpful in this direction. And I'm quite certain that President Mahama will give his blessing to such initiatives that go to the aid of our less fortunate brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Aja. It's now the turn of Honorable Umar.
Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity. Comrade Felix Kwachi, congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable.
Comrade, I know your sector is, you are in charge of government communications. And I want to find out, will you have a deputy?
Well, it is for the president to determine. At least, as far as I know, the position of Minister of State, Government Communication, as of now, has not been given a deputy, but there's a deputy spokesperson. I will perform two roles that have been fused together, but one of them has a deputy. It is up to the president to decide whether there will be a deputy for the ministerial role. But as I indicated, everything President Mahama does in terms of composing his government will amount to 60. So it is up to him to determine how he juggles the cards around to reflect that particular objective. Yes. But he has said that it's not every ministry that will have a deputy minister. That he has placed on record. Yes.
Very well. My second question is about the public relations officers at the various MDAs. Will they be working under you?
Yes. Everything relating to government communication will pass through me. That is the mandate that I have been given. Also, all the agencies that used to operate under the SWAL Information Ministry will report to me. Except that, as I've indicated, an effort will be made to restructure and modernize their operations with a view to achieving a much leaner team than we have under the Ministry of Information. I will have responsibility for the ISD, or Government Communication Office, as it will come to be known. The PROs that you speak of are employees of this organization. And for that matter, the reporting lines are clear that the buck will stop with me. Yes.
Thank you. This question may sound a little bit controversial, but it is a question I can't leave. You know, when you look at the MDA's PROs, a lot of them were brought on board by the LSY government to be spokesperson for government at the various MDAs. Will you continue to have them there, or you will also go to hire your own communication officers who will have to be or have in sync with your ideology? Thank you.
I think that I have worked in the Ministry of Information before, so I work closely with the ISD, and I know that they do recruitments over time. So there have been 4 changes in government. So at every time that we've had a government, recruitments have been made. I don't think that we can have a policy that says that merely because you were recruited by one government that was formed by a particular party, you should lose your job. What is going to happen is that as part of the restructuring, we will assess the strengths of all employees within that agency. To the extent that there are shortfalls, we will make efforts to bring them up to scratch. If there is a need to engage additional hands who bring in some exceptional expertise or capacity or capability, why not? The ultimate objective is to have an efficient system through which government communications run. And for that matter, anybody who proves him or herself capable of undertaking that activity has nothing to fear. So we are not going to go on a wholesale dismissal of people based on political coloration. It will be purely based on merits and what one can do well. Yes.
Thank you. I wish you well, but one more thing.
All right.
You had MDOs, PROs, who, instead of doing the PRO for the companies or the agencies they're working for, were doing politics. Will you leave them to continue doing politics negatively at your
I'm not sure that those people were staff of the Information Service Department. There were people who were political appointees who were appointed. Many of them have left, or they know that they would have to live with a change in government. They are political appointees in the same way that ministers have had to pack bag and baggage. People who were political appointees at the presidency have left. They would also leave. But as for the staff of the Information Service Department who are civil servants, they will remain. But what they do or where they go will depend on their capacity. That's why I said that an assessment will be made of their strengths to assess what they can, or where they can fit within the structure. If it is necessary to engage more hands, but in a manner that does not, as it were, take us back to square one and burden the public purse, we will do so. Yes.
Thank you. Honorable Shaibu, just quickly, you have the floor.
Comrade, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I mean, you've answered all the questions beautifully. Just to let you know that you have a critical role to play at that position the president is putting you. You represent young people in this country. They look up to you. Your success will bring on more young people. Please don't disappoint the young guys and women in the country. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, my honorable colleague.
Sorry, thank you, Dan. Okay, I will conclude just by asking a quick question to the nominee. First of all, honorable nominee, Felix, my brother.
Thank you very much, my brother.
The question is, just want to clarify this for Ghanaians about your position as the minister designate for government communication and that of the minister responsible for communication, digital technology and innovation.
All right. I think it's an important question. Yes, I think there's a vast difference between the two, even though there may appear to be similarities in the nomenclature. Communications. The communications ministry essentially deals with regulating the broadcasting and technology space. They have agencies that perform functions that are completely different from what the Minister of State Government Communication does. My role is to ensure that the people of Ghana know what government is doing. The role of the communications minister is to manage the entire ecosystem through which communication and technology and what have you. So they deal with issues like broadcasting, they supervise the mobile network operators, they deal with internet service providers, and all such activities as may fall under their purview and as their enabling legislation requires them to do. But a spokesperson who tells the people of Ghana what the president is doing or what the president has not done, or someone who coordinates the way in which government's information is passed on to the people, does not regulate the space as the Ministry of Communication. So I've had opportunity to work in both ministries, so I know that there is a world of difference between the two, even though the nomenclature may sound confusing to those who may not have the benefit of having closely been associated with the two different ministries. Yes.
Thank you. So follow up. So you don't anticipate any overlaps?
I don't. I think that the people of Ghana are quite used to the term government communication. They know exactly what it means. For many years, I was a member of the government communication team. I was not working at the Ministry of Communications. My role, together with my colleagues in that setup, was simply to channel government's information to the people. So it is a matter of nomenclature, really, and I don't anticipate that there will be any confusion whatsoever. People know exactly what the two ministries represent. At some point, it was thought that the two ministries could be fused, but that comes with its own problems. There tends to be an excessive focus on one part of the work as against the other. The president believes that now this whole idea of government communication should come under his outfit for greater efficiency to be achieved in terms of what the systems that are put in place can achieve for all of us. Yes.
Thank you, my brother. I have no doubt that you are the man for the job. I wish you well.
Thank you very much.
I will proceed now to basically welcome everyone behind you who have come to support you. And then I'll call out the names on the list that I have been given. I have here Nana Obokase Ampea, Apejahene Asebu traditional area. Nana Kweja, Otodison, the servant.
That's familiar territory for you.
Fisherman of Mori. Nana Imore. Nana is it Ohendom? Otredom. Yeah. Mpuntuhene of Mori. Supi Anan. Bentu Supi Mori. Nana Densehene Akofo Abebio Mori. And Nana Kwesi Ejir Otodudu Anan 14. Nsana one royal family Amosma. Nana Kojo Mr. Kojo no yet. Mr. Kojo Aku, former constituency chairman of Ablakwa Kwamankasi constituency. Dorcas Mensah, the constituency deputy women organizer. Isaac Nkatia, constituency deputy communications officer. Mr. Vincent Kumsin, again Ablakwa Kwamankasi NDC constituency chairman. Honorable Neil Kwame Adams, the Central Regional Chairman of the NDC. And then
Secretary. Yeah.
Professor Samuel Kweku Hayford, consultant to the Ministry of Education. Okakabin Aidan Ando.
He's your Manhini of the Kwamankasi traditional area.
So Omahini
of Kwamankasi
traditional.
No, Kwamankasi.
Oh,
Kwamankasi traditional.
Oh, Kwamankasi.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I have Madam Priscilla Ahen, former MC of Cape Coast. And then Madam Faustina Lamte, Regional Women's Organizer. You are all welcome. And thank you for coming to support my brother from my region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All right.
Mr. Nominee, you are discharged.
Thank you.
You will hear from the committee.
All right.
Honorable Ekopein should get ready to be in the seat. Honorable members, please have a seat.
I crave your indulgence. There was a major omission. We have the Omanhin of the Abra traditional area. Omintin Nana Otu, the 14th. He is also in our midst. He is actually the Omanhin of the traditional area where I come from. So I crave your indulgence to acknowledge him.
Nana Mahin, we recognize you. Thank you very much for coming. Can we have the clerk to administer the oath for the next nominee, please? Oath, please.
Okay. I, Ekopin Ochir Edriamwa,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable nominee, you are welcome. Please, can you take about 2 minutes to tell us about yourself, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, my name is Ekopin Ochir Edriamwa. I was born in the year 1972. I completed my secondary school education in the year 1992. I went to Commander Training College, so I'm a teacher. After which I went to the University of Cape Coast to pursue a diploma in business studies. I later became a member of parliament for Good People of Gomwa East from 2009 to 2017. I have a bachelor's degree in law and an MBA from Central University. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Well, thank you very much. You are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Honorable Alasan Woman.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Honorable nominee, I have a challenge with your region, which is closer to Accra. And we have an issue with land disputes and conflicts. How do you plan to end it or mitigate those challenges, like Kaswa coming to Accra?
Honorable Chairman, you agree with me that the regional minister may not have a direct role in helping people to litigate their individual and private land issue. In that vein, I'm unable to directly state what I can do to ensure litigation is stopped in that area.
Thank you. I thought, what about the population that has moved from Accra, Greater Accra, and amassing or in droves to your region vis-a-vis the taxes paid? How do you plan to bring in those money back to your region instead of them bringing it to Accra?
In terms of tax, Honorable Chairman, population moving from Accra to the central region is a blessing to us. And that I, as a coordinator of the MMDAs, will ensure that we improve upon our IGF and ensure that all those who are to pay taxes who have to do so, especially when we know the numbers that are supposed to pay taxes.
Thank you. I'm satisfied. I wish you well.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Any further questions? Then I give the floor to the Vice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Ekope, congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
This is Jaye Dufie.
I assume.
Welcome to the club of regional ministers.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Present. I wish you well. I know you will do well. But I just have just one question. As a regional minister, you are going to be in a region where you will have other institutions with their parent ministries. These institutions are some ministries, departments, and agencies with their parent, companies in Accra. Their budget is drawn from Accra because we have tried over the years to do this composite budget, which hasn't really worked well. So these ministries, you have a Ministry of Trade with its office in the region. You have other agencies also in the region, but they take their instructions and their budget from Accra. Many a times, contracts are given to them or executed in the region, and you will have no knowledge of it. Sometimes you will have to sign up the certificate to a project you haven't heard of or you don't know anything about it. As a regional minister, when you become the regional minister, not if, when you become the regional minister, how would you ensure that all the various projects that will be going on in the region, you have a full picture of it and have some level of control this project and be able to monitor them? Because one of your jobs will be to monitor the projects that are being carried in your region. Please, how would you do that in making sure that you bring the whole thing together? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, if I'm giving the nod, first and foremost, I'll draw them closer. I'll go to the offices, know them, and know what they do. I'll make them part of the coordinating activities of the regional regional minister. There are cases where you behave like the head of the region, and so you do not care what happens around you. When that happens, then you lose control. But if you make them part of your administration, where you have consistent correspondence with them, definitely they will open up and you will be aware. If you are the one who is going to sign that contract, then you should know where that contract is coming from. It doesn't mean you should manage it. Of course, by their setup, they may have the capacity to handle it. But once you are the regional minister, and if you are the one you should sign, ab initio, you should be part of that contract at every activity. And the best way to do that is to be with them from day one. Thank you.
Second question is to do with the low revenue levels in the districts that you'll be presiding over. And by that I mean the district assemblies, even the metropolitan one. So, as a regional minister, how would you help to ensure that the district assemblies revenues are enhanced because there are property taxes that are not efficiently collected. There are market, levies that in some places nobody knows where it goes. How would you ensure that about 20 districts or so, if you put them all together in your region, enhance the tax revenue, which will give you the IGFs to be able to do some of the things you want to do in the region? You know the region is a very poor region and needs money to be able to do things. What comes from, yes, Central Region is beautiful but poor. How would you ensure that apart from the central government monies that you come, that basically goes into, goods and services, I'm talking about the common fund, that the IGFs that you get are sufficient enough to develop your various districts? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, you said that the Central Region is very poor. It may be poor, but not very poor. In fact, I'm not comfortable when I hear Central Region is poor. Maybe it's because we are unable to collect the taxes as you just said. But what I would do first and foremost is to educate the MMDAs. For now, many of them may be new entrants and that they will feel comfortable in their seat. I will ensure that you not become a district chief executive or metropolitan chief executive and be sitting in your seat. You'll be part of the tax correction. You should be part of education. We need to educate the people who are supposed to pay the tax. And we should find more flexible ways of collecting the taxes. And so it will not be like if we're going to collect a property tax, somebody sees you and run to the bush. It should be friendly. So I think that having been an MP before and knowing very well that if we do not get common fund, nothing else goes on there, I will educate them. They did education. Those who pay the taxes in education and those who are supposed to collect the taxes in education. So introduce fresher ways of, getting the taxes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm from the region. For the last 8 years, you know what has happened in this country? The economy is not been good. The national cake is going to be small. So nobody will tell your story for you. Don't say you are rich, otherwise your cake will be smaller. I wish you the best. I know you will do well. You are a former MP, Gomoa East. I served with you here in Parliament, and some of our colleagues here also know you. We know you will do well, and I wish you all the best. I'll proceed to welcome the guests behind you who are here to support you, and then we'll bring your proceedings to a close.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, may I use this opportunity to thank His Excellency President Mahama for giving me the opportunity to serve him, even at the time that the numbers of ministers have been reduced. I also want to thank Her Excellency Professor J. Nana Opoku-Agyeman, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, for giving me the opportunity. I want to also thank my good people of Central Region, and for that matter, the regional executive for being there for me. And I want to promise them that we will not disappoint ourselves. We are all going to work together. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
I will proceed to read out the list I have here.
No, I have a question.
The chairman has a question. So we'll take the chairman's question, and then we'll bring proceedings to a close. Your proceedings.
Honorable member.
Honorable Chair.
There is so much apathy these days of non-state actor participation in local governance, particularly in the district assemblies and then the regional coordinating level. Given the nod, how would you encourage non-state actor participation in local governance?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I think the best thing, as I said, in the area of tax is to educate. Draw closer to them. Let them be part. Be friends to them. Because you cannot be assuming certain posture and expect to attract them. Go down, let them feel part of your administration, and automatically you come on board. For instance, if you want the Traditional Council to be part of you, you should be part of them first and foremost. And so we are going to ensure that our relationship with the various association institutions will be that cordial to ensure that even before we call them, they come for us to develop Central Region. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Are you aware of the abandoned projects in the Central Region, particularly the E-blocks? If you are aware, given the nod, what measures will you put in place to ensure completion of these projects?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. The abandoned projects in Central Region are more than the E-blocks. We have a huge Commander sugar factory also abandoned, and that we are going to tackle all of them with light speed, first and foremost by having an audit of uncompleted projects, bring them to the table, restructure, and see how best we can fine-tune them to suit the resetting agenda of His Excellency President John Mahama.
Honorable Minister Designate, what will you want the people of the Central Region to remember you for after your tenure of office as a minister responsible for the region?
Honorable Chair, thank you for this important question. Honorable Chair, I will want them to remember me for laying down a foundation in Central Region that will encourage the youth to be part of job creation and get more jobs for themselves, and so also open up the tourism sector in the Central Region. I'm saying this because the tourist attraction in Central Region is not indigene friendly, in the sense that even Ghanaians are unable to go to Central Region for tourist activities because hotels and other facilities are very expensive. And so if anybody wanted to go to Central Region for tourist activity, what they do is that they crash it. So the bus will leave in Accra and return 6 in the evening, meaning that they will have to go to several places at the same time. If the hotel facilities were cheap, at least they would have had 3 days to have a meaningful tourism, encounter. And so I think that Ekwope in Ochi will be remembered for having laid a good foundation for the youth in terms of agriculture, in terms of tourism and fishing. And that would open up the region for its economic activity. So Central Region will not be said to be a poor region again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ekwope. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm now going to go ahead and then read out the names I have on the list. Nana Kwesi Enin, the third, Jasihini of Bremen Jamra, Nana Apakranchi, the seventh, Chief of Ekumfi Abaka, Mr. Gabriel Nikomi Adams, the Central Regional Secretary, Honorable Presla Ahin, former MCE Cape Coast, Madam Faustina Lamte, the Central Regional Women Organizer, Mr. Vincent Kumsin, Constituency Chairman of the NDC for Abura Sebu Kwaman Kase, Nana Abotare Okwariba, Asebi Traditional Area, Sarah Anderson, the Woman Organizer, NDC Ekumfi, Nana Asamoah, Vice Chairman, NDC Ekumfi, Eric Krenzel, Central Regional Alpha Project Coordinator, Janet Kwansa, Central Regional Deputy Women's Organizer, Thomas Kobner, Chairman, Asin South, NDC, and Justina Kwansa, Deputy Communications Officer, Asin South, for the NDC. Thank you very much for coming to support our regional minister. I wish you all the best. You are discharged.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, the next nominee, last but not the least, should get ready. Upper West region. Thank you. And as the nominee is seated, will the clerk please administer the oath? Thank you.
I, Charles Lawanga Puozwin, do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you.
Thank you, nominee. You are welcome. Please, can you take 2 minutes to tell us about yourself, please? And then we'll start the...
My name is Charles Lawanga Puozwin. I was born on the 3rd of June, 1977. I'm a lawyer by profession. I come from Nyene in the Jirapa municipality. I attended my elementary school all in Upper West, went to St. Francis Xavier Minor Seminary where young priests are trained. From there I went to University of Ghana and read law. Thereafter I went to the Ghana School of Law. I was called to the bar 2003, 22 years ago. Then thereafter I taught in the law school as a teaching assistant between 2009 and 2019, 10 years. Thereafter, I went to do my LLM in Law of the Sea and Ocean Governance. I'm married with 2 daughters and a son. I'm currently a member of the Bar Council. I'm the Regional Bar Secretary for the Upper West Region. I'm the Regional Secretary of the Upper West Region. This is my 2nd term. So I believe this is enough.
Thank you very much. I will now invite Honorable Aja.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, Mr. Nominee.
Thank you.
Let me take the opportunity to thank some senior comrades who have come along with you, and that is our senior most comrade. Because I've not been calling the name, sometimes I get lost with the name. Honorable Kumbo, you are most welcome to our midst. You've been a senior person and led us so many times before leaving. And then Honorable Bate. So the 1979 group down, some of us are here. And my other brothers there, you are most welcome. The Upper West region was carved out of the vision of Upper region. And as a woman from the Upper East myself, I know the dynamics in the Upper West region. Poverty, outmoded cultural practices and customary practices, lack of schools, lack of support, bad roads, and lack of support for the farmers. has always been one of the biggest challenges. If you go to the market today and you go to Agboguloshi especially and Accra Central, the women there, some of them are just girls. Some, I would say, not even up to the age of 18. And most of them are from the upper west, if not from the northern region. An interview and interaction with them when I was chairperson for gender showed that they need a lot of support to ensure that they get to where actually they can take care of themselves. But it's not possible. Unfortunately, we left government. What we saw was a putting up of structures for these people to go in and stay. Thus encouraging many more to come, thinking that it is a gold mine where they come and just pick and go. What will you do to stop? If not completely, at least reduce it seriously. Because I know there are a lot of intellectuals coming from the Upper West to ensure that this menace is reduced. What will you do?
Mr. Chairman, as rightly put, we the Upper Westerners belong to one of the poorest in the country. And the first and most important thing is to do youth empowerment. That is to encourage the youth and empower them to know that within the Upper West region you can succeed. You don't need to come all the way to Greater Accra and come and belittle yourself, because especially that we from the Upper West, we are very proud of ourselves. So one of the things that I'll do is to assist in the creation of jobs. Luckily for us, the NDC manifesto talks about a couple of things that we could in the interim use, like the coding system, issues around the apprenticeship system, as well as the farmer service centers. Because we are generally agrarian, we need to encourage our youth. That is always not about coming to the south that can enable you earn a livelihood, but you can be home and equally earn a livelihood. So the most important thing we must do first is to give opportunities to our youth by way of creating the opportunities for them to work. And secondly, we ought to also educate our people about how some of the traditional things we do and our cultural practices are hindering the growth and development of women. Fortunately, the affirmative bill has been passed, and will endeavor that Upper West should be one of the regions that will encourage women participating in education and other fields. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. My second question has to do with Upper West being one of the educational hubs in this country, and that is where we find UDS. It's a very big institution with so many students around. But there is a very big problem. Lack of accommodation is one of the issues. Lack of support for the students to enable them at least take care of themselves, because most of those who are there, they come from neighboring regions, and we know how our regions are. With accommodation, they would have been properly housed so that the running round will reduce. To look for accommodation, that will reduce. What will you do to ensure that at least if you will not be able to get accommodation for everybody, even if not government one, but other stakeholders who would want to put up hostels, what will you do to ensure that accommodation issues are remedied in UDS? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, the university has a vast tract of land, and therefore one of the things that I'll be encouraging is private partnership with the university, where the lands agreements are entered into for a period of time. The investor builds up the hostels and the investee run the hostels for a period of time. Thereafter, it reverts to the investee. So basically, with accommodation, we have to look for investors, partner them, allocate university lands to them. They build up the places, they run it for a period of time, recoup whatever investments they put in, and thereafter the hostels become property of the university. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all your responses. I wish you the best, and I will continue to follow to see what actually is going on there, because it's a place of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Aja. Honorable Shai, you are on the floor now.
Thank you, Chairman. Chase, Council, congratulations.
Thank you, my brother.
You know, I'm an associate member of your region, and so I have a great interest in the Upper West region. You've been regional secretary for some time now. You're familiar with the region very well. Tell us the major challenges you think your region faces and how you plan to tackle them if you are given the nod as a regional minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first and the most important one is the road network. The entire Upper West roads are deplorable. It doesn't connect to any of the other regions. Therefore, commuting on those roads is a disaster. That is one of the major issues we face in Upper West. The second one relates to the empowerment of the youth. Virtually, our young men and women have all resorted to being part of betting because they think that that is the only livelihood of success. So we need to empower them. Lastly, is abundant projects. We have several projects within the Upper West region which, when completed, could enhance education and health facilities. But all these projects have been abandoned. When I get a nod to become regional minister, the first important thing is to encourage and create job opportunities for our youth. That keeps all of us within the region. Then regarding roads, we'll do periodic road maintenance, rehabilitation of our roads, whilst we continue to plead with central government to be able to do the major roads for us, whilst the internal ones will use the limited available means, possibly using the drip machines from the various MMDCs to rehabilitate the roads to make them more travel. Then the ones that we are capable of completing, especially the abandoned projects, we have to take a review of them, look at them and see whether they are feasible, or we need external support, or we need to solicit for grants from other people, not necessarily waiting for central government to allocate or award those projects to contractors. I believe that in pursuing either NGOs, pursuing either international bodies, we are capable of raising some funding for these abandoned projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Earlier, you alluded to the fact that agri-mechanization centers will come handy as far as farmers are concerned. One of the key challenges with farmers has to do with cattle rearers and the conflict between cattle rearers and farmers. I know that this cuts across from Bono East region through to Savannah and then to the Upper West region. Would you consider collaborating with your other regional ministers from these two regions to, as it were, manage, because cattle rearers are part of the system, and so manage and see how you can resolve various conflicts that invariably affect farmers? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first and most important thing is that most of the cattle is owned by we, the indigents. And so the first point of view is to be able to form some form of association with the owners of the cattle, because sometimes the cattle owners, you don't find them being the herdsmen. They bring people in to herd, so that makes it difficult. But if we are able to sit with the cattle rearers and let them understand that once your animals stray into somebody else's farm, there will be a difficulty. So we must start from there. Then thereafter, you can do the various regional collaborations, where we will have to put in place some committees or teams to be able to fashion out the best way to resolve cattle entering people's farms and destroying them after they have put in all their life investment. So that I believe that that way we'll be able to resolve the issues of cattle entering into people's farms. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot end this voting without talking about our women folk in your region. They hold the power to our households, and we think that the Women Development Bank concept or policy should come handy. Tell us how you intend to make use of this policy to benefit our women and to increase their income levels.
Thank you. If you take the Upper West region, we have 51.2% being women and the 48% being men. And most of our households are more or less managed by our mothers and our sisters and our wives. And therefore, up north, generally, we have a certain culture where we know that the woman has to make sure that there's a meal on the table for the man. Once the Women's World Bank come, in the initial stages, what I intend to do or propose will be that such money should be given to groups, not individuals, where each of them serves as a collateral on the other. So when it's a group of women, let's say 20, and you give them an amount of, let's say 100,000, they share it equally, and each of them serve as a collateral for the other. So they encourage each other to all work and then make sure that they return the money. It's better that way for starters when the bank come in, rather than to give chunks of money to individuals, and when they fail, it becomes very difficult to retrieve such monies. So my first proposal would be that they should come in the form of group loans to the groups who are recognized and identifiable within our communities. So that is what I'll propose, and I think that will help a lot, both in sustaining the income that comes into the bank, as well as increasing the number of women that we can support with the Women's World Bank. Thank you.
Chairman, let me conclude by I note that very senior comrades accompanied you to this place, including our venerable senior Kumbo, Dr. Kumbo. I mean, the venerable chairman, regional chairman is there, Chairman Bonnie, and the rest of that. I mean, we don't expect that you disappoint them as a regional minister. Please prove that young people can take this region to a higher level, and we expect you to take the Upper West region to a different level altogether. I wish you all the best.
Thank you. As I said, I will do my best, and I believe that with the support of the senior comrades you've asked, the reason why they are all here is that they know that I'm a person that likes to consult. And I like to consult, I like to take decisions based on dialogue, that we come to consensus and take decisions. That's why you have all the senior members of the party here. Some would have been here too, but it is unfortunate that there was a mix-up, but we are grateful to be here, to be vetted. And I believe that once you give me the nod, maybe one day you ask me to come to your region and help. Thank you.
Honorable Richard, you are on the floor now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to congratulate the nominee on his nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. At the just ended polls, you won all 11 constituencies for the NDC. And I believe it took the cooperation and support of all party members in the region. And I believe they are counting on you to bring them together and then to support them. As the regional minister, you are going to be father of the region. How are you going to ensure that you do not leave anybody behind from both sides to ensure that we retain the 11 seats and even with more or higher votes? And also, what are some of the potentials in the region that can bring about job creation? Thank you.
The first one is that when I became regional secretary, the Upper West had 6 seats out of 11. In my first term, we moved from 6 to 8 as the party administrator. Then subsequently, we went to 11 over 11. What I did as administrator of the party was to relocate to the Upper West region. Most people know that I had a very vibrant practice in the Greater Accra region. So I went back home to the Upper West region because we had come to the conclusion that if we don't get involved and we all decide to live in the city, or for that matter, Greater Accra, we'll go back home and there'll be nothing. So once I went back with the help of the elders, the party faithfuls, we've always dialogued. Even when we go through elections and there are disagreements, we dialogue. Dialogue is always the ultimate. And for me, all persons that encounter me knows I'm a peace-loving person and I don't easily get annoyed. So that was the posture, and I believe that will be the same posture I'll use with my experience at the bar. I'm 21 years as a lawyer. I'm going to be 22 years in September. So we have always managed human beings as lawyers. You can't be a successful practitioner for 22 years without managing human beings. So I believe that with that experience, I should be able to bring everybody on board to make sure that ideas are discussed. I shouldn't be seen as the lead person. I should be seen as a lead person with support of my MPs, support of the elders, support of the party, so that whatever decision we take, however wrong or right it is, I know others participated. And that way, you carry the whole region along. The other thing, the second question was about how to create job opportunities. Because we predominantly do agriculture, that is where I believe that we must invest in. And that is why we are excited that at least the first farmer service center was built partially in 2016 in the Sisala West District, and we lost power. So the structure is there. So I believe that should be the first farmer service center that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ought to build. And then from there, we can create the jobs. And it has a trickle effect. Once there's farms, other things will come into play. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. I wish to congratulate you and wish you God's blessings as the regional minister for the Upper West region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you done on yeah, okay. Is a you have the floor.
Lawyer, congratulations. Your endurance up there and your determination has brought you this far. Congratulations. The road between Upper West and Upper East is very bad.
It's not a road.
There's there are a lot of opportunities for economic development between the two regions, but the connection is extremely important. What assurance do I have from you that you will dedicate significant time and attention to work with your parliamentary caucus so that in 4 years' time, that will be one of the best roads in the country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All of us in both the Upper West and Upper East regions know that connection ought to be there because our traditional roles will play. the play-based system of Frafres and Dagabes, the Sisales and the Casines and all that. I think that it should then be a collaborative effort between our region Upper West and your region Upper East, so that we can have a stronger force beyond our 11 MPs. We add the 15 of you from Upper East, making it 26. That would be a louder voice if we were to come together as a group to ensure that we all put some form of pressure, I don't want lobbying, before the minister in charge of roads to be able to know that 26 MPs are crying that you need to connect the Upper West to the Upper East. I believe that dialogue, we should start it that way as it used to be. We were one region, Upper Regions, until 1983, when we were carved out as Upper West and you as Upper East. So I believe that with collaboration, we should be able to have the roads done. 26 MPs will be louder than 11. So I believe that we'll invite our brothers from Upper East to join us to be able to do the lobbying.
The road between Wa and the Savannah region itself has deteriorated significantly. Can I have your assurance that we will work very closely on that one as well?
Yes, that is so. And I believe I cited some form of a letter that part had been awarded. It was before the elections, and I do not know the state at which that letter or the effect of it after we took power. But I believe that when I get a nod as regional minister, fortunately, Biawuribe and I are colleagues at the bar, and we've done several things together. So I believe that we can collaborate and have that part done as well, including our MPs and all stakeholders in both regions.
Do you farm?
Yes, I do.
What do you farm?
It's called, I don't know how to pronounce, but it's sesame. It's smaller like beans, very sesame. That's what I farm in the Sisala East Municipal Assembly. The place is called Santijang.
Do you appreciate the potential of your region in cotton production?
Yes, when we were growing up, there was huge trunks of farms that were cotton. That's why we had the cotton processing factory. It's still there in Upper West.
The Jinri.
There, yes. But as we grew up, gradually, people lost interest in cotton farming. So maybe we may need to look at it again and find out the reasons why cotton farming was abandoned. Most people now do maize and soya, maybe with the intention to have it exported. And there's a small factory in the Sisala East which does a milling of maize. So I believe that maybe that is the reason why people want ready market. So that is why people have shifted to maize and soya farming. But I believe that once cotton had done well before in Upper
Watch your favorite TV show in your pan. TV on the go. Download the Weasel TV app for Android on Play Store or for iOS on the Apple Store. TV made easier. Weasel TV, we go all out for you.
Your flight is ready to leave.
Sit back and relax and enjoy the flight.
Only a father can understand. Only a husband can understand. Only a man can understand. Prostate cancer. It's about more than fear of cancer. It's about fear of losing urinary control and sexual function. That's why more men turn to Jackson South for robotic surgery than anywhere else in South Florida. Get the facts at jacksonprostatefacts.org. Miracles made daily.
Down at your feet.
an angel sent by God to be with you at this moment.
I am an angel sent by God.
I am an angel from God.
They're angels, just like I wished for.
Campaign promises of the NDC.
Yes, Senior, you have my. I'm thinking that there are greener pastures here, only to come and go through humane treatment and to live in deplorable places. So any opportunity that must, any activity that must give me the opportunity to get the youth employed, I will definitely pursue it. And I promise to speak to you sooner when I go back to the Upper West region if I get a nod as the regional minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader. Mr. Nominee, thank you very much. I wish you all the best. And at this stage, I will say you've actually been discharged and you hear from the committee. I will quickly read the names of the people who have come to support you.
No, they are French.
Sorry, French, you can't ask questions. Sorry.
Honourable members, order. Let there be order. Please, we are sorry. We don't recognize French. Please.
All right, sorry about that. Thank you. The list I have here, I'll start with Professor Benjamin Kumwo, our own revered majority leader, and a former MP for Laura Nandom. He's been a Minister for Defense, Justice and Attorney General, Interior, Health, and many more. Leader. Abdul Nasser Sani, Regional Chairman. Mumuni Believers, Vice Chairman. Thomas Said, Regional Organizer. Basira Sankara, Regional Youth Organizer. Alaji Isa Haku Sadiq, WAS Central Chairman. Tiana Boniface, Chairman DBI. Abu Salifu Tama, Secretary WAS Central. Hassan Danwana, Abdul Salim, no titles. Felix Daramani, President of Zavia Old Boys Association. Khalid Hafiz, businessman. And then I recognize the chiefs from the House of Chiefs in the Upper West region. Na Ali Awudu Purple, Bertori Na, and leader of one Na delegation. Na Kadiri Ibrahim, secretary to Wana. Na Hachim Siedu Soli, Konji Hina. Na Imoro Purple, Ya Delina. Na Said Isahaku, Koro Yenina. These are the list of names I have here. I hope I have done justice to the names. I have just read what was sent to me. Yeah. Now, Mr. Nominee, as I said, you are just discharged and you hear from the committee. Thank you very much for coming.
I'm most grateful. I'm most grateful to all the panel members. I take the opportunity to thank the people of Upper West, and especially those who are here. I also thank all our MPs, 11 MPs in the House. I want to thank the biggest thank goes to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
The media, please wait. We haven't finished.
nominating me to represent the people of Upper West. And I believe that once I get a note, I will not disappoint. I'm most grateful.
Please, you are discharged. Honourable members, you can wait a little. Honourable members, order. Clerks, get closer. We'll take decision.
Watch your favorite TV show in your palm. TV on the go. Download the Weasel TV app for Android on Play Store or for iOS on the Apple Store. TV made easier.
And camera work. Thank you. Honorable members, please have a seat. Thank you.
Vetting of the nominees under reference has come to an end.
Watch your favorite TV show